Ransom and Joseph Potter, here today to break down three things. We've got the NBA playoffs, we've got the NHL playoffs, and we've got a 7-round mock draft, all 257 picks of my mock draft, with analysis, input, team rumors, feedback from Joey, all that good stuff coming up. But for the NBA and NHL playoffs, for the first round games anyway, we are going to go in chronological order based on what time each game takes place. And the first NBA game to air today, I'm sure I will get updates from this game from Joey if we're still on the air in 3 hours. And that is the Orlando Magic and the Cleveland Cavaliers. I had the Magic in the playoffs as my 6th seed back in the preseason. They ended up exceeding my expectations when most people thought the Magic were going to be a bottom 4 team once again. And the Orlando Magic, they get the number 5 seed, and it is the Orlando Magic heading to Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. And this is an interesting series, Joey, with the Orlando Magic, a young upstart team heading to Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers. I'm going to talk about the Magic, what they've done, and then I'll talk about the Cavs and tell you why I think who I think is going to win the series. But looking at the Magic, they've got 4 playmakers. Jalen Suggs, 12.6 points per game in the regular season. Franz Wagner, 19.7. Paolo Banchero, 22.6. Wendell Carter, 11 points per game. And this offense has been very effective outside of point guard, where you've had Gary Harris Jr. and Markelle Fultz rotate at point guard. Markelle Fultz, former number 1 pick in the 2017 NBA draft, who ended up being a bust with the 76ers. I mean, he's healthy now. He wasn't healthy earlier in the year. Now he's healthy. But, can Fultz be the X factor? I mean, lineups.com gave every player on the Magic a 74 or higher in terms of their ratings. I think that's a little too low. I think Banchero's been the 1 star for the Magic, but you have Wagner who can be effective. I think Franz Wagner will win the one-on-one against Isaac Okoro. And I think it's going to be an interesting series. You have Jalen Suggs. You have Wendell Carter. I just think the Cavaliers are a little bit more experienced. But the most interesting thing, Joey, is that, the Cavs are starting Max Struss at small forward today. So that means the Cavs will have all 5 starters in their starting 5 averaging over double-digit points per game. Garland, 18 points per game. Donovan Mitchell, 26.6 points per game. Max Struss, 12.2 points per game is starting at small forward, with Evan Mobley at power forward and Jarrett Allen at center. And basically everybody on the Cavs has a 77 or higher rating, with Struss at small forward having a 77, but the other 4 starters, Allen, Mobley, Mitchell, and Garland, having an 84 or higher out of 99. So very good starting 5 when Max Struss is in the lineup. If Okoro was playing, I think I'd pick I think I would pick this to go 7 games. I think I did pick the Cavs in 7, Joey. But what's interesting is I went on Sports Head Radio, Emmanuel Watson's podcast. Everyone on Emmanuel's show has the Magic winning the series. So if the Orlando Magic do, in fact, pull off the upset, I do agree with Emmanuel. There's going to be a shakeup with the Cavs, whether it's Donovan Mitchell getting traded or Jarrett Allen getting traded. I think one of those 2 would be the odd man out, and they would shake up the starting lineup to bolster the team chemistry. Because if the Cleveland Cavaliers lose a 2nd consecutive playoff series at home, I don't see them continuing with this starting 5, Joey. You've mentioned the chemistry issues with Mobley and Allen this year. You've also mentioned the Donovan Mitchell issues as far as chemistry goes on this podcast in the past, Joey. So I'm with Emmanuel that he thinks Mitchell will get traded, but I'm saying Mitchell or Allen would get traded if the Cavs were to lose this series, because this is the 2nd year in a row the Cavs have had home court in the first round of the playoffs. And frankly, if they lose with home court for a 2nd year in a row, I do see a shakeup coming, Joey. But that being said, the Cavs, they just have more experience. I don't see them losing a 2nd consecutive playoff series. Every single one of the Cavs starters has played 30.6 minutes per game when healthy. And Max Struss has played 70 games this year. Cavs were just resting him for the playoffs because he was dealing with an injury. Now he's fully healthy and is expected to be in the Cavs lineup today. So I do like the Cavs to win this series, Joey. I'm going to go ahead and type that on the site, but Go ahead and give our audience your opinion on this. You do follow 92.3. They do talk about the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, I mean, I'm locked in on the Cleveland Cavaliers to win this because looking at the lineups for both teams, I think the Cavs have the advantage with Struss back.
The problem has mainly been injuries in the last 25 games. You've had Garland has had his mouth flares. He hasn't gotten back to form yet. I think he lost like 25 pounds during that time. So he's still working on that. You had Donovan Mitchell with a leg injury. You had those are the two big ones. But kind of pull up the I'm not using the computer, sorry guys. Then you ended up with Tristan Thompson, who was suspended for HGH, and he hasn't quite been what he was before when he came back, which is, you know, what's the word? Which is expected, you know. But the big debate was, is Darius Garland going to be on the floor crunch time? Because he's not been good at that. Evan Mobley and Jared Allen haven't been playing together well, ever. The big debate was Isaac Coro or the start. Because if you go with Coro, you're looking at a great defender, which has been the best defender on the Magic best scorer. But at the same time, you're looking at Max Strus, who has had his best game. I think he's averaging 20-some points a game, like Orlando. Orlando is just one of those teams where, as a player, he's just amazing again. He also had to look at championship pedigree. Strus was the starting small forward on Miami last year when Miami came out to where nothing like it. So what I'm looking for on this, I'm looking at depth. Because as small forwards, they aren't deep as fast. But George Yang, Okoro, Strus, and LeVert, you got a lot of talent right here. And I'm trying to look for a player they just signed here.
Yeah, LeVert's the best bench player, 14 points a game.
Marcus Morris, this is the guy I think is going to be an X factor for the Cavs. Just signed a few weeks ago. Been playing power forward. You know, NBA veteran. You know,
If I were the Magic, I'd start Cole Anthony, 2020 first-round pick, 11.6 points per game. That's your best point guard, but the Magic aren't starting Cole Anthony. They were actually expected to start Gary Harris. That's who they started near the end of the season, but they're playing Cole Anthony off the bench. I would start Anthony. I think he gives you the best chance to beat the Cavs, but they're rolling with Markelle Fultz. So we'll see what happens, but I like the Cavs. I just think the experience of the Cavs is a major advantage for them. And frankly, I don't see them losing a second home series in a row in the playoffs.
I'm looking at matchups right now. Right now, we're looking at just about Marcus Morris Sr. Like 16 games for the Cavs. He averaged 6 points on the year, but against Orlando, he's averaging 12.45% shooting. So another guy that's great against Orlando. Then I'm going to come down here to Marcus Morris. Then I'm going to come down and I'm going to look at, as I mentioned earlier, with the Lions. You talked about him, I talked about him, everybody talks about him. Actually, he's only averaging 12.8 against Orlando, but I would have expected he was averaging around 20 because he's had 3 20-point games against Orlando this year. So
And the Orlando Magic are second in the Eastern Conference in points allowed. This was a team that was 30th in points allowed before drafting Banchero. They improved to 21st last year in that category, and now they're second among Eastern Conference teams in points allowed. But I just think the Cavs are more experienced, and they've got a better starting five and more experienced, better depth players too. I think that'll ultimately be the difference in the series.
I'm looking right now at because we mentioned Darius Garland and his slow recovery injury, and here's the thing: they don't have another point guard on the roster.
Actually, yeah, they do have they have a few point guards, but they're not active members. Ricky Rubio hasn't played any games this year. I don't think he's on the active roster anymore, though. They have Ty Jerome. He played 2 games. Sharif Cooper did not play any games. And they have Amani Bates listed as a point guard on the lineups.com, Joey. So there are a few point guards, but they're not active contributors. That's...
No, they're not on the roster for the playoffs. I'm looking at the current playoff roster now. The only player on the playoff roster that could be considered a point guard is Craig Porter. And he's more of a combo guard. And he averages 7 points a game, 2 assists, 2.5 assists. But his field goal percentage against Orlando is almost 70%.
Yeah.
So Craig Porter might end up getting some minutes. And he's the only one that can be considered a backup point guard. Otherwise, I think what's going to happen is they're going to have Donovan Mitchell playing that point forward role, like he did a lot of the season.
I'm guessing they're probably going to use Karis LeVert as a swing guard. That would be my guess. If either Garland or Mitchell's in foul trouble, they'll bring LeVert in as a swing guard. It's not an ideal situation, Joey, but I feel like that's the most probable outcome for the Cavs, since he's the only bench player with over 10 points a game this year.
Yeah, and he's not great against Orlando, but as you said, we bench player over 10 points, yeah, 14 points a game. He really came on in the second half of the year, both defensively and as a shooter. Had a good start to the season. There's the middle, really came on the last 20-some games. After the All-Star break, basically, because All-Star break like 20-some games, like 25 games, like or something like that. Weird All-Star game at this point, but yeah, he's not great against Orlando, but I think one thing he does have is against Orlando, he's got an 88% free throw percentage, when his season percentage is 76. So if he goes in there, he can get fouled. I don't know why the hell he have a free throw percentage higher than one of the highest in the NBA against Orlando, because they can like staying in free arena, but on campus before. But he does. And if that continues to be the case, if he can get the lane get fouled, he can get the free points too. Then again, he's only up to 6 points against Orlando with a 20% field goal percentage, so obviously he's not doing it. So it's going to be interesting to see what LeVert does, because Orlando seems to be his kryptonite.
Yep. I'm going to move on to the next series, Joey. It is the Phoenix Suns versus the Minnesota Timberwolves. That game tips off at 3:30 today. And I thought Phoenix had some questions with their starting five, but apparently the Suns have a fully healthy lineup along with the Timberwolves. Phoenix Suns have Devin Booker at point guard, 27.1 points per game. Bradley Beal at shooting guard, 18.2 points per game. Grayson Allen at small forward, 13.5 points per game. Kevin Durant at power forward, 27.1 points per game. And Jusuf Nurkic from Portland last year at center, 10.9 points per game. This starting five is healthy at the right time of the year. But they face a Minnesota Timberwolves team that came one game away from getting the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. Mike Conley Jr., 11.4 points per game at point guard. Anthony Edwards, 25.9 points per game at shooting guard. Jaden McDaniels, 10.5 points per game at small forward. Karl Anthony Towns, 21.8 points per game at power forward. And Rudy Gobert, 12.9 points per game. Both teams, the lowest rated player on the Suns is Grayson Allen, 76 out of 99. Highest rated player is Kevin Durant, 95. Karl Anthony Towns is the highest rated player on the Timberwolves, 90 out of 99. McDaniels, 74 out of 99. So, I mean, these matchups between the Timberwolves and Suns are going to be very interesting. It's a tough series to pick. I think this is the toughest series to pick, Joey. I know the Suns have more stars, more veterans, more experienced players, but something tells me Minnesota's going to win this in 7 games. They haven't had a lot of breaks go their way since drafting Karl Anthony Towns number 1. I feel like they're due for at least one break at this point in Towns' career, Edwards' career. 2 number 1 picks, Rudy Gobert. They're due for at least one break. I don't think this is a team that gets the Western Conference Finals, knowing they got to play the Lakers-Nuggets winner in the next round. But I also believe Minnesota, they're a team that has some breaks. And I'll look at the benches for both teams because Nasir Little, 10.2 points per game as the backup small forward to Grayson Allen. Wait, no, the Phoenix Suns do not have any bench players. They have Eric Gordon, 11 points per game off the bench as the backup point guard to Devin Booker. That is their best bench player. And then Minnesota, you're looking at Minnesota's got Naz Reid, a backup power forward to Towns, 13.5 points per game off the bench if Towns gets into foul trouble. You do have TJ Warren, Monty Morris, guys with an 80 rating that are on the bench. But I think Warren got injured early in the season. I'm not exactly sure. But I like the Timberwolves in 7. But I think this is going to be a very tight series right down to the very end. And something tells me the Timberwolves are going to get over their hump. I know the Suns have a veteran team. I'm aware of that. They have star players that have been to the NBA Finals, most notably in Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. So I'm aware that they've been to the finals, but at the same time, I like Minnesota. They've got to break out of this funk they're in eventually. They got to get out of the first round eventually, and they've got home court. They've got a young upstart, 2 young upstart number 1 picks, Karl Anthony Towns from 2015 and Anthony Edwards from 2020. And for once, they have a healthy starting 5. So I actually like the Timberwolves in 7 here.
Here's the bottom line. If the Timberwolves are going to beat the Suns, they're going to have to do their best 1986 roster. That's Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns average a combined on the season nearly 24 rebounds a game. Okay? They're shooting a combined. Gobert alone shot 66% of the field this year.
Yeah, and this is going to come down to the stars. The two stars at power forward, Kevin Durant, Karl Anthony Towns. I think defensively, the Timberwolves are more sound in that respect. I mean, even Mike Conley was a decent defender coming out of Ohio State. I think he can keep Devin Booker to under 30 a game. The question is, can he keep him to under 20 a game? Because that's going to be huge in deciding who wins this series. Anthony Edwards has improved as a defender as well, which was his weakness coming out of Georgia. So I think,
Well,
it's going to be an interesting series.
For me, the X factor is Rudy Gobert. Because you look, he averages 14 points, 13 rebounds, and nearly 70% shooting on the year. But against the Suns, those numbers go down to 10 and 58. 10.58% against the Suns. So if Gobert continues to, be less than, his rebounding average goes down by half. It's only 7 rebounds a game. So if he does that, Minnesota has this chance. He has beat the Rudy Gobert that was taken 27 overall in the first round in 2015. He has beat that Gobert that comes in and makes the difference. The Gobert, he said all year when he comes in and calms things down low, he has to be that guy where there is no chance against the Suns. He's got to be the guy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Next series is Philadelphia versus the Knicks, right? And this is a tough series to pick because I'm looking at the Philadelphia 76ers have won 9 in a row. Tyrese Maxey, Buddy Hield, Kelly Oubre Jr., Tobias Harris, and Joel Embiid. Embiid was injured for most of the season, but he's back at full health. He's dominating. The New York Knicks have not had a good center in their starting five. I'm tempted to take the 76ers because right now the New York Knicks, only one player in their starting five averaged 10 points a game as of Sunday. I'm double checking to see if that is okay. So Jalen Brunson didn't play in the season finale. They were saving him for the playoffs. And OJ Anunoby and Dante DiVincenzo. So the Knicks have 3 quality scorers. And I'm looking at the 76ers lineup. They're fully healthy for the first time all year, and they're red hot. They have momentum, something Joey puts a massive emphasis on. They've won 9 in a row. I don't trust the Knicks. I think the Knicks are one of the weaker 2 seeds in recent NBA history. Because last year the Knicks had 4 quality starters in their starting 5, averaging 10 points a game. This year they only have 3. So even though they're seeded higher, offensively they're a weaker team on paper. So this is going to be my first upset, Joey, but I do have the Philadelphia 76ers knocking out the New York Knicks after winning a play-in game against the Miami Heat. So I could be wrong on this, but I like the 76ers to win this series over the Knicks. I'm not saying the Knicks can't win the series, but historically speaking, the Knicks' weakness in their starting 5 has been center ever since Patrick Ewing retired. And the Philadelphia 76ers have a top 5 center in Joel Embiid. So I think that, along with the fact that the 76ers rest their starters, Tobias Harris, Oubre Jr., Buddy Hield, Tyrese Maxey are all healthy. I think that works in Philadelphia's favor, Joey. That's why I like the 76ers to pull the upset. You also have DeAnthony Melton, 11.1 points a game off the bench for Philadelphia.
I'm not a fan, so to speak, of the whole New York Knicks and what everybody said they was playing because they aren't that good. They have
They did take the 2 seed from the Milwaukee Bucks on the final day of the season, but I really look at them on paper. I don't see a team that checks off all the boxes. In fact, I see a team that's vulnerable to an upset against the right opponent.
Yeah, I just don't get the hype. So yeah, I don't think they win the series.
Yeah, I like the 76ers as a 7 seed. They have the better starting 5 at the moment, and they have momentum. Thing Joey is huge on. So, and then that leads us to the next game. It is the Lakers and Nuggets. Lakers got swept by Denver last year. They got swept by Denver in the regular season. So why should anybody in their right mind pick the Lakers? Well, I mean, Austin Reeves has been a great addition for the Lakers. Rui Hachimura, D'Angelo Russell, LeBron, Anthony Davis. This starting 5 is healthy. And honestly, I think the Lakers have a chance in this series because, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, he's not averaging 10 points a game like he did a year ago. He could go off in the playoffs, though. Okay, he got his average from 9.9 up to 10.1. That's good. I'm a little bit less concerned about the Nuggets. They do have Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic, the Joker, my brother's favorite player in the league. I mean, 12.4 rebounds per game. He's still young. He's still in his prime. And I think this is the toughest series to pick because this series is a rematch of last year's Western Conference Finals. It's weird. We have the Western Conference Finals rematch and the Eastern Conference Finals rematch in the first round this year. And, Spencer Dinwiddie, 10.5 points a game off the bench for D'Angelo Russell. You also have Jared Vanderbilt, nice player to have off the bench. Cam Reddish isn't bad, but Taurean Prince, 8.9 points a game. So the bench for the Lakers is really well balanced. I do think the Lakers have a chance in this series because the Lakers feel like they have a chip on their shoulder. That's the most dangerous form, and you got Reggie Jackson coming off the bench, 10.2 points a game. DeAndre Jordan's 3.9 points per game are not good. Justin Holiday's 1.2 games. Denver's bench is weaker than the Lakers. So if you can get the Nuggets into foul trouble, you have a chance to steal this series because I'm looking at the Nuggets. They only have one good bench player in Reggie Jackson. Their other 3 bench players that are decent, that don't suck, are averaging 4.1, 3.9, and 3.2 points per game. So if you can get any of the Nuggets starters in foul trouble, I think you have a chance to steal this series because those Nuggets starters are playing 31.5 minutes per game. If you can cut that number down a bit, you have a chance to steal the series if you're the Lakers. That being said, the Nuggets have swept. Common sense says to take the Nuggets, but I'm going to take the Lakers. It's just a gut feeling here, and if I'm wrong, I will not hear the end of it from Joey on this podcast, ladies and gentlemen. So common sense says to take the Nuggets. But I like the Lakers bench. I think the Lakers surprise people. I'm going with a second upset here. So I could be completely wrong on this. And I'm prepared to be wrong if that's the case.
Something that I was debating with a worker of mine who, surprisingly, I got backed up from a young coworker because he was arguing that LeBron James is the greatest player of all time because he has both young stats and players in the 80s and 90s that were great with playing plumbers and farmers. And when you got to respond to damn, I wasn't ever a plumber or farmer because I would have been rich by now if that was the case. And my coworker in my defense is like, and told him, yeah, bro, you're smoking something. So I was kind of happy about that, but that guy whose name I can never pronounce.
I'm guessing Roy Hachimura. He was from Gonzaga, I believe.
Yeah.
Lakers got him at the trade deadline last year, and I believe Austin Reeves was on the Heat as well as Struss last year, but I could be wrong on that. But Austin Reeves, Roy Hachimura, Russell, LeBron, Davis, I love this starting five for the Lakers, and I think their bench players like Wood, Dinwiddie, Vanderbilt, Cam Reddish, Prince. You have 5 good bench players that can step in if things get out of control. Gabe Jackson's played 70 games off the bench as well. Jackson Hayes played 70 games off the bench as well. So you have 6 quality bench players. I think the Lakers do have the bench advantage, but at the same time, the Nuggets have to get into foul trouble because the Nuggets have a really weak bench, and that's what this series comes down to. The Lakers, they can play more aggressive. They have that luxury of playing more aggressive, whereas the Nuggets... Actually, he's the number 3 power forward. LeBron's the number 1 power forward. The number 2 power forward's Christian Wood, 50 games, 6.9 points per game, and Vanderbilt, 5.2 points per game. Yeah, Christian Wood's the backup power forward on the Lakers. No. No. Roy Hachimura is the starting small forward. LeBron's the starting power forward. Davis is the center. Austin Reeves is the shooting guard. And Russell's the point guard. Yeah. I'm taking the Lakers in 7, but what I'm doing is risky as hell, and it can very easily backfire. The Nuggets have swept the Lakers in last year's Western Conference Finals and this year. So common sense says I'm being an idiot, but I'm taking the Lakers out of shock value because I love their bench. I think the Denver Nuggets bench, on the other hand, they have 1 good backup point guard, and the rest, they have 3 bench players averaging 4.1 points a game or lower. So if Joker gets in foul trouble, if Devin Booker. Devin Booker's on the Suns. Who am I thinking of on Denver? Jamal Murray. If Jamal Murray or Joker gets in foul trouble, that works in the Lakers' favor massively because the backups to those guys aren't as good. Well, Jamal Murray's the point guard. He was the shooting guard coming out of Kentucky. But yeah, that's the thing. If the Nuggets get into foul trouble, the Lakers have a chance to steal this. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they'll win. They're massive underdogs. Massive. And rightfully so.
I'm trying to analyze the Lakers as we go here. And interesting thing, Lakers not really playing small ball as much as just able to play with their lineup. I forgot Hachimura was a smaller he was. I thought he was like 6'5", 6'6", and he's 6'8".
Yeah.
6'30", so he's taller than I thought he was. So that's my bad. But yeah, to see him LeBron, now it makes more sense. They can put Hachimura power forward or LeBron power forward, depending on which way they want to play, because they're both really good guys. So now it makes a lot more sense. I'm analyzing the rosters as WP.
Yeah.
You gotta bear with me a little bit.
No worries, Joey. It's just interesting because everybody in the Lakers starting 5 is a 75 or higher out of 99. And then you look at the bench players for the Lakers: Christian Wood, 83. Spencer Dinwiddie, 10.5 points per game, 81 rating. Vanderbilt, 79. Reddish, 75. Prince, 75. Jackson Hayes, 75. Gabe Vincent, the backup point guard, 74. I just feel like the Lakers have a really good bench across the board, just a really steady team.
Well, something that I am finding here with this
Here's the thing with the Lakers. The Lakers are the ultimate wild card because this is a team that could get swept by Denver again for the third time in a row. If you count last year's Western Conference Finals and this year's regular season, they could get swept by. They could also go, if they get by Denver, they could also go on a run and potentially win the whole thing. So that makes the Lakers the ultimate wild card. So, but it's a very competitive Western Conference this year.
Somebody on this team that actually plays better versus Denver.
The Lakers center is Anthony Davis, and he was a power forward coming out of Kentucky, but he's the Lakers center.
Yeah.
And their backup center is Jackson Hayes. Denver swept the Lakers in last year's conference finals, and Denver swept the Lakers in the regular season this year. I feel like you're going to pick Denver. This is probably the first game we disagree on after agreeing on the first three games. Minnesota, Cleveland, and the 76ers. This is probably the first series we disagree on, but rightfully so and for valid reasons.
Yeah, because I agree with you that the Lakers are weaker, but looking closer into what they do against Denver, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't know what's going on with Denver and the Lakers, but the Lakers do not play as well against Denver. And if Anthony Davis doesn't play as well against Denver, I mean, even LeBron doesn't play as well against Denver. He's down in points, assists. He's down in assists and a half. Let's face it. I have given LeBron credit for working on his shooting. He averaged 25% from free. But against Denver, he's back down to 30%. Like he was this for 16 team. I don't know what it is with Denver, but it seems like everything everybody does is not up to par with what they did against everybody else. I'm gonna look at one more player here. Maybe, if I can find him.
Yeah, the next series after Joey finds the final player he's looking for. So this is the last game on Saturday, but yeah, this game's going to be on ABC tonight, Lakers Nuggets at 8 p.m. Eastern, but there's going to be a triple header of games on ESPN today, starting with the Cavs, starting with Magic Cavs, and then the second game today is the Suns and Timberwolves at 3:30, and then the third game is the 76ers Knicks at 5. But yeah, the Western Conference games look like must-see TV this year. We are going to get to the Celtics and Heat after Joey finds data. And if you want to talk about the Celtics, you just want me to because I know the Celtics are your team. If you just want me to pivot into that, I will. Because
I'm going to look at one more player, and it's not the player I was looking for, but the player that I think, here is the guy that does better everybody else. It took me a while to find it, but I found it. Well, the shooting percentage is down 5 points. Because points per game are up slightly. The assists per game are up by 4. Okay? So, take that into out. That gets lost in like 5 different places, sitting down. Let me feel it. So, Austin Reed is the one guy overall who plays better versus Denver in a lot of ways. Free throw percentage is down, which once again, how?
Austin Reeves is also the only player on the Lakers to play all 82 games, Joey. So there was one player on the Lakers that managed to play in all 82 games, and that was Austin Reeves. It wasn't LeBron, it wasn't Anthony Davis, it wasn't Russell, it wasn't Rui Hachimura. All those guys played 68 or more games, but the one guy that started all 82 games this year was Austin Reeves. So he's their most durable player.
Yeah, and overall, he plays some of his best ball. Again, yeah. So if there are any demand that LeBron and the Lakers really push this, it may be Austin Reeves that you're looking at that comes up and puts this team on their back because nobody else seems to be playing well against Denver except for him.
Yep.
So he might be the X factor that the Lakers will do.
Great point, Joey. I'm going to get to the next series. It's the Heat and the Celtics. The Heat, they did win against the 76ers. They lost the 76ers, but they beat the Chicago Bulls to get the last play-in spot. Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, Jamie Jaquez, but the lineup, the starting 5, shooting guard, small forward, 2 power forwards, a center. It's a weird starting 5. I know the Heat have played the Celtics in 4 of the last 5 years. And the Heat could win 2 or 3 games against the Celtics, but I just think Boston. You look at Boston's starting 5, it's better. Drew Holiday, 12.5 points per game. Derek White, 15.2. Jaylen Brown, 23. Jason Tatum, 92. And Porzingis, 20 points a game. The Celtics have 3 starters averaging 20 points a game. In fact, their lowest rated player, Derek White's a 77 for rating. And then the rest of their team's an 86 or higher. Jaylen Brown, 86 rating. I think that's way too low for Jaylen Brown, to be completely honest. Lineups, you should bump that up to an 89 or a 90. I think an 86 is way too low for Jaylen Brown. Porzingis at an 84. I don't agree with it, but it's respectable to the point where I won't bitch about it. And Drew Holiday, 87 rating, I think is a little too high. I would either bump Holiday's rating down below Porzingis's, or I would bump Jaylen Brown up to an 89 or 90, maybe even move Porzingis up to an 85, 88. But regardless, the Celtics, they are the class of the Eastern Conference this year. Yeah, Peyton Pritchard, 9.6 points a game off the bench. Al Horford, 8.6 a game off the bench. Sam Hauser, 9 points a game off the bench. Xavier Tillman, 5.3 points per game off the bench. And Brissett, 3.7 points per game. The Celtics do not have shooting guard depth behind Derek White if he gets in foul trouble. I'm guessing they've used Pritchard as a combo guard this year, as a situational, as a substitute guard, swing guard off the bench, because Pritchard's played in all 82 games. Most durable player in the Celtics lineup this year is Pritchard, actually. So it's not the Heat can't win this series. I just think the Celtics are just such a complete team this year. And outside of Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, I really don't see any stars. And Hero pretty much carried the Heat to a win over the Bulls last night on ESPN. Jamie Jaquez and Caleb Martin are decent. Looking at the bench, Jimmy Butler is listed as a bench player. Jimmy Butler is not in the Heat starting lineup, and that's a big storyline. I think Butler is injured. He's dealing with a knee injury. That's the thing. He has an MCL sprain. Jimmy Butler, he has an MCL sprain. That's why he didn't play last night. But they're saying he's expected to miss several weeks. So,
this is one of the advantages of not having an attached MCL. I never get an MCL sprain. It's already in two pieces. I'm not sure where it is floating around in that seat. All you had to do was tear his MCL, do like me, build up the muscles around it, and just keep going. And then he would not have an MCL sprain.
yeah, it's unfortunate because I think without Jimmy Butler, apparently Tim Reynolds, a producer of TNT, tweeted this. Shaq picked the Heat to beat Boston. Then he learned Jimmy Butler was hurt after he picked the Heat to pick Boston. He did not continue with his pick at that point, but it was bold for about 4 seconds. Butler got injured in the play-in loss against the 76ers, and the same thing happened with the Pelicans. They lost Zion Williamson in their play-in game as well. So the play-in game is already claiming star players to injuries this year. I've never really liked the play-in game rule. And look, the top 8 teams made the playoffs. There was not a 9-seed or 10-seed this year from the play-in round to make the playoffs. So the 8 best teams got in. So I don't really have any complaints. Yeah. I coded the brackets for the NBA on Draft Utopia, but I did not code the play-in games because I just feel like that's pointless. I can just update this after the play-in games because the play-in games are a qualifier. They're not actually part of the playoffs. They're a qualifier for the lower-seeded teams to get into the playoffs. But yeah, without Jimmy Butler, I can't see the Heat beating the Celtics. I like Boston in this series. It's too bad because...
Well, this, in my opinion, is the best Boston team since they won the championship all year.
In 2008?
Led by their Al Horford and
Horford's a bench player, but they got Porzingis. I know you're used to Al Horford being in the starting lineup. You're used to that. As a Celtics fan, you're used to him being in the lineup, but he's a bench player this year. They added Porzingis to complement Tatum and Brown.
But the thing is, if you've got 3 or 4 guys that can just rotate in and you don't lose a ton of quality, then you have those guys. You got 4 from Porzingis. You've got all those big guys up front, then you can take one out, and you don't lose a lot of quality to it because Horford comes from here.
Horford's basically a swing big. Because if Tatum or Porzingis gets into foul trouble, you can just put Horford in your lineup. That's your go-to. So it gives the Celtics that luxury of playing more aggressive.
And let's be honest, Horford has been slowing down for a few years. He's 37 years old. I love Horford. I remember when he was so explosive and everything, and now he can barely run up against the court. But when he gets there, he makes such a difference. So, and that's what you need. You need those guys that can make a difference.
Yeah, and you have 3 good bench players. Al Horford's your swing big. Basically, your big you can bring in off the bench. Pritchard's your swing guard, and Sam Hauser, 9 points a game, is your backup small forward. So you have a swing big, a swing wing, and a swing guard off the bench. that are quality players that would be starters on other teams. So that's one of the things that makes the Celtics such a complete team this year. Yeah, you do have Xavier Tillman, but you don't need to use him unless Horford's filling in for Tatum and Porzingis is in foul trouble. So you don't have to play him as frequently. That's a luxury, a really good luxury to have. And Tillman's been effective when he's been in the lineup. Hasn't really been dominant, but 18 minutes a game, 5.3 points in those 18 minutes, 3.9 rebounds, 1.4 assists.
Here's something, though, that I want everybody to keep an eye on. Drew Holiday. He averaged 48% from the field against everybody else. He made 65% against Miami. 64 from 3. 6 assists. 16 points. All of which are of the field goal percentage through the roof. He's a game time decision. He's 33 years old. He's a veteran. And for some reason, against Miami, he just blows his freaking top. Okay? So you really have to look at that. Even his minutes against Miami are up by 3, his minutes against Miami are up by 2. My bad. Basic math is not my strength today for some reason. But everything is up. He even averages a full block against Miami, where he averages about a half block against everybody else. But one thing that really gets me, though, is durability. He only played 69 games. And his body, through the grueling playoffs, something they said about Bill Walton back in the day, and he and his body deal with the grueling playoff run that the Celtics team is looking to get in on. And my thought is he should, but I don't know if he can stay healthy, especially in this series where everything is going his way. Holiday may end up being the one that carries this team through it.
Yep. The next series is the Mavericks and Clippers, and I'm taking the Mavericks. This might be the second series Joey and I disagree on. Looking at the Paul George, I believe, is injured for the Clippers. Yeah, Paul George, I don't know if he's injured, but he's listed as a bench player. So, but I'm looking to see if he's healthy or if he's injured. This says he did not play on April 14th. He didn't play on April. He did play 8 minutes on April 12th, but he's been dealing with an injury. He's currently listed on the Clippers bench. So, yeah, I like the Mavericks. If Paul George was playing, if some of these bench players they had, like Norman Powell, 13.9 points a game, Westbrook 11.1. I mean, right now, both the Clippers and Mavericks have neither team has a good starting five. So this really is going to come down to stars. And Kawhi Leonard, he's playing, but he's less than 100% according to reports. Whereas Luka Doncic has just carried the Mavericks to series win after series win. And I think there's other factors working in the Mavericks' advantage, Joey. One, Kyrie Irving is facing Tyronn Lue. I think Kyrie Irving wants to have a big series. He's healthy. He's been playing 35 minutes a game. He's actually made the transition from point guard to shooting guard. So it's been Luka at point guard and Kyrie Irving at shooting guard this year. The other big thing I'm looking at is I think Derek Lively has a chip on his shoulder. I mean, I think he's going to have a big playoffs. I know he averaged only 8.8 points per game. I know Derek Lively has a 67 rating, according to lineups.com. But with Derek Lively II's mother recently passing away, condolences to Derek and his family. I think Derek Lively's going to come out in this series and play out of his mind, and Tyronn Lue's just not going to have an answer for Lively. And I think that's going to be the difference in the series. I like the Mavericks. I don't just like them to win. I'm actually going to pick them to sweep the Clippers out of the playoffs. The Clippers were healthier, they could win the series, but I just think the Mavericks have the better team. You have Tim Hardaway Jr. off the bench. You have Daniel Gafford, 11 points a game off the bench, actually averaging more points than Lively, but Lively, the rookie, starting. So, I mean, I like the Mavericks in this one. I think they win this series. But again, what do you think of this series? Because I think this is probably the least exciting series of the 6 we've covered so far. It's Mavericks at Clippers. The Clippers are the 4 seed, Mavericks are the 5 seed. Yeah, I'm using lineups.com. They give you the numbers, they give you ratings, they give you points per game, rebounds per game, and I have not had any loading issues, unlike with ESPN. But ESPN gives you injuries, like ESPN gives you injury updates, like more better injury updates than lineups. But lineups gives you better analytics. So it really comes down to whether you want the injury updates or the analytics. So I really don't think you can go wrong with either ESPN or lineups for NBA content. I just think it comes down to, do you want to have the injury reports for like the depth chart? Do you want to have the analytics? If you want the injuries, you go with ESPN. If you want the analytics, you go with lineups.
Yeah, I would rather go with the injuries because for me, best ability is
Availability.
But okay, I think the Clippers, their biggest advantage is that Tyronn Lue. For me, he is probably the. I know a lot of people say he's overrated. I don't think so. But I think he is really good at, getting everybody to play together, getting everything moving. He's got a good offense. I don't think he's got a great offense, but he's got a good offense. And he's got a heck of a lot of security. Probably less, obviously. Ali has, I mean,
I think coaching is going to be a big key in this series. Jason Kidd with the Mavericks and Tyronn Lue with the Clippers. Both people say Kidd's both. I hear a lot of NBA fans say Kidd's overrated. I hear the same thing with Tyronn Lue. So, I mean, this is real. Coaching could be the X factor here because neither team is a dominant starting five.
And here is the big kicker, though. For the Clippers, the big X factor, maybe one that we don't really pay attention to. 2022 second round pick, Musa Diabate. He plays his best ball against Dallas. Only after 10 minutes, they said he was up to score. And he has over 6 rebounds, 6 points. And he doesn't really get fouled. 1.5 fouls, but he's only 10.5 this game. So that shows that, yeah, he's not talking when he doesn't play a lot, but he's more aggressive. And that was one of, I believe, if I remember correctly, one of our criticisms about him when he came out was that he gets his foul trouble. And and by those numbers, if he plays 30 minutes, he'd be probably fouling out of every 1 out of 3 games, which is nearly he doesn't play much. In this series, they may need that improvement. They may need that.
Are you talking about Ivica Zubac?
No, Musa Diabate, LA Clippers.
Musa Diabate. Yeah, he could potentially because the Clippers have a ton of bench players. Diabate's only played 11 games off the bench. So I'm not sure.
He only added 10 minutes, and he played his best ball in Dallas.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm guessing he will be the 11th or 12th guy in the lineup, depending on how many players are allowed to dress for the Clippers.
Yeah, and he's 6'9". He's a forward center. All of his stats are up. He's aggressive. He's especially aggressive against Dallas. From every indication. So, in that case, why not put him in there and let him do his thing? I mean, especially as you put it, nobody in that, nobody on either team are great when it comes to their starting lineup. So,
I'm just curious, who are you picking to win this series? We are going to get to the final 2 games, and then we'll do. Go ahead.
I think it's a tough series to call.
It is.
I would go with the Clippers simply because I think between the coaching and they do have players that can step up, that can do the job, just maybe a very good matchup for them. And I think between matchup and a couple of the players they call upon, I do think that, and Tyronn Lue, I think, is a championship caliber coach. But, so, we're going to have to see where that goes. But I think it's the Clippers on this one. Who's your pick?
I took the Mavericks to sweep the Clippers, which was kind of bold.
Oh. Yeah. Definitely blows my prediction out of the water. I think that was being a little bold taking the Clippers.
No, the Clippers are the higher seeded team, but I think the Mavericks are the favorite to win the series.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of the favorite.
Yeah. Next series, you might pick an upset here because it's the Indiana Pacers and the Milwaukee Bucks without Giannis. Yeah, Giannis is out for this series. Giannis Antetokounmpo is injured. He's out for this series, but the Indiana Pacers are an interesting team. Their only weakness in the starting five is at shooting guard, but they have Tyrese Halliburton, one of the star point guards, emerging stars from the 2020 NBA draft. Aaron Nesmith, 12.2 points per game at small forward. Pascal Siakam, who they acquired in a trade with Toronto, 21.7 points at power forward. And Miles Turner, 17.1. That's the lineup. And then you have Obi Toppin off the bench. You have Benedict Mathurin. I don't understand why Benedict Mathurin isn't starting. Benedict Mathurin was great off the bench as a rookie with 13.2 points per game. He's improved that to 14.5. I'm trying to figure out why he's not your starting shooting guard. He's your best shooting guard. He should be the starting shooting guard. If he was starting at shooting guard over Andrew Nembhard, I'd be inclined to pick the Pacers to win the series, but you have Mathurin on the bench. You have TJ McConnell on the bench. You have Obi Toppin on the bench. And Jalen Smith, 9.9 points per game on the bench if Miles Turner gets into foul trouble. The Pacers have a really good bench. Anthony, one of the co-hosts on Emmanuel Watson's podcast, picked the Indiana Pacers to go all the way to the NBA Finals in a rematch of the play-in championship between the Pacers and Lakers. So basically everybody, Emmanuel, Anthony, and myself, all picked the Lakers to go on a run. But I'm going to, before we get into the rest of the matchups here, the Bucks, according to lineups, the Bucks do not have Chris Middleton in the starting lineup either, but they still have Giannis in the starting lineup, and Giannis has already been ruled out for the first round. I think Middleton will play this series, but if Middleton and Bobby Portis Jr. are not starting with Giannis out of the lineup, this is a series the Pacers can steal. I am taking the Bucks, but I think it goes 7 games. And then the Bucks, I think they get Giannis back for round 2 if they can knock out the Pacers. But, it's going to be interesting. I think Doc Rivers, he's due for another conference finals appearance. I know people have given Doc Rivers a ton of shit. He's on the Bucks now. He's no longer on the 76ers. He's on the Bucks. I think the Bucks I picked the Celtics and Bucks to go to the Eastern Conference Finals at the preseason. I'll reveal whether that has changed or not in just a little bit, but you have Jay Crowder, you have Middleton, you have Bobby Portis, but losing Giannis for this entire series is a massive blow. But I still think the Bucks have more experience, and it's gonna come down to the coaching because I believe Rick Carlisle is back on the Pacers. He used to be the Mavericks head coach, and then he went back to the Pacers. So, yeah, Carlisle.
You have to realize Rick Carlisle is a former teammate of Larry Bird, assistant coach while Larry Bird was there, went off to Indiana and was replaced by Bird, then ended up being assistant on his staff, and was the head coach under Bird twice. Now, and I think twice, maybe 3 times
Yeah, both these coaches have won an NBA Finals. Carlisle was the head coach of the Mavericks in 2011 when they won it all with Dirk Nowitzki. And Doc Rivers was the Celtics head coach when they won it all in 2008. So this could come down to coaching because neither team has a complete starting 5.
I think Carlisle is going to end up, at least at this point in his career, being involved with Pacers in some capacity. So it doesn't surprise me Carlisle back to Pacers. Carlisle was also outside of that one
The Indiana Pacers made a trade for Pascal Siakam. And the Pacers did.
Yeah, I saw him. Who's they traded?
You're looking at Jarris Walker, the first round pick of the Pacers in the 2023 NBA draft. You're looking at where is Jarris Walker? I don't see Jarris Walker only played 33 games for the Pacers, averaged 3.6 points per game in those 33 games. I'm guessing he got demoted to the G League. I don't know if that's the case. He either got injured or demoted to the G League because I don't see him. I had to scroll to the very bottom of the Indiana Pacers bench to find Jarris Walker, the player you were thinking of. But the Pacers made a huge trade for Pascal Siakam. Siakam was the star player on the Toronto Raptors the last 2 years. So they made that big trade for Siakam at the deadline, and he's now the starting power forward. And Obi Toppin's the backup.
Yeah, he's averaging 18.5 points a game against Milwaukee this year. I don't know how much. If he's only had 2 games against Milwaukee, I'm not sure which ones were with Toronto or how we can really fit that in because of the obviously him not being with the team. The different dynamic it goes team to team, as you know. I'm not sure how that fits in. One guy, I think is gonna have to kind of go what he was worth as a guy. We would like 2023 first round pick, Ben Shepard. He's going Damian Lillard again, where he's going, but he's only averaging 4 points a game. He's gonna have to step up. His field goal percentage royally sucks. It's under 40% shooting. He's gonna have to step it up. They're gonna need him in this series. You don't get drafted in the first round and say, oh, there you go, tag him today. No, first round pick, they gotta step up in the situation.
Yeah, but I think they have Benedict Mathurin. Benedict Mathurin should be starting at shooting guard, 14.5 points per game. He's had 2 really good years off the bench, 13.2 and 14.5. May have been 12.3. I don't remember, but he had over 10 points a game. I think he had around 12 to 13 points a game as a rookie, and now he has 14.5. Mathurin should be starting at shooting guard. That's just my opinion. He's proven it. He's a great three-point shooter at Arizona, great overall shooter. I don't trust Nembhard at shooting guard. Why haven't the Pacers pulled the trigger and made Mathurin their starting shooting guard? You drafted him in the top 10 of the 2022 draft, and he's good. He's your best starter. I think if he was starting, I'd pick the Pacers to win this series. That's the difference.
Mathurin is averaging 18 points. He's lower than field goal shooting against the Bucks. That's going to be important too. Because, like I said, young guys, and he's another first round pick. He doesn't one more first round pick. He's one first round pick. He goes, hey, got old. That explains a lot. He's out for season. That's why he's a third. Actually, to their question, Chris. Benedict the third, out for season.
Oh, he suffered a season-ending injury. That explains a lot. So without Mathurin, I just don't know if the Pacers can beat the Bucks. They definitely have a bright future. I definitely could see the Pacers as a top 4, top 5 team as far as seeding goes next year, assuming they keep their core together.
I didn't know he was out either. I didn't know. So, yeah, that kind of cancels out the injury to Giannis in a lot of ways for this series.
Actually, Miles Turner's a UFA after this year. Starting center Miles Turner, he's a UFA. I think the Pacers, they wanted to get to the playoffs before Miles Turner became a free agent and hit the open market. So, yeah, I mean, with Giannis out for this series, it's going to be up to Miles Turner. I think the center matchup is going to be big because I believe Brook Lopez is also in a contract year. He may have gotten like a multi-year extension. I'm checking right now to see. Brook Lopez also in a contract year. He got a 1-year, $23 million deal. So that center matchup between Miles Turner and Brook Lopez is going to be big as well, Joey, because both those centers are in contract years. They're both UFAs after this season. That might be the deciding factor in this one without Giannis in the lineup. That center matchup between Turner and Brook Lopez.
Now, the real question is, do you trust Damian Lillard? In my opinion, Damian Lillard is the best one shooter of this generation.
You could also argue that the point guard matchup is going to be key too. Halliburton for the Pacers versus Lillard for the Bucks. Giannis is out. I would think those matchups at center and power point guard are probably the difference in the series.
Yeah, it's like the entire thought process of the series just turned on its head with every team being out.
I'm going to take the Bucks in 7, but this is a very difficult series to pick because we don't really know what's going to happen with we really don't know what's going to happen with Giannis. He's going to be out for this series, but I am going to take the Bucks. I just think both these coaches are great. Rick Carlisle, Doc Rivers, but I think the Bucks, they have more bodies even without Giannis. And it's an opportunity for some of their bench players like Bobby Portis Jr., who's shown he can be an effective starter when Giannis or Middleton's injured, to emerge. Middleton did play on the bench in the season finale for the Bucks, but I think the Bucks were resting him for the playoffs. I think he'll be healthy enough to play this series, and if he is, I expect Middleton to win the one-on-ones against Aaron Nesmith, the Pacers 2023 first-round pick. So, I like the Milwaukee Bucks in 7 games. If Mathurin was healthy, I'd probably pick the Pacers, but I'm going to go with the Bucks in 7 games. I think this is going to be an extremely competitive series between head coaches Rick Carlisle and Doc Rivers.
I mean, even Firefox doesn't do anything like that. I think right now, the big guy's got to step up for the end. Got to be Miles Turner. He's had his best games of the year, 5 games against Milwaukee this year. Total percentage is up. Points per game up. 3-point percentage is up. Rebounds are up. Everything's up for Miles Turner. He did it fine.
Yeah, it was the Pacers' 2015 first-round pick out of Texas. Him and Jared Allen were teammates at Texas, and Turner was graded higher between those two. So, yeah.
If Turner can take it up another notch, then the Pacers could win the team in 6, or win the series in 6. If he comes in. If he doesn't, it's going to be a 7-game.
The thing that makes the series so difficult to pick is both teams have centers in contract years. So both centers could end up playing out of their mind this series just to get a payday. Miles Turner and Brook Lopez, who's 36.
I've heard that Vegas doesn't like the Cavs series, Orlando series, because they think it's going to be a defensive, not your beat-out series. And if they don't like that series, they're going to hate this one. This is good. Might not be the defensive series that will be, but this one has more question marks.
I'm taking the Bucks in 7, but this is one of the tougher series to pick. I think Lakers Nuggets would be the toughest series for me to pick, and then after that, I think you can make the argument for Suns Timberwolves. I rank that as the second toughest series to pick. This would be number 3 for me. This is the third toughest series to pick. Bucks Pacers. This is probably the toughest series for Joey to pick because he's still pondering, thinking over.
Rebounds a game with 1.5 to 2 losses. I think you need him. If he doesn't, it's going to be a very good series for Indiana to win. I'll put those Pacers in second.
Okay. All right. I like it. I like the boldness. I respect that. Final first round series, it's going to be the New Orleans Pelicans and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Pelicans lost Zion Williamson to a hamstring after they lost the play-in game to the Lakers, but they did defeat the Sacramento Kings and Mike Brown to secure that last playoff spot. Surprisingly, the Pelicans, all 5 of their starters, even without their best players, Zion Williamson, they have 5 starters that can average 10 points a game. C.J. McCollum, Herbert Jones, Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy III, Jonas Valanciunas. The thing is they have 2 small forwards in the starting 5 instead of a power forward with the absence of Zion. Oklahoma City Thunder have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 30.1 points per game. I've been making the case for Shai Gilgeous to be the MVP this year. Josh Giddey, 12.3 points per game. Dort, 10.9 points per game. Jalen Williams, a 2022 first-round pick, 19.1 points per game. And Chet Holmgren, 16.5 points per game as a rookie, drafted in the top 3 of the 2022 draft. I love the Oklahoma City Thunder in this series. If Zion were healthy, I think this would be a very competitive, very fascinating series because you have 2 teams, the Pelicans and the Thunder, who have good starting 5s, young starting 5s, and both teams are trying to get over that hump in the playoffs. Both teams are trying to do some damage here. I'm going to take the Thunder, though. They're healthier, and the Pelicans' best player is out. And the Thunder managed to get the 1 seed from the Denver Nuggets, which you have to be impressed with.
I've never been a fan of Zion.
He finally stayed healthy this year, Joey, but he got a hamstring injury in the play-in game against the Lakers. Lost weight, got into great shape. It finally looked like things were taking off for Zion, and he played out of his mind against the Lakers before suffering the hamstring injury. I'm guessing you're picking the Oklahoma City Thunder to win this series, but as an NBA fan, I feel like you could really care less about this series. There's zero appeal for you.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the series. I'll go with Oklahoma City. Every other series I've turned to more stats and fires and matchups, but this series is like.
This is one of my favorite series. If I'm ranking the series, I have Lakers Nuggets at 1, Timberwolves Suns at 2, and then this series would come in at number 3 as my 3rd most exciting series. I know this series comes in at number 8 for Joey. It's the least exciting of the 8 games, but it would come in at number 3 for me. But yeah. Let's start with the okay, so now I'm going to go through my second round predictions. We will get to the NHL shortly. Boston and Cleveland. I like Boston here, Joey. The Boston Celtics are the class of the Eastern Conference this year, and as good as the Cavs have been, the team chemistry issues will catch up with them against a team that's just vastly superior to them on paper, like the Boston Celtics. They just will. Whether it's team chemistry issues with Donovan Mitchell, because basically on Emmanuel Watson show, they said that Darius Garland's had to move to the 2 at shooting guard, and Donovan Mitchell's been playing more of a point guard role and just being sort of a ball hog. There's team chemistry issues at power forward and center with Mobley and Allen, too. So I like the Boston Celtics to beat the Cavs. Honestly, whoever wins the Bucks-Pacers series should take care of Philadelphia. Actually, if Indiana beats the Bucks, I like the 76ers to continue their momentum in the Western Conference Finals. But if the Bucks beat the Pacers and get Giannis back, I like the Bucks because it's Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers coached the 76ers. He got fired from the 76ers. So if Doc Rivers is coaching against the 76ers in round 2, I think Doc Rivers gets out of his playoff funk and he actually gets back to the Eastern Conference Finals with Milwaukee. So I am taking the Bucks to beat the 76ers. But if the Pacers win, look for the 76ers to knock out the Pacers and get to the Eastern Conference Finals this year, because they're the hottest team in the league right now, 9-game winning streak. And for the Western Conference, I'm going to go with the Oklahoma City Thunder to beat the Dallas Mavericks. Love this Oklahoma City starting 5, and I'm taking the Lakers to knock out the Timberwolves. I'm guessing Joey's going with Nuggets, Mavericks, and Celtics versus Pacers. If I had to take an educated guess, that's probably what you're going to do. Celtics, Pacers is going to be your Eastern Conference Finals. You could pick the Cavs to beat the Celtics, but we've pointed out the chemistry issues the Cavs have had this year. The Celtics are just a team that matches up much better on paper.
I think the Cavs chemistry has gotten better as the years gone by. I think, or as the games have gone by, the big problem with them right now is they have no lineup. Yes, they have a lineup on paper, but situational lineup, injuries, everything, they never got a chance to build that. So talent might be able to take them past the first round, but I don't think it's going to take them past the second round. And then we're going to have to start looking. I don't think the lineup is going to, I don't think there's going to be a huge trade after the offseason, but JD Victor's definitely going to be looked at heavily.
I think if the Magic sweep Cleveland, they would trade either Donovan Mitchell or Jarrett Allen. But that's the only scenario where I could see a shakeup.
If it's a sweep in the first round, then it's like, okay, love this thing. Yeah, that's but I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I just think
Cavs are a better team on paper than most people realize, and I just think there's too much talent for them to lose in the first round. But at the same time, a team like Boston, who has better team chemistry and more talent, just outmatches and outclasses the Cavs. If the Cavs were playing the Pacers or 76ers, they'd have a shot to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. They got to play the Celtics in round 2. I think that's the one team that just has Cleveland's number, unfortunately.
Bottom line is, if the Cavs had Rick Carlisle and head coach, is there any doubt that they'd be going after on one team giving the Celtics a fight? I don't think so. Would they beat the Celtics? Probably not. But would they give them a fight? Yes. With JD, is there going to be a much fight? I don't think so. And I think Donovan Mitchell's going to say Donovan Mitchell has been a lot happier with Indiana this year than he was last year. He's happy with his teammates. In the situation, he had to sit down with the owner. They had every
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
I think Jared Allen probably had a 20-20 game that, makes the Celtics like, and then you got Mitchell. He's probably getting another 40-point game somewhere. So I think you'll have two big performances from those two. That's all the Cavs will win. But the Celtics end up.
I also think there's a game where Garland goes off and has 35 points, but the Cavs end up losing that game.
Garland's a tough one because you see that he has been getting better as he's been getting his game. But like, if Garland comes up and was the Garland he was before the injury, that kind of lose all that weight and everything, then yeah, absolutely, the Cavs have a much better chance when even a third game gets the But I don't think Garland's going to be the Garland we know is going to be. Just due to how much that sitting there sitting on.
Yeah. So just curious, you've got the Pacers in your Eastern Conference Finals playing the Celtics, and then I'm guessing you have the Denver Nuggets playing the Dallas Mavericks, because the fact that you're not a fan of the Pelicans or Thunder, that tells me you might be leaning Mavericks over Thunder in round 2, even though the Thunder have a better starting lineup.
That was a tough one. I wouldn't say the Mavericks in that, but I would say the Mavericks in second.
Yeah.
I would say it would be a tough series.
So sounds like Joey's going to pick the Nuggets to beat the Timberwolves. And Pacers 76ers, I really don't think it matters because, I mean, the Celtics are going to beat either the Pacers or 76ers in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Celtics are just the class of the Eastern Conference. There's no other way to put it. They really are. And I'm going to take the Lakers to beat the Thunder in 6 games. So I've got a Lakers-Celtics Finals. Yeah. This will be entertaining if that's the case. I decided to spin a wheel before the start of the NFL playoffs, and for Emmanuel's podcast, and I asked a question: which NFL team will receive dry cornbread and embarrass people in the playoffs? The wheel landed on the Chiefs. The Chiefs won the Super Bowl. I did the same thing for the NBA playoffs this year. I got the Lakers, but I accidentally spun it the first time and got the Celtics. So I do think we get another Celtics-Lakers matchup. And I'm taking the Lakers to win in 7 games over the Celtics in a monumental upset as LeBron gets his 5th NBA Finals appearance this year. I could end up being completely wrong. Denver could end up ruining my bracket. And if Denver does end up ruining my bracket, I think the Celtics end up beating Denver in that scenario. But it's a very interesting matchup, and the Celtics have just been very dominant all year. So, I mean, I'm guessing you have Celtics Nuggets in your finals. I don't know who you have winning, though.
I would have Celtics winning. I'm not. This Celtics team is. Let's look at it historically speaking. There's the Celtics team that won 68 games. 86 Celtics won 67 games. And then, if I'm not mistaken, this team would be the next
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I got a reply in the chat room. A commenter said Lakers lol. And I replied, I know I'm going out on a massive limb. The Lakers could make me look like an idiot. Lol. That was my reply to the person in the chat room. But thank you for stopping in, Jolene. Mock draft season. Jolene is mock draft season on Twitter. Thank you for stopping in the chat room. It is much appreciated. But yeah, Joey's going to take the Celtics. It's 11:50 a.m. Is it time to pivot to the NHL? I feel like we've spent enough time talking about the NBA playoffs. Because we got a whole 7-round mock draft to do as well after this. So I think it's probably time to pivot to the NHL. And for everybody wondering why the Western Conference is on the left and the Eastern Conference is on the right, I set up the bracket exactly how it's set up. The NHL has the Western Conference on the left this year and the East on the right. The NBA has the East on the left and the West on the right. So I set up the brackets the way the professional sports leagues have the brackets set up. So for anybody confused by that, that's why. And I coded an NBA playoff bracket before the podcast this morning, which kept me from taking a shower until 9:45, but I did get a shower, and that's why I was late to the podcast, the talk show, for anybody wondering. But yeah, we're going to start with the NHL now, and we're going to start with the game that's being aired today. It's the first game of the NHL playoffs. It is the New York Islanders, Lisa's team, versus the Carolina Hurricanes. So that's the first series that's going to be airing. I think this is going to be an interesting series. You have Bo Horvat, Matthew Barzal on that top line. Barzal led the Islanders in points after moving to right winger with 23 goals, 57 assists, 80 points. Bo Horvat, 33 goals, 35 assists, 68 points. Brock Nelson's made the transition from right winger to center. He's had 69 points as the second line center. Anders Lee is on the third line. I don't know why. He's the Islanders' best left winger as well as the team captain. I don't know why he's playing on the third line. He should be playing on one of your top two lines. But I get it. The Islanders, they have Casey Cizikas, 23 points, 10 goals, 13 assists on the top line, and Hudson Fasching, 4 goals, 10 assists. John Gabriel Pageau, 33 points, probably the best player, third line center, best player on the back six for the Islanders. But, you know, I don't know. The Islanders, on paper, Noah Dobson, 10 goals, 60 assists, 70 points. The Islanders' 2018 first-round pick has been huge this year. Alex Romanov, 7 goals, 15 assists, 22 points, 117 shots, 171 blocked shots. So the Islanders have 2 defensemen on their top line with 170 blocked shots combined. That is going to be huge in this series. You have Ryan Pulock and Adam Pelech on the second line, 149 and 111 blocked shots. It's really hard to shoot the puck on the Islanders unless their third line defense of Robert Bortuzzo and Mike Riley is in the game. And the Islanders fired their coach mid-season and hired Patrick Waugh. And the reason that's interesting, Joey, is you got 2 former NHL players as head coaches in the series. Patrick Waugh for the Islanders, who actually helped the Quebec Remparts win the Memorial Cup at the CHL last year, and the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. And then you have Rod Brind'Amour on the Hurricanes. And Brind'Amour, he's been the Hurricanes head coach since we watched the Hurricanes upset the Washington Capitals in Jacksonville back in 2019. He's still been the head coach with them. But this is an interesting series. And Ilya Sorokin, he's going to have to come up big here for the Islanders. 3.01 goals against average is a little bit concerning. The save percentage is good, though. Semyon Varlamov's been the backup. Varlamov started last year. He's been demoted to backup since Patrick Waugh took over. But Sorokin's pretty good, and Varlamov's a nice backup to have. I do like the defense and goaltending for the Islanders. And with Patrick Waugh, I think this is going to be a drag-it-out type series. But I also feel like the Hurricanes just have more talent. I mean, the Hurricanes have a healthy Andrei Svechnikov. This is a team that got to the Eastern Conference Finals without their best left winger, Andrei Svechnikov, a year ago. And this year, Andrei Svechnikov's fully healthy. I mean, looking at the first line, Jake Gensel, and they acquired Jake Gensel at the trade deadline from the Penguins. 30 goals, 47 assists, 77 points. And then Gensel, Aho, and Seth Jarvis, really good first line. And then the second line, you have Jesperi Kotkaniemi, drafted by the Canadiens, third overall, signs with the Hurricanes, Teuvo Teravainen, and Martin Nikas. All three of those guys were drafted out of Finland. And they have amazing chemistry on that second line. 25 goals, 28 assists from Teravainen, 24 goals, 29 assists from Martin Nikas, the 2017 first-round pick, Kotkaniemi, 12 goals, 15 assists. And then you have Jordan Staal, the Hurricanes captain, 10 goals, 20 assists. And you have Andrei Svechnikov as a third-line right winger, 19 goals, 33 assists. Martin Hook, 14 goals, 18 assists. I just look at the top three lines of the Hurricanes. They're just so complete. And then you have Jack Drury, Evgeny Kuznetsov, and Stefan Nozin. All three of those players have a minimum of 24 points. Really good forward group. I do like Brent Burns and Jacob Slavin at defenseman. I also like Brady Skegg as a second-line defenseman. I'm not sold on Brett Pesce. Dmitry Orlov, 6 goals, 20 assists. Every defender on the Hurricanes has 60 blocked shots this year. Even the third-line guys. So this has been one of the more consistent teams. Do I think they're a complete team? Do I think they're the Stanley Cup contender they're being hyped up to be? No, I don't. Craig Button actually picked the Hurricanes to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. And the Hurricanes have two people on NHL.com picked the Hurricanes to win the Stanley Cup. Pyotr Kochetkov, 2019 second-round pick, 911 save percentage, 2.33 goals against average, 4 shutouts, 23-13-4. Only injury on the Hurricanes is to Jesper Fast. But I just look at the Islanders. I want to see what the Islanders have as far as their injuries go before I pick my winner. But I'm leaning Hurricanes in 5 games. I don't remember if I went Hurricanes in 5 or Hurricanes in 6. I think I went Hurricanes in 5. But I did make an NHL bracket earlier. I sent you the bracket on Facebook this morning. But, you know, I like the Hurricanes in this series, Joey. There's just too much star power and talent. I've got the Hurricanes in 5 games, and even Lisa's conceding that she doesn't think her Islanders have a prayer in this series. So I like the Hurricanes here in 5 games over the Islanders. And Scott Mayfield, one of the Islanders' better defensemen, is injured, and John Gabriel Pageau, a day-to-day injury. But Mayfield, who's a top 6 defender on the Islanders, is on IR. That's a big loss for the Islanders because it really Scott Mayfield's the best third-line defenseman the Islanders have. So if their first and second lines are going to be tough to score on. But the Islanders' third-line defense is very sus. And I think that's going to be the difference in the series. Do I trust the Hurricanes' blue line in the long run for a Stanley Cup run? No. But they're good enough to get the job done against the Islanders. I like the Hurricanes in 5 games, Joey. I've got the Hurricanes as the first team advancing to round 2 in this Stanley Cup bracket. What do you have to say about that? And is there a team you like in this series between the Islanders and Hurricanes?
I think it was pretty upset for me. Don't just go with the Islanders. Go with the just get an upset in there.
Yeah.
I didn't do much of that.
I'm going to next series is Boston and Toronto. I believe that game is at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. So that'll be the second game we break down. And speaking of upsets, this is my upset. Yeah, I know Boston's undefeated against Toronto this year. And yes, historically speaking, Boston's had Toronto's number in the playoffs. But I don't trust Charlie Coyle or I don't trust their centers. Bergeron and Krejci retired. So you have guys who were third, fourth line centers last year on your top two lines. Meanwhile, Toronto's got a bunch of star players. Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner. I look at Toronto here and I'm thinking, okay, Toronto, you have Austin Matthews, 69 goals, 38 assists, 370 shots, 107 points for Matthews. He's been on fire this year. Bertuzzi, 21 goals, 22 assists as a first-line left winger, former Boston Bruin, signs with Toronto. Max Domi, 9 goals, 38 assists. He was on Dallas last year as a third-line player. Now he's a top-line guy. And then the second line for Toronto, you have Matthew Nyes, former 2021 second-round pick, John Tavares, who's been hot in the second half since the All-Star break, and Mitch Marner, 26 goals, 59 assists. And William Nylander, 40 goals, 58 assists, is on the third line. And that's a guy who can dominate. That's a guy who probably should be on the top six, but he's on the third line. And Boston, I don't know if Boston's third line has an answer for Nylander. Pontus Holmberg, 17 points, 7 goals, 10 assists, 54 shots. And then Nicholas Robertson, 14 goals, 13 assists, 29 points. Fourth line, you have Ryan Reeves, really good enforcer, was on Vegas last year when they won the Stanley Cup. Vegas let Ryan Reeves walk. David Kampf, 8 goals, 11 assists, and Connor Duar. I do not trust Toronto's fourth line forwards, but I think their first three lines are really good offensively. And then you have Morgan Rielly and Ilya Lyubushkin, 168 block shots, 137 block shots by the top two defensemen on Toronto. And you also have Jake McCabe and Simon Benoit on the second line. Third line, you have Timothy Liljegren, a 2017 first-round pick, 3 goals, 20 assists. So all of the right defensemen on the second and third lines have 20 assists. Riley, the left defenseman, is 51 assists, but Lyubushkin, the right defenseman on Toronto's top line, leads them in blocked shots. But, you know, Toronto, they have 5 defensemen with 100 or more blocked shots. It's going to be, if those guys step up and block shots, it's going to be a really hard series for Boston to win. And the thing is, Ilya Samsonov's the starting goalie, but he has a .313 goals against average and an .890 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Joseph Woll, on the other hand, Toronto's 2016 third-round pick, .293 goals against average, 9-7 save percentage. Both the Boston Bruins and Toronto Maple Leafs have shaky goaltending to the point where I don't think either team gets by Florida or Tampa. Now, if Toronto plays Tampa in the next round, which is a scenario Lisa has, Toronto could beat Tampa since they beat Tampa in last year's playoffs. But I really like Toronto on paper. I think they are the better team. And, you know, Boston does have a star right winger. It's David Pastrnak, 47 goals, 63 assists, 110 points. Pavel Zacha's on the first line, and Charlie Coyle's on the second line. Coyle was a fourth-line center last year. Zacha, a third-line center. They're replacing, and they've done well. I mean, you have 59 and 60 points respectively from your top two centers. I mean, it's not great, but these guys have done better than I thought they would do. I don't know why Brad Marchand is on the second line. He's been a first-line guy for many years. That's another thing that worries me about Boston. Why isn't the guy who's been your first-line left winger for 15 years in the second line? Maybe it's strategy. Maybe it's the coach trying to find a matchup advantage. Morgan Geeky's your third-line center, 17 goals, 22 assists, 39 points. Charlie McAvoy, 12 goals, 35 assists, 47 points, 159 blocked shots. Hampus Lindholm, former Anaheim Ducks first-round pick, 100 blocked shots, 99 shots, 3 goals, 23 assists. Brandon Carlo, 4 goals, 10 assists, 140 blocked shots. Matt Grzelcyk really dominated last year to the point where he earned a promotion from line 3 to line 2. 76 blocked shots for Grzelcyk, but he's been a little bit worse this year. Andrew Peeke and Kevin Shattenkirk are on the third line. I do like Boston's third line of defense better than Toronto's. I think the Boston Bruins, historically speaking, the Bruins have always been known for their blue lines on defense, even dating back to the Bobby Orr days. And you have Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman, who've both been equally effective at goalie. Boston is the favorite to win this series, but I'm taking Toronto. I'm taking Toronto because, one, they're due to get over their fear of the Boston Bruins. They're due to beat the Bruins at some point. And what's interesting is Toronto's 3.6 goals per game bests the Bruins 3.2 goals per game. Now, on the other hand, the Bruins have only allowed 2.7 goals per game, and the Maple Leafs have allowed 3.2 goals per game. But Toronto is the better power play percentage, 23.9 to 22.2. Boston is the better penalty killing percentage, 82.5 to 76.9. So looking at the numbers, looking at the analytics here, I do like Toronto in this series because Bergeron and Krejci retired. It's not that Zacha or Coyle can't get it done. It's just those were third, fourth line guys in the playoffs last year. Now they got to show with me they can get it done in the postseason. And if they do, I'll give them their due respect. But right now, I like Toronto. And I know Boston has had Toronto's number, historically speaking. But I think Toronto gets it done again. And they pull off another first-round upset for the second year in a row, Joey. So I'm taking Toronto in 7. They just have too many stars. And I just don't think Boston matches up well with Toronto. And this is a team that we were both saying, this is a team that could slip up in the playoffs if they drew the wrong opponent. And they drew Toronto, which is probably the best case scenario for them. And they could win if Toronto's goaltending is shaky. But at the same time, I feel like Toronto wins this series and steals one from Boston. So I am taking Toronto as my first upset. You got a response to that, Joey? Because I know I have a lot of Bruin fans. My friend Aiden on Discord, Brian Lewis, he's a Bruins fan. I do have a lot of friends that are Bruins fans. My older brother's friends in Boston are Bruins fans. So I am pissing off some Bruins fans by taking the Maple Leafs, but I like the Maple Leafs. I think they match up better than Boston on paper. So I'm taking them as an upset. Lisa's got Toronto in the conference finals. So if you think my bracket's insane, yeah. She's got Toronto beating the Lightning, and she's got Florida losing in the first round. That's bold. Like, considering Florida's one of the better teams on paper, to have them losing in the first round is pretty bold. But there's some there was a bookie on Kelly Stewart's show yesterday that picked the Lightning to win as well. And we'll get to some of these other more exciting series, Joey, but I've got Carolina beating the Islanders, and I've got Toronto beating Boston. I'm guessing you have Boston beating Toronto, but this is a really hard series for you to pick since Boston is the number 1 seed in the Atlantic Division.
I'll pick Boston. I just think there's a lot more to Boston than there is to
Toronto?
frankly a lot of other teams in this conference. Well, I was trying to do a wider range of teams.
Yeah.
I do think more in Boston than I do most teams in the conference. And instead of just naming all 3 or 4 teams, I thought I'd shorten it to just say most teams in the conference.
No problem. I mean, the Eastern, we're going to do the Eastern Conference bracket first before we get into the Western Conference. And the next game is the team. I wonder if people are going to be talking about the Celtics Heat game in the break room at Walmart, or if they're going to be talking about the Florida Panthers Tampa Bay Lightning game, which is set to take place at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN tomorrow. And Lightning Panthers, the 2 Florida teams, that is the next series we're going to preview. So I'm going to pull up the Lightning's numbers here. Yeah, and I'm reading the line combinations off of Daily Faceoff. I'm a big proponent in line combinations. But yeah, the big surprise to me, Joey, is only one person on NHL.com picked the Florida Panthers to win the Stanley Cup. But yeah, the Lightning, they have Anthony Duclair on their top line. Really? I would figure their team captain, Steve Stamkos, would be on the top line. But no, according to this, Anthony Duclair, 24 goals, 18 assists is on the top line. And Stamkos, who had 40 goals, 41 assists, who's been playing first line left wing with Point and Kucherov, is going to be playing on the second line with Anthony Cirelli and Brandon Hagel. But regardless of how you frame it, Tampa Bay's got a really good top 6. Braden Point, 46 goals, 44 assists, 90 points. Nikita Kucherov became the Yeah, there were only heading into the season, there were only 3 players in NHL history with 100 assists. Wayne Gretzky, the greatest winger to ever play, Mario Lemieux, the greatest center to ever play, and Bobby Orr, the greatest defenseman to ever play. Well, there's 2 more players that have 100 assists, Joey. One of those players is Connor McDavid on Edmonton, who we'll get to a little later. The other is Nikita Kucherov, the guy you've been talking about all year. So, I mean, Kucherov, really big year for him. Braden Point, 90 points. Stamkos, 40 goals, 41 assists, 81 points in a contract year. Sorelli, 20 goals, 25 assists, 45 points to the line to center. Brandon Hagel, 26 goals, 49 assists, and 75 points as a line 2 winger. And then Duclair, 24 goals, 18 assists, 42 points. That top 6 for Tampa is quite lethal. Nicholas Paul, 46 points as a third-line center. But I don't see, outside of Nicholas Paul, I really don't see the depth that stands out in previous Lightning teams. Because when the Lightning repeated and even three-peated, they had good depth on their third line. I don't see an impact player. Michael Esimont, 11 goals, 14 assists, 25 points is solid. But Mitchell Chaffee, 4 goals, 3 assists, 7 points. Austin Watson, 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points. Tanner Jeannot, 7 goals, 7 assists, 14 points. Connor Sheary, 15 points. I mean, Tampa Bay's right wing depth with Chaffee and Watson is not great. It really isn't. And I think that lack of depth at right wing could end up hurting the Lightning against the Panthers. I know Lisa's taking the Lightning to beat the Panthers, but this is where I think the Lightning are at a massive disadvantage because Darren Radish led the Lightning in blocked shots, so he's now the number 1 defenseman. Victor Hedman, who's been the number 1 defenseman on Tampa for years, is moving over from the right defenseman side to the left defenseman side. And I think that's mainly due to Radish leading the team in blocked shots. But Hedman still has the most goals and assists among the defensemen on this roster. But Hedman and Radish, and then you have Eric Cernak from the Tampa Bay Stanley Cup teams, and Nick Perbix, who was on the top line last year on the second line. And then you have Matt Dumba and Emil Lilleberg. Emil Lilleberg, there is no stats for Emil Lilleberg. Is he a late season call-up? 23 years old. He made his debut in 2024. He was drafted by the Coyotes in the 4th round of the 2021 draft, but the Lightning got him at the trade deadline along with Dumba. And looking at the Coyotes, they probably should have kept him. I mean, this is a guy they took in the 4th round of the 2021 draft. And they traded him to the Lightning. And now he's the number 6 defenseman on the Lightning. So I'm really curious to see how this 4th round pick does, because 2021 draft was considered a weak draft class, but the Coyotes drafted a guy in the 4th round. They trade him away, and now he's on the Tampa Bay Lightning's NHL roster. So I'm really curious to see if Lilleberg can come in and be the X factor defensively and take pressure off of goalie Vasilevsky. Because if Lilleberg can be the X factor, this may be a 7-game series between the Panthers and Lightning simply due to how strong the defense is. I mean, last year, Tony Mario kept complaining about the blue line being a liability for the Lightning, and he's not wrong. Outside of Victor Hedman, everybody else sucked against Toronto last year. But if Lilleberg can have an impact, you bring in Matt Dumba at the trade deadline along with Lilleberg, and you have Hedman and Radish on the top line. Honestly, Tampa Bay's blue line could get them into round 2. I'm probably going to pick the Florida Panthers to win, but I do think these additions to the blue line are interesting, Joey. Vasilevsky went 30-20-2 after missing the season until January. And, you know, Tampa Bay's healthy at the right time of the year. As far as injuries go, Mikhail Sergachev, who's one of Tampa's 4 best defensemen, part of their Stanley Cup teams, he is on IR. Jonas Johansson, Luke Glendening, 10 goals, 1 assist, Dallas Star last year is on IR, and Tyler Mate. So the Florida Lightning have some pretty big names banged up. This is why, yeah, and Sergachev is on IR. The other guys are day-to-day. But Sergachev's the big injury, Joey, because Sergachev's a top 4 defender on Tampa when healthy. Perbix and Dumba are third-line guys. I think the only reason Lilleberg's in the NHL right now is because of the injury to Sergachev, because I didn't even realize he was injured until I checked the injured reserve for the Lightning. But if Lilleberg can make an impact, the Lightning have a chance to steal this one. I'm going to go through the Panthers line combinations now. Looking at the season stats for Florida, you have Tarasenko, 23 goals, 32 points, 55 points, 23 goals, 32 assists, 55 points, 80 points for Barkov. Sam Reinhart, 94 points, 57 goals, 37 assists. And then you have Matthew Tkachuk, who's dominated all year. 26 goals, 62 points, 62 assists, 88 points, 34 goals, 38 assists for Carter Verhaeghe, second line winger. And then you've also got Sam Bennett, 20 goals, 21 assists. Anton Lundell, a 2020 first-round pick, 13 goals, 22 assists. Evan Rodriguez, 12 goals, 27 assists. Louis Durin, 12 goals, 15 assists. I don't see Owen Power. Is Owen Power injured, or is he just day-to-day? I thought I guess Sam Reinhart was the guy who went off for the Lightning. The 57 goals, 37 assists is 94 points. So, yeah, I mean, Tkachuk's going to be playing on the second line against the Lightning. So, I don't know. I think Florida wins this series, Joey. I mean, Florida has 0 injuries right now. Ryan Lomberg is the weakest player on the Florida Panthers lineup. I don't trust Nick Cousins, 7 goals, 8 assists. The fourth line wingers on Florida are the weak link. But Kevin Stenlund, 11 goals, 4 assists, 15 points as a fourth line center. Not bad numbers, but I don't think Tampa Bay has an answer for Florida's second or third lines, Joey. I think that's the difference in the series. I could go through the defensive pairings as well with Ekblad, Forsling on the top line, Montour, McCullough. Montour, 8 goals, 25 assists. Ekblad, 4 goals, 14 assists, but Ekblad's #1 pick, best defender on the team. Forsling, 10 goals, 29 assists, really taken off. McCullough's done well. And then the third line, you got Dmitry Kulikov, drafted by the Panthers, 1 goal, 19 assists, 84 block shots, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson from Vancouver, who was once the captain of the Arizona Coyotes on that third line. So Florida's just really deep this year, just as deep on the blue line as a year ago, and they've got Bobrovsky at goalie. So I just think Florida's second and third line forwards are too much for Tampa Bay's defense. I like Florida. I think I have Florida in 6 games. I'm double-checking my information, but I know you want to say something, so I'll let you say what you want to say, and then I'll get back to what I was going to say about this series.
All I was going to say, Will, was that Florida, last year, I picked them to go to the Stanley Cup, and they did.
After they knocked out the Bruins, you were on the bandwagon at that point. Even though your original pick was Dallas, and then because we both agreed the Dallas-Vegas winner would win at the start of the playoffs. But then once Boston got knocked out by Florida, you got on the Florida bandwagon and you pivoted.
Yeah, and the big reason was that they're mixed between veterans and youth. And remember, they didn't do a lot in the offseason.
They traded for Tarasenko at the deadline, which is a big addition, because Tarasenko wouldn't play for any other team besides the Panthers. So the St. Louis Blues essentially had 0 leverage, and they had to trade him to Florida because he wouldn't sign with any other team.
Wow.
So,
That says something too, because there's a pretty big star right there that won't play for anybody but you. So that says a lot about your franchise.
and as much as I like Victor Hedman, and I like Tampa Bay's first-line defense, Sergachev's out. Sergachev's on IR. I think that's going to matter, and I just think Florida's second and third lines match up. Matthew Tkachuk is just going to overwhelm every defender not named Victor Hedman on Tampa. And Victor Hedman's going to be busy dealing with Sam Reinhart, who leads the Panthers in points this year. So I just think the matchup advantage works heavily in Florida's favor here, Joey. I've got Florida winning the series. I don't remember how many games I have them winning in. Florida Panthers, I have the Florida Panthers winning this series in 7 games. But I probably should have picked Florida in 5 or 6 after looking at the matchups. But hey, Tampa Bay, if the Coyotes' 2021 4th-round pick steps up, I do think Tampa can make this a 7-game series. And Tampa Bay's been Florida's kryptonite. So they might actually make this a 7-game series. I am going to stick with the 7-game series prediction, Joey, but I won't be surprised if this ends in 5 games just due to how strong Florida's second and third lines are compared to Tampa Bay's second and third line defense. That's a big reason why this could end very early as well. But this is the first series Joey and I agree on as far as the Eastern Conference goes. The next series, I don't even think we have to do a deep dive. It's the final Eastern Conference series. It's the Washington Capitals, who barely got in over the Pittsburgh Penguins versus the New York Rangers. I'll pull up the line combinations, but I'm not going to go in depth with this series because I just don't think the Capitals have a prayer. But I love the energy they showed after clinching the playoff spot. Alex Ovechkin basically quoted Ricky Bobby. He said, if you ain't first, you're last. And he opened up like a bottle of champagne or something. And Ovechkin basically said, if you ain't first, you're last. And all the guys in the Capitals were having fun in the locker room. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. I did pick the Rangers to sweep the Capitals, but knowing that the Capitals are playing with nothing to lose and Ovechkin's rallying the team, quoting Ricky Bobby, who knows? Maybe the Capitals can do something this series. I just think Dylan Strome and Ovechkin are the only 60-point scorers on this entire Capitals team. And you also have John Carlson. Connor McMichael's the first-line center. His numbers have been very underwhelming. 18 goals, 15 assists. Dylan Strome, 27 goals, 40 assists. Remember, Dylan Strome was drafted by the Coyotes in the 2015 NHL draft. Didn't work out there. He went to Chicago for a few years. Then he goes to the Capitals, and he's finally playing like the top 5 pick he was hyped up to be in the Connor McDavid draft. So you have TJ Oshie. He was great on Team USA back in the day with the Blues. 12 goals, 13 assists. He's declined immensely since that point. Hendrix Lapierre, 8 goals, 14 assists, 2020 Capitals 2020 first round pick. Max Pacioretty, 4 goals, 19 assists. Pacioretty, once the team captain of the Montreal Canadiens gets traded to the Vegas Golden Knights. Reason Vegas moved on from Pacioretty because he couldn't stay healthy. He's been healthy this year. He's been a solid addition to that third line. You also have Sonny Milano, Tom Wilson. The Capitals have some guys, but outside of John Carlson, they don't really have anybody that can defend, and that is extremely problematic against a team like the New York Rangers that won the President's Trophy. So I've got the Rangers sweeping the Capitals. And this is literally the easiest series to break down because the Capitals only have 2 60-point players in Dylan Strome and Ovechkin. So this, for me, feels like a pretty open and shut case. Do you think the Capitals have any prayer of stealing this one, Joey? What can they do to win this series? Because they... Go ahead.
I do, because in my opinion, the team that was lowest ranked that could do the most damage was the Pittsburgh Penguins. They got in over the Penguins. So, for me, the Capitals do have a decent shot to win this series. Now, is it a great shot? No. But it is a decent shot. They've got some talent there. They've got some things to work with. The thing that worries me is, do they have the championship veterans like the Penguins have?
I mean, they have Ovechkin and Strome. Those are their top 2 scorers. But you look at the injuries. Nicholas Backstrom, who was a line 1 center with Ovechkin for many years, he's on IR. Ethan Bear, quality defenseman. I loved Ethan Bear coming out of the 2015 NHL draft. He was one of my sleepers in that draft. He's out with an injury. Rasmus Sandin, another good defenseman I like, day-to-day. Nick Jensen, day-to-day. I think those injuries are going to add up, Joey. But you have Darcy Kuemper, the goalie from the Avalanche's 2022 Stanley Cup team. You also have Charlie Lindgren, who took the starting goalie job from Kuemper. So, I mean, I think the Capitals are an interesting team for that reason. And the fact that you got Ovechkin quoting Ricky Bobby, having fun, they've got nothing to lose. Lindgren has 6 shutouts this year. Darcy Kuemper only has 1. So, yeah, Lindgren's killed it this year. 2.67 goals against average, 9.11 save percentage for Lindgren. And you were high on Darcy Kuemper a few years ago, but Kuemper, 3.31 goals against average and 8.90 save percentage, and he lost the starting goalie job to Charlie Lindgren, who just came in and tore it up. 6 shutouts for Lindgren. I haven't even heard of Lindgren. I'm going to look up Charlie Lindgren because I'm kind of curious, because I remember you talking about Kumper on the podcast a few years ago when he was on the Coyotes. But Lindgren came in and took the goalie job from him, Kumper. He was he was a journeyman goalie. He's a backup goalie for the Canadiens and Blues. He went undrafted though. And he's put everything together this year with the Capitals. So, yeah. He's also a former New York Rangers goalie, so maybe Lindgren can get the Capitals over the hump. I love the attitude and confidence they're playing with, but the Rangers, Mika Zibanejad, Chris Kreider, Jack Roslovic on that top line. And Mika Zibanejad's numbers are worse this year. I've never really viewed Zibanejad as a star center, but 26 goals, 46 assists, those are decent numbers, 72 points. Chris Kreider, 38 goals, 38 assists, the first line left winger. 240 shots this year. Jack Roslovic, 9 goals, 22 assists. He's the first line right winger. Vincent Trocheck, 24 goals, 52 assists as a second line center, 76 points. Artemi Panarin, 49 goals, 69 assists. He's the second line right winger. He has over 100 points with the Rangers. A mind-boggling 300 shots taken this year. And Alexis Lafreniere, number 1 pick in the 2020 NHL draft, finally breaking out this year. 28 goals, 29 assists, and 57 points. So very respectable numbers on his end. Capo Caco, 12 goals, 6 assists. Very underwhelming numbers for the former number 2 pick in the 2019 NHL draft. What's interesting is last year, Capo Caco was on the second line and Lafreniere was on the third line at right winger. This year, Caco has been demoted to the third line, and his numbers are at a career low. If the Rangers don't go on a deep Stanley Cup run, I'm wondering if Capo Caco gets moved in the offseason. Because there's an opportunity for him to get second-line minutes on another team. Alex Wenberg, 10 goals, 19 assists. Will Coley, 13 goals, 8 assists. Jimmy Vesey, 12 goals, 13 assists, the fourth-line left winger. Barclay Goodrow, former Lightning fourth-line center on their Stanley Cup team, 4 goals, 7 assists. And then Matt Rempe, 1 goal, 1 assist. The Rangers, like the Panthers, have a weak fourth-line right winger. Adam Fox, 17 goals, 54 assists. Ryan Lindgren, 3 goals, 14 assists. Both defensemen on the Rangers' top line have over 100 blocked shots. Braden Schneider, 2020 first-round pick, drafted 20th overall, 132 blocked shots, leads the Rangers in blocked shots. You also have Keandre Miller, 114 blocked shots, 8 goals, 22 assists, 30 points. Jacob Trouba, his offensive production has declined since he was a 2012 first-round pick, but he still had 183 blocked shots, which is most on the team. And then Eric Gustafsson, 6 goals, 24 assists, 30 points for a defenseman as a third-line defenseman seeing limited minutes. So I look at the New York Rangers. I don't know. The Rangers, there's a reason they won the President's Trophy. I am picking them to sweep the Capitals. You probably have the Rangers winning this series, but you don't have a sweep. The Rangers do have 2 players on IR, Philippe Chytil and Blake Wheeler. Remember, Blake Wheeler was the captain of the Winnipeg Jets last year before the Winnipeg Jets let him walk in free agency. Wheeler, 9 goals, 12 assists this year before he got placed on IR. And Chytil, another high draft pick, 0 goals, 6 assists. So the Rangers aren't fully healthy. Those 2 injuries really do hurt them. But they do have 2 consistent goalies in Igor Shesterkin, who got the Rangers in the conference finals 2 years ago. They also have Jonathan Quick, a goalie who took the LA Kings to 2 Stanley Cups. And Quick, after struggling with the Kings, he's found his way back as a backup goalie on the Rangers. And this is a team with strong winger play, strong defensemen, strong goaltending. I don't think they have the centers to make a deep run, but are they the team to beat right now? They're one of them. Them and Florida are the 2 teams that are the class of the Eastern Conference, but we're going to get to the Western Conference. I do have the Rangers winning. What are your thoughts on this series quickly before we get to the Western Conference?
I'm going to throw you an upset in there. I think Rangers.
I hope you're right. As a Dallas Stars fan, I want when Dallas won the Cup in '99, they won the President's Trophy, and everybody else lost. The 1 seed Devils lost to the 8 seed Penguins. The 2 seed Ottawa Senators lost to the 7 seed Buffalo Sabres. The 5 seed Toronto Maple Leafs won against the 4 seed, and I think a 6 seed won that year too. And then we had a 5 seed, I think it was the Carolina Hurricanes as a 6 seed that pulled an upset over a 3 seed. And then I think we had 5 seed Toronto versus 7 seed Buffalo in the Eastern Conference Finals, and Dallas drew Buffalo and won that in 6 games. Honestly, because I really do like Dallas this year. But what's surprising, Joey, is only 1 out of 15 panelists on NHL.com have the Panthers winning the Cup. 2 have the Rangers winning the Cup. 2 have the Hurricanes winning the Cup. So we'll get to those predictions later, but we're going to pivot to the Western Conference now. Already broke down the East. We're going to start with Colorado and Winnipeg. Winnipeg swept Colorado in the regular season. They have home ice. This, in my opinion, is the toughest series to pick. I am taking Colorado, though. I just think Colorado, they're too talented to lose in the first round for the second year in a row. And I know the Avalanche are cold right now. They're on a cold streak to end the year. But Nate McKinnon, even though Landeskog's out of the lineup at left winger, Nate McKinnon's old Halifax teammate Jonathan Drouin, who went 3rd overall in 2013, is now on the Avalanche on a 1-year deal. You have Mikko Rantanen, Arturi Lehkonen, and Valeri Nichushkin are really good second-line wingers. You got Casey Middlestad, the Buffalo Sabres 2017 first-round pick, the trade deadline, to be your second-line center. You got Zach Parise, who you picked up off free agency. That's your third-line winger. Ross Colton, the free agent you signed. No, you traded a second. I think that Colorado traded a first-round pick to Tampa to get Ross Colton, and then they got Miles Wood, or was a second-round pick. It was one of the two. It was a first or second-round pick to get Ross Colton. You got Miles Wood, Cogliano, Yakov Trenin, Dunamay. I just think Colorado, 293 goals scored. Nate McKinnon has 140 points this year. Mind-boggling 140 points. He's been killing it. You have Drouin, 19 goals, 37 assists. He's finally starting to play like that top 5 pick he was in Halifax with McKinnon. His numbers have skyrocketed. Drouin was considered an NHL draft bust after being drafted 3rd overall by the Lightning in 2013. But he's made a comeback this year with the Avalanche. Mikko Rantanen had his first career 100-point season, 42 goals, 62 assists. He stepped up in the absence of Landeskog. Nichushkin, 28 goals, 25 assists. Middlestad, 18 goals, 39 assists. He's finally breaking out after the Sabres gave up on him. 16 goals, 18 assists for Lehkonen. 40 points for Ross Colton. Zach Parise, only 5 goals, 5 assists. Miles Wood, 9 goals, 17 assists, 28 points. And then Cogliano, 19 points, 6 goals, 13 assists. Yakov Trenin, 12 goals, 5 assists. And then Brandon Duhaime, 4th-line right winger, 5 goals, 8 assists. And then you have Cale Makar, Devin Toews, the top 2 defensemen from Colorado's 2022 Stanley Cup team, both fully healthy. Last year, Makar dealt with 3 concussions. This year, he's been healthy. Josh Manson, he was the Anaheim Ducks 2020. He was a second-round pick in 2019. Colorado trades for him. They get Sean Walker in a trade as well. Caleb Jones, the younger brother of Seth Jones, is now on Colorado as a 3rd-line defenseman. And you also have Jack Johnson. I do think that 3rd line for Colorado could be a weak point. But Colorado's goaltending's been suspect. Pavel Francouz, who is a 33-year-old goalie, set to take over for Darcy Kuemper, retired due to an injury. And you have Georgiev and Justice Anunin. And there's just Georgiev has struggled at goalie, 38, 18, and 5, 302 goals against average, 897 save percentage. I think Anunin comes out of nowhere and steals this series, but, you know, Colorado's lack of stability at goaltending versus Winnipeg is Rick Bowness as their head coach. I know he got Dallas to a Stanley Cup as the interim head coach, but his dump and chase philosophy, it just doesn't work. I'm going to take the Avalanche to win this series, but if Connor Hellebuyck's going to win the Vezina for top goalie in the league, he doesn't really have a strong blue line. but Winnipeg allowed a low in goals this year. They've allowed the fewest goals in the Western Conference. Mark Scheifele gets extended. He's in a contract. He was in a contract year at the beginning of the season. He gets extended. Kyle Connor's been amazing. Gabe Velarde, a 2017 first-round pick by the LA Kings that the Kings moved on from, has been great with Winnipeg as the first-line right winger. And you have Nikolaj Ehlers, 2013 first-round pick, 25 goals, 36 assists. Sean Monahan, who you gave up a first-round pick for, 26 goals, 33 assists. Tyler Toffoli, 33 goals, 22 assists. Top six for Winnipeg is really good. Adam Lowry, 12 goals and 23 assists. You'd like to see a little bit more. Appleton, 14 goals, 22 assists. Nino Niederreiter, 18 goals, 16 assists. Winnipeg's third line, low-key underrated. Then you have Vladislav Namstikov, 11 goals, 26 assists. Probably the deepest Winnipeg's ever been at center. And then I follow 11 goals, 16 assists. But Gustafsson, the weak link at I follow, was drafted 5th by the Kings. Winnipeg acquired him, I guess, as well. But you look at Winnipeg's defense. Dylan DeMello, 3 goals, 28 assists. Josh Morrissey, 10 goals, 59 assists. Morrissey's been on the first line. Neil Pionk and Morrissey were Winnipeg's 2 best defenders last year. DeMello has come out of nowhere and supplanted both of them. 5 goals, 28 assists, 118 block shots for Pionk. Brendan Dillon, who was once on the Dallas Stars minor league team, a career-high 111 blocked shots this year. But I've never really thought highly of Dillon. I've viewed him as more of an AHL guy. But then you have Dylan Sandberg with 111 blocked shots, and Logan Stanley, a player I liked in the 2016 NHL draft, finally broke out for Winnipeg and cracked the NHL. 40 blocked shots, but only 2 points to show for it. So Winnipeg's defense looks better than it's been in previous years, but I don't trust Rick Bowness, and I do think this blue line is going to slip up at some point in the playoffs. If they do not slip up against Colorado, they will slip up against the Dallas-Vegas winner. I like Colorado in an upset. This was one of the tougher games for me to pick. I am taking Colorado. Hockey Guy on YouTube is going with all the home teams to win in the opening round. I don't think that's realistic, Joey. I think we're going to get at least one upset. You know how these things go every year. I'm going Avalanche in 6 games over the Jets. I just think the Avalanche, too much offensive talent, too much star power. It's not that Winnipeg can't win the series. They do have a star goalie. They do have a star first-line center. And they do have a superstar left winger in Kyle Connor, a player I had a top 10 grade on in 2015. I just don't think they have enough star power to compete with Colorado. And ultimately, I think that's the difference in the series. But either of these teams is going to advance the Western Conference Finals. They better pray Vegas knocks out Dallas, because I just think both of these teams do not match up well against Dallas. But we'll get to Dallas later. We got another game to preview before that, but I am taking Colorado to win this series. Yeah, I know. Joey's not... Yeah, so Colorado is my first Western Conference winner. I believe the second series is Vancouver and Nashville. And I have this going 7 games. I do. A lot of people... Nashville's been hot down the stretch, and Vancouver's been cold down the stretch after leading the Western Conference in points for most of the year. And I think this is a very fascinating series. Ryan O'Reilly's really turned things around in Nashville. 26 goals, 43 assists as the first-line center. Gustav Nyquist, 23 goals, 52 assists. Philip Forsberg, 48 goals, 46 assists, 94 points for Forsberg. That first line for Nashville is really strong. That first line of forwards. Jason Zucker, really done well. Leaving Pittsburgh, goes to Nashville as a second-line left winger. 14 goals, 18 assists. Colton Sissons, 15 goals, 20 assists. Mark Jankowski, 7 goals, 8 assists. That's your second-line right winger. I don't agree with that decision. You have Luke Evangelista, 16 goals, 23 assists. Tommy Novak's been a pleasant surprise, 18 goals, 27 assists as a third-line player. Olivier, 5 goals, 12 assists. Everybody on Nashville's back 6 has 10 or more assists. Really good puck distribution between that core. Team captain Roman Josi, 23 goals, 62 assists, and 85 points. Ryan McDonough, former Tampa Bay Lightning defenseman who signed with Nashville 2 years ago, 3 goals, 29 assists, 32 points on the top line. You also have Dante Fabro, a 2016 first-round pick, 3 goals, 10 assists, a career low for the regular season, but 88 blocked shots. Jeremy Lauzon, 111 blocked shots. Really good number 4 defenseman. And then you have Luke Shen, 1 goal, 6 assists, 76 blocks, and Spencer Statney, 2 goals, 2 assists, 29 blocks. And then Juicy Saros at goalie. But the most interesting stat in this series is since the All-Star break, both Juicy Saros and Thatcher Demko have a .912 save percentage. And Thatcher Demko's coming back from an injury. He is. So you have Elias Peterson, a superstar first-line center, went 5th overall in 2017, got an 8-year extension after the trade deadline, 34 goals, 55 assists, 89 points. Nils Hoglander, 2019 first-round pick or second-round pick, 24 goals, 12 assists. And Ilya Mikheyev, 11 goals, 20 assists, 31 points. Dakota Joshua, 32 points, 18 goals, 14 assists. Elias Lindholm, Vancouver traded a first-round pick to Calgary to get Elias Lindholm, 15 goals, 29 assists. Connor Garland, 20 goals, 27 assists. I mean, Vancouver's leading scorer is JT Miller, but according to Daily Faceoff, JT Miller is injured. And I don't even see JT Miller in the lineup. That's weird. JT Miller led Vancouver in points this year. That's really weird. He's not even listed in the lineup. He's not even listed on the IR. He's not. Brock Boeser is injured, though. 40 goals, 33 assists. That is a big loss, though. Brock Boeser, Vancouver's 2015 first-round pick. He's day-to-day. Tucker Poolman's on IR. Thatcher Demko, he missed about 2 months after getting injured in February after the trade deadline, but he's back for the playoffs. Quinn Hughes and Noah Juleson. Quinn Hughes anchors the blue line. Noah Juleson, former first-round pick. Nikita Zadorov, another former first-round pick. Mark Friedman, who just got brought up. Carson Soucy was a big X factor on the Seattle Kraken last year, I believe. And Tyler Myers, another former first-round pick who's a journeyman. So Vancouver has like three defensemen that were former first-round picks. You have Quinn Hughes, a star defenseman who's your team captain. You have Teddy Bluger. You have Jim Rutherford, who was the Penguins GM, coming in and managing this team. I like Vancouver in 7 games, but this is going to be a dogfight of a series with both goalies having a .912 save percentage. I think this is the toughest series to pick in the Western Conference. And with Vancouver's injuries, I almost feel like Joey might pick Nashville to pull the upset over Vancouver because both goalies have a .912 save percentage. This is a pretty even matchup on paper, but Vancouver has more superstars in their lineup. Guys like Elias Lindholm and Quinn Hughes at defenseman at the important positions like center and defenseman. And that's why I'm going with Vancouver in 7. But, you know, with Vancouver's injuries and the goalie matchup being dead even, this is a matchup where Nashville could pull the upset. And since Nashville's had more momentum down the stretch, I almost feel like you're going to pick Nashville. I could be wrong on that, though.
No, I'll take the upset.
So Joey's taking Nashville. All right. 2 more series left for the opening round. We got Vegas and Dallas, and then we have Edmonton and the LA Kings. Game 1 of those series is not until Monday. We're gonna focus on Dallas versus Vegas first, because that's the game that's airing at 9:30 on Monday. I do think Vegas can win this series, but unlike last year when both teams were fully healthy heading into the conference finals, that's not the case this time around. Jonathan Marchal leads the team in points. Jack Eichel's the first-line center. You do have Brett Howden is the line 1 left winger. Barbashev, last year's line 1 left winger, on the second line with Tomas Hertl, who you got at the trade deadline from San Jose. William Karlsson, your third-line center. Nicholas Roy, your fourth-line center. But yeah, looking at the injury report for Vegas, Vegas has Alec Martinez back, but they demoted him to the third line. They're trying to ease him back in. And Vegas has 6 players injured. Those 6 players are Mark Stone, still on IR despite practicing with the team. he has not been cleared to play with the team. He's been cleared to practice, but he hasn't done well enough in practice to be taken off of IR. Vegas captain William Carrier, day-to-day. Alex Pietrangelo, day-to-day. Noah Hannafin, who you got at the trade deadline, gave him a first-round pick for, is out. Anthony Mantha, another player you traded for at the deadline, day-to-day. Chandler Stevenson, your third-line center, day-to-day. So, I mean, outside of these guys that are day-to-day are going to be back for the series against Dallas since it's not starting until Monday. Hannafin, we don't know what's going to be with him, and we don't know what's going to happen with Mark Stone. It's presumed those guys are going to be cleared to play for Dallas. So Vegas could have a fully healthy roster, but they could also have a depleted roster, a roster that's less than 100% going up against a fully healthy Dallas Stars team with 0 injuries that is not suffering from fatigue, that is actually peaking at the right time of the year. I like Dallas, and I think I picked Dallas in 6 or 7 games. I'll go through Dallas's lineup quickly, though. Dallas just has an incredible lineup, Joey. I mean, this is the first team in 30 years to have 8 20-goal scorers in their lineup. And they also have 11 players with 20 assists, 9 players with 30 assists. So the depth on this team is incredible. Hintz, Pavelski, and Robertson remain on the top line. Matt Duchene's been great this year. You have Tyler Seguin on the second line, Mason Marchment on the second line as well. You have Wyatt Johnston, Logan Stankoven, and Jamie Benn, the team captain, on the third line. Evgeny Dadonov is back from his injury. He's on the fourth line with Radek Faksa and Sam Steele. I mean, Dallas, fully healthy roster. Miro Heiskanen and Harley. Harley gets promoted to the first line. Harley actually has had more points than Heiskanen this year on defense. But looking at the top line for Dallas, 29 goals, 51 assists, 80 points for Robertson, 30 goals, 35 assists for Hintz, 27 goals, 40 assists for Pavelski. Second line, 22 goals, 31 assists for Marchment, 25 goals, 40 assists for Duchene, 25 goals, 27 assists for Seguin, who's been dealing with injuries throughout the year. Stankoven only has 6 goals, 8 assists, but he got called up in March. That's the thing you got to take into account. He got called up in March, 2021 second-round pick. Wyatt Johnston, 32 goals, 33 assists. He has dominated 65 points. Hockey Guy called Wyatt Johnston a megastar. I like Wyatt Johnston. In a 2021 NHL redraft, he would be the number 1 pick. But I think it's a little too early to call Wyatt Johnston a megastar. I think he's a superstar, don't get me wrong. He looks like a player who could develop into a 100-point guy down the road. And he's had 2 really strong NHL seasons. I like Wyatt Johnston. He showed he could play on the second line in last year's playoffs. And you have Jamie Benn on the same line with him, 21 goals, 39 assists, 60 points. And then Radek Faksa, 7 goals, 12 assists. Great defensive center. Sam Steele, 9 goals, 15 assists. Another defensive forward. And then Evgeny Dadonov, 12 goals, 11 assists, 21 points. Really good forwards for Dallas. 9 goals, 45 assists for Miro Heiskanen, 54 points. 47 points for Harley. Both Miro Heiskanen and Harley, former first-round picks by Dallas in 2017 and 2019. Harley went from being a third-line guy in Peter DeBoer's first year to actually cracking the top line. You got Chris Tanev from Calgary at the trade deadline, alternate captain on Calgary. He mentored Quinn Hughes in Vancouver when Vancouver lost to Vegas in round 2. 205 block shots for Tanev. Dallas got him without having to give up a first-round pick. Really good trade. Esa Lindell, 5 goals, 21 assists, 26 points, 162 blocked shots. And then you have Nils Lundqvist, 2 goals, 17 assists, 19 points, 38 blocked shots, and 2018 first-round pick from the Rangers that Dallas traded a first-round pick to get. And you have Ryan Sutter, 2 goals, 15 assists, 102 shots, 111 blocked shots. He was on the top line with Heiskanen in last year's conference finals, but underperformed. Now he's the number 6 defender, the worst defender on the team. But Jake Ottinger has just killed it as of late. And, Ottinger's playing like the goalie that went off in the playoffs 2 years ago, even though Dallas lost to Calgary, whereas we're seeing some inconsistencies from Aiden Hill. We're seeing some inconsistencies from Logan Thompson. I like Dallas to win this series. Vegas could steal this series, but they're not as healthy as Dallas. Dallas cannot overlook Vegas. If they do, they will lose the series. But I also feel like Vegas is overlooking Dallas because Last year, Dallas won the regular season series. Vegas won in the playoffs. This year, Vegas won the regular season series, but Vegas hasn't accounted for guys like Logan Stankoven that have been called up. You know, Maverick Bork played a game. I do have this going 7 games, but I have Dallas winning. I think Dallas, they're healthier this year. They have home ice. I think that's the difference. And you look at Dallas, 7 of the 15 analysts at NHL.com have the Dallas Stars winning the Stanley Cup, Joey. 7 out of 15. 10 out of 15 have the Dallas Stars going to the Stanley Cup. Craig Button, if you throw him in from TSN, their top hockey analyst, he has Dallas losing the Stanley Cup to Florida. So what does that say? 11 out of 16 panelists have Dallas in the Stanley Cup. Dallas is a really trendy pick, and for good reason. Only 2 panelists picked Vegas to beat Dallas because the injury concerns with Vegas are a big question mark.
I'll take Vegas to beat Dallas.
Only because of shock value, right? Vegas can beat Dallas. I'm not saying they can't. They showed that last year. I just think Dallas is more complete this year. That's a fair thought process, but I'm going to hear Joey out before we get to the final first round game.
Vegas is one of the best teams in the NHL this year. They're a good team. They're well coached. But why wouldn't they be able to beat Dallas? I mean, and that's the thing. I doubt anybody can give me a compelling argument for that question. And if you can't give me a compelling argument for that question, then I got Vegas over Dallas.
I do think if Dallas gets by Vegas, they're going to go on a run. If Vegas beats Dallas, the Western Conference becomes a big can of worms, where we could see Vegas in the Cup, we could see Colorado in the Cup, we could see Winnipeg in the Cup. It really just depends who comes out of that region, because I think Dallas has the most 20-goal scorers. Vegas has just as good of a lineup as they did a year ago when healthy. The problem is Vegas has not been fully healthy, but there is a chance they're going to have their guys back in this series. They're going to be fully healthy by game 3 at the latest next Saturday. So, you know, Dallas, if you can make it 1-1, you've got a shot to tilt the series in your favor. But you got to win 1 out of 2 in Dallas. But if Dallas keeps playing like they have, and that's the thing, Vegas lost to Vegas didn't want to play Edmonton, so Vegas lost on purpose to play Dallas. I don't understand it. But you know, we'll see. Maybe Vegas can pull the upset, but I like Dallas. 75% of people are picking Dallas to win this year. And last year, 54% of the public picked Vegas to beat Dallas. This year, 75% is picking Dallas to beat Vegas. Only 2 out of 16 panelists. So basically, Joey and 2 panelists at NHL.com have Vegas winning. That's it. Nobody else has Vegas. Because that's the thing. Vegas is going to have to go on the road every series they play in these playoffs. That's one thing working against them. But I do like Dallas. And then the final series is the LA Kings and Edmonton. This is the 3rd year in a row this first-round matchup has happened. I think the LA Kings, they're a little bit older and weaker compared to previous years. I do like Edmonton in this one. I'll go through the Kings line combinations, but it's like I expect the Oilers to handle business here because the Oilers' window of opportunity to win a championship, it really does end after this year if Leon Draisaitl leaves in free agency. And you have Kopitar, Lafreniere. Kopitar was the Kings' 2016 first-round pick. He's still on the team 15 years later, and his 70 points are respectable. Lafreniere, 12 goals, 11 assists as a first-line left winger. Adrian Kemp, 28 goals, 47 assists. Player the Kings traded for has really stepped up. Trevor Moore, 31 goals, 26 assists. Philip Danault, 17 goals, 30 assists. But the LA Kings, they have a lot of wingers that have under 10 goals and 10 assists. They have 3. Arvidsson, Lewis, Turcotte. I do like Quinn Byfield. 20 goals, 35 assists. Quinn Byfield finally breaking out. You also have Pierre-Luc Dubois, 40 points for the LA Kings. Kevin Fiala, 29 goals, 44 assists. There are some guys that can step up for the Kings. Drew Doughty, longtime first-line defenseman, 15 goals, 35 assists, 150 points, 142 blocked shots. But outside of Doughty, you've got Mikey Anderson. You've got Matt Roy, Vladislav Gavrikov, who you acquired from Columbus, who you gave an extension to. You got Jordan Spence, 2 goals, 22 assists. Gavrikov has 114 blocked shots. Mikey Anderson, 129. And Engelland, 87 blocked shots. But Brant Clark, the guy I've been talking about, the Kings 2021 first-round pick, not on this roster. I think the Kings are weaker compared to previous years. And the Oilers just have something to prove this year with so many core guys in contract years. Whether it be Connor McDavid or Connor. Oh, okay. So Connor McDavid's resting for the playoffs. This says he's the Oilers have a ton of injuries. They have Vander Kane is injured, Ekholm's injured, Evan Bouchard, their best defenseman, 18 goals, 64 assists, injured. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, number 1 pick in 2011, injured. Draisaitl injured, McDavid injured, Zach Hyman injured. Are these day-to-day injuries, or are the Oilers just resting these guys for the playoffs? Because if those guys are injured, Joey might take another upset and pick the Kings, depending on the severity of those injuries. No, this says they're all out. Wow, it's not even day-to-day. Nobody's on IR, but at the same time, it's like nobody's day-to-day. That's somewhat concerning. Almost enough for Joey to pick the Kings to beat the Oilers, because if all those guys are out for this series, then the Oilers, that's like the heart of their team. I mean, McDavid, Draisaitl are their 2 best centers. Nugent-Hopkins, former center, converted to winger. Zach Hyman's their best right winger. Vander Kane's one of their top 6 left wingers on the second line. And Bouchard's their best defenseman in terms of scoring. So if all those guys are injured and out, and it's not a day-to-day injury, but they're not on IR, then yeah, that is a massive blow to the Oilers. I'm assuming those guys play, and that Daily Faceoff has not updated the lineup since the end of the regular season. Because I can't see Connor McDavid not playing, even if he's injured, even if he's less than 100%. I can't see Connor McDavid, unless it's like an injury where he has to rest. He's playing. Connor McDavid had 100 assists this year. He's playing unless it's an injury where he has to sit out medically. But I feel like Joey's going to take the Kings in the upset with all these injuries. I'm going to take the Oilers. I'm going to bank on the Oilers. I'm going to bank on these injuries being minor injuries. That's basically what I'm banking on at this point.
Well, if this is clear out, then I'm going to take the upset, because you can't have your entire starting lineup, sitting on the sideline and then expect to win a playoff series.
Yeah. So Joey's taken the upset for every Western Conference game. The lower seeded team: Vegas, Colorado, Nashville, and the LA Kings. So that's interesting. In the East, Joey took the Islanders, Capitals, the Florida Panthers, and the Boston Bruins. So I've got Dallas, Colorado, Vancouver, Edmonton, New York, Carolina, and Toronto, Florida for my second round series. I think if as long as Dallas wins against Vegas, I think they're going to be in the Western Conference Finals, because I don't think Colorado or Winnipeg matches up well. If Vegas wins, it could be any of those 3 teams in the Western Conference Finals, with the Avalanche and Jets both having home ice over Vegas. I'm going with Dallas and Edmonton. I had Dallas and Edmonton in my Western Conference Finals back in October, back in the preseason. I'm sticking with that out of sheer stubbornness. I'm going to stick with my original prediction. And I'm also going to go with the Florida Panthers and the New York Rangers. As great as Toronto is, if they get by Boston, they are going to lose to Florida. It's just that simple. And the New York Rangers, I think the Rangers match up well with the Carolina Hurricanes. But with the Rangers being knocked out by Washington, Joey's got to choose between the Islanders and Capitals, the two upsets. And I'm guessing you've got Florida in your Eastern Conference Finals. But yeah, I'm going to go with Dallas, Edmonton, Florida, and the Rangers for my conference finals matchups. I'm just curious who you have in the conference finals. I know you have Florida in the Stanley Cup. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out you have Florida in the Stanley Cup with the Capitals beating the Rangers and the Islanders beating the Hurricanes in your bracket. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out you've got the Florida Panthers winning the Eastern Conference. Who's going to win that Capitals Islanders series? And then what do you think is going to happen in the West with all these upsets you have?
Okay, which series are you looking at? Sorry.
East. You've got Boston, Florida in the East.
Yeah, I got Florida winning that one.
I figured Capitals, Islanders. You got the Capitals beating the Rangers and the Islanders beating the Hurricanes. If that happens, who do you got in that series? Because
I'll go Capitals.
All right, so the Capitals get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. That would be a huge turnaround for them after missing the playoffs last year. You've got Vegas, Colorado. Colorado does have home ice, but they don't have Gabriel Landeskog. The thing is, they will get Gabriel Landeskog back if they make the Western Conference Finals because he had 2 season-ending knee surgeries. One of those knee surgeries was at the beginning of this offseason, but he's on schedule to be back by the Western Conference Finals. So if Colorado can knock out Vegas, they'll get their team captain Landeskog back. And I think if in that scenario, I think in order for Colorado to make another cup run, they need Vegas to beat Dallas. Because I feel like they can beat Vegas. I don't feel like they can beat Dallas. Same with Winnipeg. But I feel like you're going to pick Vegas to beat Colorado. Because all the other experts that pick Vegas to beat Dallas have either Winnipeg or Edmonton in the Stanley Cup on NHL.com, which is interesting. None of them picked Vegas to go to the conference finals.
Yeah, I'd pick Vegas in this, but if, Colorado was completely healthy, then I'd probably pick Colorado.
So if Game 7 occurs and Landeskog comes back for that Game 7 earlier than scheduled, you're taking Colorado in that scenario. But that's not the scenario being presented to you.
Yeah. That's the key right there.
And look. Yeah, and that's the thing. He's a team captain. He's missed 2 years. And look, if Winnipeg goes 7 games and Colorado wins in 7, and then they go to another 7-game series with Vegas, I do think there's a realistic shot he'd be back for that Game 7 because there'd be more time off, more time for him to recover. And I think in that scenario, he'd be back by Game 7. But you're taking Vegas. And then the other series, you have Nashville and the LA Kings. Who comes out of that one?
I'll go. That's a couple. For some reason, I'm feeling Nashville.
Interesting. So Nashville, Vegas in your Western Conference Finals. I know where this is going. You're going with a Florida-Vegas rematch from last year. Except I'm willing to bet you have the Panthers beating Vegas so it becomes like a rivalry. That's probably the direction you're going. If I'm wrong, feel free to interrupt me or make a rebuttal.
If that's the way it goes, I would pick Florida on that.
Because your Eastern Conference Finals is Florida versus the Capitals. I don't see you picking the Capitals over Florida. And your Western Conference Finals is Vegas over Nashville. You could take Nashville just for the hell of it, just to avoid a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup. But I think on paper you like Vegas more than Nashville, as good as Nashville is. So you're going with a rematch of last year's finals, Vegas and Florida. That would be my guess. But I could be wrong on that. Maybe you decide to take Nashville just so we have something besides last year's rematch. But if you like Vegas over Nashville, that's cool too.
Well, I don't really like the other teams in the semifinals. So that's what, Vegas was the only one that I really liked. So, I mean, in that case, it makes sense to put Vegas back in there.
I feel like your thought process is whoever comes out of the Dallas-Vegas series is going to win the Western Conference, and I somewhat agree with that. Because of
that's pretty much what my entire thought process is. Like, it's like it's rare that you get. We were talking about this, I think, last week. It's so rare that you get the two best conflict
in the first round. And there's a chance Vegas is fully healthy. There's a chance they're not. And Dallas wins. But Joey's banking on them being fully healthy with Mark Stone skating before the end of the season. So, honestly, that could go either way.
It could, but at the same time, you also have to look at it from what we know now. From what we know now, as long as there's not another injury that crops up, Vegas is healthy now, they're going to be healthy.
And so is Dallas. So that's why Dallas had a few day-to-day injuries, but they're fully healthy as well. And I think we're just starting to see the potential of this team. And I think that last year, Vegas had Peter DeBoer's longtime assistant was on Vegas last year. He left Vegas and went back to Dallas. So I think that's another thing you got to keep an eye on. Because that former assistant has a Stanley Cup. DeBoer doesn't. So maybe that's the X factor. We'll see. But I've got Dallas and the Rangers. The reason I've got Dallas, and you've got Florida beating Vegas in your Stanley Cup. I've got Dallas and the Rangers. I think Dallas is the most complete team this year. I went with the Rangers because as a kid, my favorite Eastern team was the Rangers. I do think the Panthers have the talent to beat the Rangers, but the Rangers have home ice. I'm going with the Rangers over the Panthers in a 7-game series. I'm going with Dallas over Edmonton in the Western Conference Finals. But I'm banking on Edmonton's guys having minor injuries. That's the thing. We could get Dallas, Vancouver, or Dallas, LA Kings, or Dallas, Nashville, depending on how severe these Edmonton injuries are. We really don't know what's going to happen. And I can see why Joey picked against Edmonton because, one, it's really hard to beat the same team in the playoffs 3 years in a row. And two, if all those guys in Edmonton are out, they are screwed. It's not even a joke at that point. They are literally screwed if that happens. So I'm going with Dallas and the Rangers, and I'm going with Dallas to win the Stanley Cup. The thing is, the team that's the most popular pick to win the Cup usually doesn't win the Cup, historically speaking. And right now, the betting favorite for the Stanley Cup, I will load my 7-round mock draft soon. Our audience has been patient with me. I'm going to load that pretty soon. I'm also going to turn on the NBA game, but I do want to look on the Stanley Cup odds right now. Stanley Cup odds for this series. Right now, the Carolina... Woo, this is interesting. The Carolina Hurricanes are the favorite at plus 650. And then you have the Panthers at plus 700, the Avalanche at plus 700, and the Oilers at plus 700 in a three-way tie. The Rangers are have the fifth highest odds at plus 800. The Stars have the sixth best odds at plus 850. The Bruins have the seventh best odds at plus 1100, and the Vegas Golden Knights have the eighth best odds at plus 1300. So that's very interesting. So if Joey were to bet $100 on the Golden Knights, that's a $1,300 payout. So just saying, hypothetically speaking. I'm not encouraging you guys to gamble. I'm just saying those are the odds. And ESPN has the Hurricanes at plus 550, the Florida Panthers at plus 650, and the favorite to win the Western Conference on ESPN Bet is the Dallas Stars at plus 750. So CBS has Colorado as the favorite to win the West. So does FanDuel. ESPN has Dallas as the favorite. So, yeah, I do think that's very interesting. Vegas Insider has Dallas as the favorite to win the West. They have Carolina and Florida as the top two, and Dallas at 3. FanDuel has Florida as the favorite to win the Cup. And no, Carolina is the favorite on FanDuel, followed by Florida, followed by Edmonton, followed by Dallas. Lisa does have the Rangers beating the Oilers in the Cup. So, and Joey's got... So, yeah, those are the games. This is a lot of fun, guys, and I do appreciate everyone in our audience, 31 viewers. But we are pivoting to the final segment of today's show, Mock Draft Time! 2024 NFL Mock Draft, and you are going to be getting all 257 picks from yours truly. And then I got to start editing Tony Mario's mock draft, as well as update the NFL draft results news ticker on our website. I am going to turn on the NBA game. I'm not going to, I'll mute it while I go through the mock draft, but I do want to see what happens in the Cavs. I want to see what happens in the ESPN. I want to see what happens in the Cavs Magic game. That's currently on ESPN, so I'm putting that on, but I am muting it. All right. All right, so here we go. Mock draft time. 7 rounds. All 257 picks. We start with Caleb Williams. I do think he's the best QB since Lawrence, and I think the Bears finally get their guy. He had 3,633 passing yards, 30 touchdowns in 2023. He won the Heisman a year ago. I'm not going to post his 2022 stats. He won the Heisman a year ago in 2022. If you haven't seen Caleb Williams, you've been living under a rock. You haven't been watching any college football. Just the body language cues Ryan Poles gave away at the USC Pro Day. That tells me this is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. And I don't think we will see a trade in the top 5. I don't. Number 2 is Drake May. Could they go Jane Daniels? Yes. But here's the thing. I got a report 2 weeks ago from Tanya Holmes, who usually really doesn't leak reports, but the report was that the Washington Commanders have eliminated McCarthy from the discussion at number 2. It's down to Jane Daniels and Drake May. And now the Commanders bring in both May and McCarthy for visits because they're sort of torn on what to do at number 2, and Jane Daniels and his agent are upset about that. Look, this is part of the process. This is a competition to see who gets the QB2 job. So if you show any reaction at any point in the process, that could lead Washington to pivot to another guy. And Orrin basically said that Jane Daniels interviewed poorly before the reports that Jane Daniels and his agent were upset. Jason Bale thinks this is a smokescreen. This is all bullshit, and that Jane Daniels is going to go number 2. And Jason could end up being right. But remember last year I had Stroud at 2 when most of the consensus was betting on Will Anderson at number 2. You were hearing reports about Will Anderson at number 2, Joey. And the Texans did get him at 3, but most of the betting odds at this point last year had Will Anderson at 2. And I just ignored it and nope, that's not going to happen. The Texans have such a glaring need at quarterback. they're taking Stroud, and they ended up taking Stroud, and they got it right. So I do think Drake May does go number 2. If the information Tanya and Oren presented to me is accurate, I do believe Drake May comes off the board here. And Drake May, 3,608 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 449 rushing yards, 9 rushing touchdowns, 4,057 total yards, 33 touchdowns, 9 picks, 63.3 completion percentage. And looking at what Caleb Williams is going to have, he's going to have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Met, DeAndre Swift, Blasingame at fullback, and then you're going to have Braxton Miller, Tevin Jenkins, Ryan Bates, Nate Davis, Darnell Wright. Really good offensive line, really good supporting cast for Caleb Williams. He could go off right away as a rookie, but he could also have some growing pains. Commanders are going to have Austin Eckler, Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Olamide Zacchaeus is your slot, Zach Ertz is your tight end. You also have other tight ends for depth like John Bates III and Cole Turner. You have Braden Daniels moving to left tackle, Nick Allegretti at left guard, Tyler Baez is your starting center. You have Sam Cosmi at right guard and Andrew Wiley at right tackle. So just looking at the Commanders at number 2, they're in a very interesting spot, Joey, because I think their supporting cast is better than New England's, but at the same time, I don't think their supporting cast is as good as Chicago's is. And Jason might be right. Tony Mario does have Jane Daniels at 2, but he's torn. But with the multiple reports about Jane Daniels being unhappy with the Commanders, Oren telling me he interviewed poorly prior to these reports about him and his agent not wanting to go at number 2, I just feel like they're going to pick Drake May. And Jeremiah had Daniels at number 2 for the longest time, but he's starting to pivot to Drake May. I bet what ends up happening is I bet Drake May becomes the betting favorite on draft day. But we don't get any reports on what the Commanders are going to do until the day of the draft. Because they want to trick people into thinking that Jane's going to be the pick.
You have to remember the stigma of Washington, the other veteran ownership group that got run off and everything. The stigma of Daniel Snyder is still there. And I think I don't care who you are, they're probably going to be people who say, no, I don't want to go there. Jay Daniel just has to be a quarterback that he got more publicity on it. But I think that's going to happen more than he thinks this year. Washington's going to have to rebuild that everything.
And I'm under the impression that, see, what Jason Bantle believes that the Commanders guaranteed, they promised Jane Daniels they were going to draft him at the Combine. But they still brought in the quarterbacks for the other visits. So now Jaden and his agent are pissed off about that. Because if you promise you're going to draft a player, the player's impression is you're just going to pick me and you're going to hand me the job. You're not going to make me compete for it. You're not going to make me earn it. But now that you're seeing Jaden complain about that, I feel very confident Drake May is going second. I could be wrong on this, and I'm prepared to be wrong on this if I am wrong on this. Okay? I'm prepared to be wrong on this. I don't care. I like May more on film personally, and if Jaden interviewed poorly and now we're hearing reports that him and his agent complained about Washington, then I think May will end up being the second pick. But it's going to be May or Daniels from what I hear. So, and I did get a report on the Patriots this morning at number 3 from an insider. Now, it's a very good report, by the way.
Okay.
All right, so my report is okay, so here's what we got on the Patriots from Philip Balstier this morning. From what I'm hearing, the front office is split. Elliott Wolf and Gerard Mayo want J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan. Robert Kraft wants Jane Daniels. Alex Van Pelt and Ben McAdoo want Drake May. And a lot of people like Bill Sparks, he's been saying for a few weeks now that J.J. McCarthy's the best scheme fit for the Patriots. But if Alex Van Pelt's pounding the table for Drake May, I believe it will be Drake May. Or I honestly, it probably won't be May if this report's true. The guy Rob Kraft wants is Jaden Daniels. And Rob Kraft gets what he wants. Bill Belichick did not want to draft Mac Jones. Rob Kraft told him, you have to draft a quarterback to replace Brady, even if it's not your pick of the litter. Either trade up for a guy or roll with Mac Jones. So that was Kraft at work. And Philippe is saying that Kraft will not interfere with the Patriots' football operations with the new GM Elliott Wolf. I don't entirely believe that. I think if Kraft wants Jaden Daniels, the pick's going to be Jaden Daniels. If what Philip is reporting is true, I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. Now, the GM and head coach want McCarthy. The offensive coordinator and special teams coordinator want Drake May. Drake May's off the board in my mock. I have him to Washington at 2. But if the GM and head coach want the same quarterback, that's probably the quarterback that will end up getting picked. Unless Rob Kraft interferes and says, look, guys, I want Jaden Daniels. Because that's what Dave Tepper did last year. The coaches wanted C.J. Stroud. Josh McCown wanted Stroud. The Panthers head coaches wanted Stroud. Dave Tepper basically told his GM, I want Bryce Young. And the GM picked Bryce Young. So
here's the thing. The owner is always going to want the higher profile guy. The question is whether the owner will overrule the GM. Because the owner wants that high profile. The owner wants all of that to come.
And Jaden Daniels wants to play in New England. He does. He's made it very clear that he feels like he can win in this environment. And he's exuding the right confidence, exuding the right energy.
It's more of, look, the owner's always going to want the guy that makes the most headlines. You know? And, I mean, J.J. McCarthy didn't do that on his own team. So, he's not going to want J.J. McCarthy as much as he's going to go in and try to get him to take the high-profile guy, because the high-profile guy, more headlines, more eyeballs on your team. That's what the owner wants. So, the question becomes, who does the GM and head coach want?
The GM and head coach want McCarthy. The offensive coordinator and special teams coordinator want Drake May out of North Carolina. But the GM and head coach both want McCarthy. So this is interesting because I don't see New England trading out of 3 unless they get a Godfather offer. When I say a Godfather offer, the Vikings have to offer 3, 11. The Vikings have to offer 11, 23, a 2025 first, and a 2026 first. Because New England doesn't have a quarterback, it would take a historic 4 first-round picks to move up to 3. That's just my thought process, Joey. I'm not saying the Vikings aren't willing to do it, but I don't see the Patriots moving out of 3 unless they get 4 first-round picks. 3 minimum, but I don't see them pulling the trigger unless they get 4.
I think we'll know who wins out. If the Patriots stay, the GM probably. Now, I would think if they stay, the owner went out and they're going to take games. He's still there. If the coach and GM went out, that's where the chances for a trade come down. So I think McCarthy could be there at 6 or 7. So
I do as well, because the Cardinals have already said we're staying at 4 unless we get 3 first-round picks. And the Chargers basically said, we're doing what I used to do with the Ravens as assistant GM. We're taking the best player on the board, regardless of who's available. So that means there's not going to be a trade in the top 5, Joey. There's just not. That means the earliest we'll see a trade is at number 6.
Yes, unless the owner does what he says he's going to do and leave the GM alone. Then we can see a trade with New England. But if he doesn't, then New England, they're going to have a new quarterback regardless. It's just who it is.
I think Rob Kraft is going to do what he feels like doing, because he basically blacklisted Belichick and told Atlanta not to hire him after firing that he's not trustworthy. Rob Kraft is going to do what he feels is best for the team. That's just my thought process, if that's the case.
Yeah, we just don't know what his thought process is. And we're not going to know until probably the Patriots are on the clock at number 3.
Here's what I think will end up happening. I think McCarthy will become the betting favorite to go third to New England around 1 or 2 p.m. on draft day. But then by the time the draft starts at 8 p.m., Jane Daniels will be the betting favorite to go to New England at 3. And it'll be just one of those mindfuck situations, kind of like in the NBA draft a few years ago when you had Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith, and Paolo Banchero all trading punches as the betting favorite to go number 1 until the start of the NBA draft. I think that's how it's going to play out with the Patriots at number 3. I do. We'll see if that's the case. But Jaden Daniels, 3,812 passing yards, 40 touchdowns, 885 rushing yards, 11 rushing touchdowns, 4,797 total yards, 51 touchdowns. Yeah, I'm not going to go in depth with the Patriots lineup from pick by pick like I did with the Commanders, and because the Patriots still have question marks at left tackle, wide receiver. I have heard that if the Patriots do not draft a left tackle at 34, there's a good chance Chukwuma Okorafor, who played left tackle at Western Michigan before moving to right tackle in Pittsburgh, is the stopgap at left tackle next year. That's what I've heard. And this is from insiders close to the Patriots. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. At number 4, I've got Marvin Harrison Jr. Buda Baker tweeting that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors are both wide receiver 1. That tells me Neighbors could be the pick, but I think it's going to be Harrison Jr. I think the Cardinals have been locked in on Marvin Harrison Jr. since the regular season ended in January. I'm going to be frank. And unless a team gives them 3 first-round picks, I don't think they're trading this pick away. Because Marvin Harrison Jr. is a special wide receiver. You're not going to find a player like him unless you can find a team that gives you 3 first-round picks. It's not worth trading up, because if you get those 3 first-round picks, then you'll have 2 picks in 2025, 2 picks in 2026, or maybe you only get 2 2025 first-round picks, but you can try to package them for Luther Burden or something. I don't know. But that's a different conversation for a different day. I think Marvin Harrison Jr., 6'3", 208. He can run every route on the route tree. He's the son of Marvin Harrison. I think he goes to Arizona and he becomes Kyler Murray's number 1 receiver. And then I've got Malik Neighbors going to the Chargers at 5. Because I think Malik Neighbors, that's the player the Chargers will end up picking at 5. And, I mean, Malik Neighbors, 72 receptions, 1,017 yards, 3 touchdowns in his first season. Number 6, J.J. McCarthy, Michigan. Now, New York could get a receiver at 6, but Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, and Tommy DeVito are your quarterbacks. None of them are long-term assets. McCarthy could be a long-term asset. He has a higher ceiling than all those guys, but you can also redshirt him like the Giants redshirted Eli, developing him under Kurt Warner. And honestly, I don't see him getting past this pick because you have the flexibility to buy out Daniel Jones. So even if I think McCarthy goes 6. Even if the Giants don't pick him here, I think the worst case scenario is they trade out of this pick. Unless the Chargers take Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors falls to 6. I don't see the Giants not trading out at that point. Knowing that they only have 1 second-round pick at 47 from Seattle. Knowing that, because the Giants had to give up 2 draft picks in the 2nd and 5th round to get Brian Burns. So instead of having 2 second-round picks, they only have 1 now. So If you're the Giants, would you rather have Rome Odunze, the Washington receiver, and the best quarterback in a god-awful quarterback class in 2025? Or would you rather have J.J. McCarthy and somebody like Luther Burden or Evan Stewart next year's draft? The latter of those two options definitely sounds more appealing to me, which is why I mocked McCarthy at 6. But the Giants GM did say, we're open to taking a quarterback at 6 if the right one falls to us, if one of the top guys falls to us, but we're also happy with our current quarterback situation if the top 4 guys are off the board at 6. So I don't know. I think they would go McCarthy over O'Dunes because it's either you can either go Romo Dooms and Michael Penix or Bo Nix at 47 if one falls to you. There's also a chance that both Penix and Nix are off the board by 47, and you're just rolling with Daniel Jones at that point. The other option is you take McCarthy and you hope for a guy like Malachi Corley at 47. And that seems like the more likely and plausible of the two options. And if the Giants don't pick McCarthy at 6 here, I think a trade-up happens at 6 if McCarthy's still on the board. But yeah, I've got McCarthy at 6. I've got Joe Alt to the Titans. They get him as a blindside to Will Levis. Joe Alt had 0 sacks, 8 pressures, and finished as the top offensive tackle on 406 pass blocking snaps in 2022. He got promoted to team captain, 1 sack, 5 pressures, and 368 pass blocking snaps, while also being finalist for the Lombardi Trophy. So if the Titans draft Joe Alt, you have Alt at left tackle, Skaronski at left guard, Lloyd Cushenberry at center, Daniel Brunskill, a former 49er right guard, as your right guard, and Nicholas Petit-Frere back at right tackle, where he had more success as a rookie compared to his second season, where he was rotating at right tackle and left tackle. If those 5 linemen are healthy, the running back tandem of Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears can make plays in the ground, taking pressure off of Will Levis. You also have DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, Traylon Burks, Chigoziem Okonkwo at tight end isn't enough. I mean, I'm not sure Will Levis can succeed, but this is really the only way to know. You give Will Levis the best supporting cast possible, and if he breaks out in year 2, great, and if he doesn't, you have to draft a new quarterback. But I think Joe Alt is the pick at 7 here. Number 8, Jared Verse, Florida State. I mean, Jared Verse, I think he's better at run stuffing than Dallas Turner, and right now Verse is creeping on Dallas Turner as the favorite to go number 8. Jared Verse, 23 solo tackles, 19 assisted tackles, 41 total tackles, 63 quarterback pressures, 12.5 tackles for a loss, 9 sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery in 2023. And Jared Verse, he'd be the 34 right outside linebacker. Arnold Ebiketie would be the 34 left outside linebacker. That'd be a really good 1-2 tandem for the Falcons at 8. And Verse is a guy that left tackles are going to have to account for. 9, Rome Odunze, Washington. What I've heard with Chicago at 9 is they've narrowed it down to 2 players, Jared Verse and Rome Odunze. I think they prefer Rome Odunze. Tony Mario thinks they prefer Jared Verse, but we've heard the same thing from multiple sources that the Bears have narrowed it, not number 9, down to Rome Odunze and Jared Verse. Tony thinks the Bears prefer Jared Verse. I think the Bears prefer Rome Odunze because right now your slot receivers, Tyler Scott, that fourth round pick out of Cincinnati that I was not very high on that Peter Schrager liked. I think Rome Odunze is an upgrade over Tyler Scott. So if he's there at 9, you have to pick him, Joey. It's that simple. If he's not there, you take Jared Verse to compete with DeMarcus Walker for the defensive end job across from your right end, Montez Sweat. I think it's that simple. They could go Jared Verse. They could also go with Oluwafemi Fashanu. Fashanu was Caleb Williams' blindside in high school. Ryan Poles went to the Penn State Northwestern game. So Fashanu could be a dark horse here at 9, but I think Odunze is a massive upgrade over Tyler Scott. So I think the Bears get him at 9 here, knowing that, okay, DJ Moore is 28, 29. He's approaching his 30s, and Keenan Allen's in his 30s. So they get him. He'll start out in the slot, but if Keenan Allen has injuries again like last year, or if Keenan Allen's age begins to catch up to him and he declines, they're prepared to make Odunze that number 2 guy down the road. But I do have Rome Odunze coming off the board here. It was a tough call, but I feel like if Odunze and Verser here at 9, they're going to go with Odunze. And then rounding out. Yep. And then I gave the New York Jets Olu Fashanu, the Penn State left tackle. He only allowed 1 quarterback hurry and 0 sacks in 2023. And Fashanu can go to a team like New York, and he might actually beat out. Fashanu's the one guy who could potentially beat out Tyron Smith for the left tackle job. But you have Tyron Smith, John Simpson, Joe Tippmann, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Morgan Moses here. Tony Mario does have Brock Bowers at 10. So, if you want to keep the offensive line, do it. But the thing is, Tyron Smith is just as brittle as the tackles who got injured on the Jets last year, Joey. And you need bodies on that offensive line for Aaron Rodgers to survive. So I say you go out, you get Olu Fashanu. I mean, he allowed 0 sacks and 10 pressures on 382 pass blocking snaps. So he did work out. He did suffer a season-ending injury in 2022. Got injured running the 40 at the combine. I'm not worried about the medicals. I've seen Olu Fashanu drop anywhere from 14 to 19 mock drafts as of late. So if Fashanu dips a little, he is a top 10 player in this draft. But if he dips a little, it's probably due to the medicals. So that's something to keep an eye on with the Jets at 10. Well, any thoughts on this top 10 before I get through 11 to 16? I am going to grab a Monster energy drink. I've been talking for about 3 hours. I'm grabbing something to drink. I'll try not to drink when I'm breaking down picks, but I need a quick sip of this Monster energy drink. All right. I feel a lot better now. But yeah, the game is back on ESPN, the Cavs game. It is we'll watch this possession, then we'll get to number 11 here. But it is 29 to 19. The Cavs are playing really aggressive defense. So these teams get 7 timeouts. And the Orlando Magic have already burned 2 of their 7 timeouts. I'm not lying when I say that, Joey. The Magic have already burned 2 of their 7 timeouts in the first quarter with the Cavs on an 8-0 run. So, yeah, looks like the Cavs are going to take game 1, but I'll get through 11 through 16. Vikings, Laiatu Latu. Laiatu Latu, I like Andrew Van Ginkel as a backup pass rusher, but he's not a starting pass rusher. So Van Ginkel's replacing Marcus Davenport, and Greenard's replacing Daniel Hunter. There's one blue chip pass rusher on the board, and if he's there at 11, because if you're the Vikings and the J.J. McCarthy gets picked before 11, I think the default strategy should be edge rusher at 11 and Michael Penix at 23. Best blue chip player that fills a need at 11, and then you get Penix at 23. I think that's your best play if you're the Vikings. Don't give up all these draft picks, okay? Look, the Vikings had 2 guys on their radar heading into free agency. There were 2 quarterbacks that impressed the Vikings enough. Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson. I still think the Vikings have interest in Zach Wilson. I just don't think they want to trade anything to get him. And I feel like they're hoping the Jets release him so they can pick him up without having to give up jack shit. Because that's something one of Andrew Berry's apprentices would do if he wanted Zach Wilson as a backup. You know, like, instead of giving up a draft pick, he'd wait for the Jets to release him. Or they bring him in next year after Darnold plays out his contract as a backup. But that's just one of the rumors I heard. But
Jimmy hasn't come out and said you can criticize him for a lot of things, but you can't criticize him for the amount of money I spent. So I don't know if the Vikings ownership is willing to allow the GM to play with money the way the Haslam's
It is, but Latu, 20 solo tackles, 3 assisted tackles, 23 total tackles, 52 quarterback pressures, 12 tackles for a loss, 10.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, 1 deflection in 2022. 28 solo tackles, 21 assisted tackles, 49 total tackles, 57 quarterback pressures, 21.5 tackles for a loss, 13 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 2 interceptions, 2 deflections in 2023. Latu can pass, rush, stop the run, drop into coverage. He did well in the Senior Bowl. He validated his first-round status. So I've got Latu, and Greenard starting with Van Ginkel as a situational edge rusher for the Vikings at 11. Just makes a lot of sense to go that route. Doesn't make a lot of sense to trade up for McCarthy because regardless of what you do in the draft, you're going to have the worst quarterback in that division. The Lions have Jared Goff. The Bears have Jordan. The Bears are going to have Caleb Williams. The Lions are going to have Jared Goff, and the Packers are going to have Jordan Love. Now, if Caleb Williams develops correctly, the Bears will have the best quarterback in the division by 2026. And if he doesn't, well, it's still going to be Green Bay and Detroit's division if Caleb Williams becomes a bust. But regardless, the Vikings are going to have the worst quarterback of the 4 teams in the division. Even if they trade up for someone, they're going to have the worst quarterback situation, but they do have a good supporting cast around their quarterback. And they do have Sam Darnold. So, I mean, if you can't get one of the top 4 quarterbacks, I think the smartest thing you can do is draft the best blue chip player on your board at 11 and then take Michael Penix Jr. at 23 if he's still there. I think that's the smartest thing the Vikings can do, Joey. But we'll see what happens. There's also a chance McCarthy ends up dropping to 11 if nobody trades up in the top 10. That's also a possibility. So if McCarthy is there at 11, you pick him. But I went Latu for Minnesota at 11. Number 12, Quinion Mitchell, Toledo. Yes, I do have Quinion Mitchell towing here because I'm looking at what blue chip players would be good fits for Denver. You do have, you can move Damari Mathis to nickel corner. You have Patrick Surtain as your number 1 corner. Quinion Mitchell is your number 2 corner. I gave Quinion Mitchell an A- in man zone, press coverage and run stuffing, an A in man, an A+ in zone, an A- in press, and an A- in run stuffing. He dominated the Senior Bowl, ran a 4.33, did 20 reps in the bench press, 27 solo tackles, 14 assisted, 41 total tackles, 20 deflections from pass breakups, and 5 interceptions in 2022 when Toledo won the MAC. Then he had 32 solo tackles, 9 assisted tackles, 41 total tackles, 18 deflections, 2 tackles for a loss, 1 and 1 in. Why does it say? Should say 1 interception, not 1 pass breakup. But that says 1 pass breakup in 2023. I don't know. I'm not going to look up the stats again. So if he had 1 of something, it's probably either 1 sack or 1 interception. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. But I'm just going to simplify my mock draft and edit that part out. But yeah, he led Toledo to 2 MAC championships. And Quinion Mitchell isn't as dominant in man coverage as Patrick Surtain, as I gave Surtain an A+ in man coverage. However, Mitchell's better than Surtain in zone. He's better than him in press. I think he's a more complete corner than Surtain, but he's not the boss in man coverage that Surtain is. So putting Mitchell next to Surtain as a number 2 corner, it's going to be very difficult for Mahomes to throw on the Broncos. It's going to be difficult for Aiden O'Connell and Herbert as well, especially when they go to Denver. But I've got Quinion Mitchell on Denver at 12. Fuaga goes to the Raiders at 13, 6'6", 332. He becomes a bookend to Colt Miller. 0 sacks, 11 pressures, 8 hurries, 3 quarterback hits as the right tackle in 2022. 0 sacks, 12 pressures, 10 hurries, 10 quarterback hurries, and 2 hits over 351 pass blocking snaps. So I look at that and I say, okay, you have Quinion Mitch, you have Colt Miller as your left tackle and Fuaga at right tackle. You're going to have a clean pocket for Aiden O'Connell. Zamir White could have more success. So Fuaga to the Raiders at 13 is my pick. You were saying something? Is it about the game or the mock draft?
but still, no proof. He may be at least 351 penalties draft.
Yeah. And I went with Tyler Guyton at 14. The Saints might need multiple upgrades on the offensive line. Trevor Penning got benched down the stretch in year 2. He'll get one more chance to break out as the Saints' first-round pick. And I don't see the Saints replacing Penning at left tackle unless Fashanu drops this pick. Ryan Ramczyk may not play this season with how bad his knee injury is, so I have Guyton going here as a bookend to Penning at 14. A little bit early, but he didn't allow any sacks in 2023. Also dominated the Senior Bowl. There's a chance he goes a lot earlier than where he's projected to go. Remember, Alex Leatherwood was a late first to second round prospect. A lot of mock drafts had Leatherwood in the 40s by the time the 2021 draft arrived, even though Leatherwood had a strong Senior Bowl and the Raiders took Leatherwood in the first round. Penning was supposed to go in the back half of round 1, but he went in the top half after a strong Senior Bowl. Same thing can be said about Darnell Wright. He was projected to go in the 18 range in most mock drafts. He went number 10. A good Senior Bowl catapults an offensive lineman. It does. And Tyler Guyton had a very good Senior Bowl, so I have the Saints taking Tyler Guyton at 14. Every year it happens. Every year the last 3 years, we've had a Senior Bowl offensive lineman go a lot earlier than they're projected. And I don't think that's going to apply to Fuaga as much as it's going to apply to Guyton. I think Guyton goes in the top half of the draft, and a lot of people end up being surprised by that. Nagy won't be surprised by it, but I think the rest of the draft community will be surprised by it because he has the pass blocking, run blocking, zone blocking, pass blocking strength, pass blocking footwork, run blocking strength, run blocking footwork. He has the tools to be blue chip right tackle. His traits project extremely well. I won't be surprised if he goes higher than where he's projected. Guyton, 401 total snaps and allowed 2 sacks and no hits on 191 pass blocking snaps in only 5 starts in 2022. 0 sacks, 12 pressures, and 3 quarterback hits on 355 snaps in 2023 for Guyton. So, yeah, I have Guyton off the board at 14. Number 15, I've got the Colts taking Terrion Arnold. Big upgrade over the current boundary corner, Dallas Turner. And Arnold, 40 solo tackles, 23 assisted, 63 total tackles, 12 deflections from pass breakups, 6.5 tackles for a loss, 5 interceptions, 2 quarterback hurries, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble as a sophomore redshirt. Arnold outplayed his Alabama teammate, Kool-Aid McKinstry, who entered the season as a top-ranked corner in the draft, with both Alabama corners showing the versatility to play field or boundary corner as a number 1 or number 2 corner. I gave Arnold an A in man, a B in zone coverage, and an A grade in press coverage, and a B- run stuffing. Arnold projects very similarly to Indianapolis Colts 2023 second-round pick Julius Brents from Kansas State. I gave Brents an A for man coverage, a C for zone coverage, an A+ for press coverage, a C for run stuffing, a C- for blocking, an A+ for hard hitting, and an A grade for work ethic, as the Colts scouts described Brents, who they had a first-round grade on, and he fell to round 2. So I don't think Arnold's good enough to beat out Brents for the number 1 cornerback job if Brents is fully healthy. But if Brents has multiple injuries like last year and Arnold stays healthy, I do think Arnold could supplant him by midseason. But right out of the gate, if both corners are healthy, I think Brents holds on to that number 1 corner job. But Brents and Arnold would be the top 2 corners regardless of what happened if you drafted Arnold at 15. I think Arnold's just a really good fit for the Colts. First pick at 16. We have our first shock value pick at 16. Seattle Seahawks, Graham Barton out of Duke. Now, I know the Seahawks gave Laken Tomlinson a 1-year contract, but Graham Barton ran a 4.84 at Duke's Pro Day. He can play all 5 positions of the offensive line. Seattle does need help at multiple spots on the interior offensive line. You have Olu Timmy at center. You have Tremaine Ankrum at right guard and Laken Tomlinson at left guard. Graham Barton, only 6 sacks and 20 pressures on 392 pass blocking snaps as his first year at left tackle in 2021. He was one of 2 left tackles to have an 85 grade or higher in both pass blocking and run blocking in 2022, according to Pro Football Focus. Barton missed 3 games with an injury, but Duke was undefeated until he got ruled out of Duke's contest in Notre Dame in primetime due to an injury. Seattle would have Cross at left tackle, Barton at center. You'd also have Oluwatimi at center, Bradford or Ankrum at right guard. And in Abraham Lucas with George Fantford Insurance at right tackle. Seattle really adding depth to their offensive line this year, Joey, because of the injuries that took place last year. You have you bring in Ankrum to compete with Bradford. You replace Damian Lewis with Laken Tomlinson. You can draft Graham Barton to compete with Tomlinson. You'll have your guard depth. You have George Fant, Texans right tackle from a year ago, as a backup to Abraham Lucas. So you'll have your right tackle depth. As long as Charles Cross is healthy at left tackle, you're going to be fine. And it's also possible that Graham Barton moves to center. So, I mean, a shock value pick here at 16 with Graham Barton, but that is the pick. Any thoughts on the top half of this draft before I get to the back half of round one?
This is interesting the way you have this. It's really offensive line heavy, especially starting at, I think, what was it?
7 with Notre Dame's Joe Alt going to the Titans.
7. Yeah, starting at 7 and then going through.
I believe I have 5 offensive linemen in the top half of my draft, but that's nothing, Joey. The YouTuber known as Barry McCockiner, who is on the 5-Point Vid Super Bowl special with Urinating Tree and Tom Grossi, Barry McCockiner has 10 offensive tackles going in the first round. 10. You heard that correctly, buddy.
That's a lot of offensive tackles.
So if you think my mock draft is ridiculous, go on YouTube and check out Barry McCockiner's mock draft for the first round. So
I think he could end up being a decent fit for the Falcons, depending on how they rearrange their defense.
I've seen Jared Verse run both 43 and 34 plays. That's why I think Verse, he can play in either scheme.
Yeah. That's why I think it's just more the uncertainty of what they're actually going to do.
Yeah.
With the Falcons coaching staff right
Dallas Turner's the betting favorite, but my issue with Dallas Turner is his run stuffing was a liability against Texas in week 2. Now, he fixed it at the end of the year. He did a good job stuffing the run against Michigan in the playoff loss to Michigan, but I still feel more comfortable taking Verse or Latu based on what I've seen on tape. That's why I have Dallas Turner falling in the back half.
I get surprised with the amount of tackles that you took. It wasn't the amount of tackles, it was the amount of right tackles. Like,
I have 2 right tackles in the top half of my draft. The Raiders and Saints both need right tackles. So I went for need there.
I just remember a few years ago when it's like, oh, you can get a right tackle anywhere, and then a couple teams grabbed the right tackle, and now you got 3 of them in the top 14.
I've got 2 of them in the top 14. It's like I have Fashanu and Alt, both left tackles, going at 7 and 10. And then I have 2 right tackles, Fuaga and Guyton at 13 and 14. And the 5th lineman in my top 16 is Graham Barton out of Duke to Seattle. Yeah.
I was thinking of the other Penn State tackle, the right tackle that's dropping on board.
He's a left tackle, Joey. He's not a right tackle. He's a left tackle. Caden Wallace, who you took in the group mock. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong tackle. That was my bad. Right team, wrong guy.
All right, so Wes wants either a defensive back or a linebacker in the group mock. Here's what we'll do. We'll get through the back half of round 1, and then I'll text him who's available in the group mock. Well, if you go to draftutopia.com/2024 NFL mock draft.html, you can pull up the mock draft and read it in its entirety. But yes, this is my final mock draft. I've got the Jaguars taking Nate Wiggins at 17. Tyson Campbell, they moved on from Darius Williams. Now, you did bring in Ronald Darby and Antonio Johnson to compete with Darby for the nickel job, but I believe the Jaguars are locked in on a corner at 17. Nate Wiggins, he ran a 4.28. He's my cornerback 3. 23 assisted tackles, 6 assisted tackles, 29 total tackles, 6 deflections, 2 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 1 sack, and 1 defensive touchdown. I gave Wiggins an A- in man coverage and A. Why does this say press twice? I thought I edited this. All right, I'll look up some linebackers and defensive tackles for West to potentially pick. If now my phone's turned off, so no, I'm not gonna do it now. But like, it should not say press coverage twice. It should say man, zone, and press. There we go. Fixed. Yes, I'm kind of a grammar Nazi when it comes to my spell checking, but when I screw up, I do my best to correct it. But Nate gave him an A- in man coverage, a B in zone coverage. Really, Apple, I don't care about the widgets. The widgets are trying to screw up the draft stream. Apple's widgets. I don't care about the widgets. I don't care. But I think Wiggins is biggest strength is press coverage. I like him in press more than man. But if you like man, I gave him an A- in run stuffing and an A in tackling. But if you run a cover 0, cover 1, or cover 2 defense where your corners are playing man, Nate Wiggins will work in that defense. I believe Jacksonville does deploy more man than zone coverage with their corners. So I don't think there will be much of a transition for Wiggins in Jacksonville.
Here is something that really irritated me about the Jag defense last year, specifically in coverage. They had the makings of a good man defensive shell, but they needed that second corner. Fine. But there were things they could have done on half shells, half teams and shells, one half going zone, one half going man. There were so many things, but with Wiggins, you got a chance to go full man, which I believe is what they wanted to do last year. The big issue was that they had, even though they had good pass rushers, I mean, the top pass rushers in tandem, Allen and Walker finished. There was like the top tandem for sacks in the NFL. I think they had like 24 and a half. But at the same time, they were both pretty darn good against the pass. And they didn't utilize that. And I think that really hurt them in coverage. And that put a lot of pressure on that second cornerback position, which Wiggins will fill. It really wasn't up to enough last year. But I think they have to utilize those guys better against the pass, and then if you just hit them with man, or if you hit them with a lot of man and hit them with a lot of rush, the big thing with man, they can't hold off on their own all that long. But if you really want to go rush,
I think part of it was the injuries too, Joey, because Tyson Campbell missed half the season. Darius Williams was the #1 corner on Pro Football Focus last year, but the Jaguars couldn't afford to keep him. And they know they got all these big players on rookie contracts from the 2021 draft they're going to have to bring back soon. So they're cutting some guys now to save cap space before they do that. So I believe Wiggins comes in and he starts next to Tyson Campbell. I believe that's what the Jaguars end up doing. So it would be Nate Wiggins and Tyson Campbell, and then you'd have Ronald Darby and Antonio Johnson competing for the nickel job. And then you'd have Savage and Wingard competing for strong safety with Rayshawn Jenkins gone. Savage is the favorite to win that job, according to our lads. Cisco would remain at free safety. But Darby, I think Darby would probably win the nickel job. He has more experience at nickel. He was big with the Ravens last year. I'm guessing Antonio Johnson would be our backup corner / backup free safety. But you also have Monteric Brown as your #5 corner behind Antonio Johnson. And you have Daniel Thomas from Auburn as the backup free safety to Cisco. So you have a lot of depth in the secondary. It's just the problem with the Jaguars is they didn't have Campbell and Williams consistently at corner. And when they did have both those guys, their nickel corners slipped up. But with Darby, I don't think that's going to be the case. Cincinnati, they get Brock Bowers at 18. Yeah, Brock Bowers fell to 18 in this mock draft, so he is a Bengal. He's going to be playing with Chase and Higgins. I know you're not a fan of me mocking Bowers this low because, A, he's good enough to go in the top 5, top 10. And number 2, you just hate the fact that he's on the Bengals. As a Browns fan, you hate the fact that he's on the Bengals with Joe Burrow, and Burrow has another kick-ass weapon he can get involved in the passing game. So, yeah. But Bowers had to come off the board here. I couldn't allow him to slip any further. 19, the Rams get Dallas Turner. I mean, Dallas Turner's considered the number 1 edge rusher in consensus mock drafts. The run stuffing against Texas was a liability. He cleaned that up in the playoffs. Even though I like Jerzon Newton more at this spot, I feel like Dallas Turner is coming off the board here at the very latest because Dallas Turner, 14.5 tackles for a loss, 10 sacks. Edge rushers are harder to come by than defensive linemen. And I think that thought process and the positional value pyramid gives the Rams Dallas Turner 6'3", 247, 28 solo tackles, 25 assisted tackles, 53 total tackles, 33 quarterback hurries, 14.5 tackles for a loss, 10 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 deflection in 2023. So I have Dallas Turner, the Rams at 19. Pittsburgh, they sent their scouts to the Colorado-Oregon game. They get their center upgrade here. I think Pittsburgh would like to wait for Jackson Powers Johnson, but with Graham Barton off the board at 16, Pittsburgh pivots back to their original plan to take Jackson Powers Johnson. 6'4", 315, had a good Senior Bowl week. And Pittsburgh's offensive line of Dan Moore Jr. at left tackle, Sumalo at left guard, Jackson Powers Johnson at center, James Daniels at right guard, and Broderick Jones at right tackle. Pittsburgh could use a swing tackle that can move over to right tackle in 2025 if Broderick Jones ends up getting time at left tackle. An upgrade over Isaac Sumalo can also be added if the value is there. The key words are if the value is there. But yeah, Jackson Powers Johnson, he lined up at center, right guard, and right tackle at the Senior Bowl. I have Pittsburgh taking the Oregon center at 20 here. '21. Any thoughts on the yeah, I'll get your thoughts after the first round. We have so many picks to get through, so I'll just cruise through the round here. Dolphins, Jerzon Newton, Illinois. He's my only blue chip defensive lineman in this draft, and he showed he's fully healthy, working out for NFL teams. Jerzon Newton, 26 solo tackles, 26 assisted tackles, 52 total tackles, 44 quarterback pressures with 15 more than any front 7 player in the entire Big Ten. 8.5 tackles for a loss, 7.5 sacks, 4 block kicks or punts on special teams. So I do have the Dolphins getting Jerzon Newton at 21. It's a really good value pick. It's the perfect replacement to Christian Wilkins. Because the Dolphins really didn't replace Christian Wilkins. I think Jerzon Newton's an excellent replacement to him. Eagles at 22, Kool-Aid McKinstry, 24 solo tackles, 8 assisted, 32 total tackles, 7 deflections. I gave Kool-Aid an A in man coverage and a C in zone and a C in press. He looks very suspect outside of man coverage.
I'm going to say something real quick about Jerzon Newton because he was a guy I really liked, and I think a long time ago I might have been the one that brought him to your attention. But he is the Dolphins. I don't know if anybody watched them last year. Their defensive line sucked. It just sucked. Their defense, as good as their offense was, their defense was just that bad.
Wilkins was good, but the rest of the guys on that defensive line just weren't able to get the job done.
No. Not even.
Zach Seiler, the 34, left in a few fumble recoveries, but a lot of that's due to the presence of Wilkins. Teams double-teaming Wilkins, and he's getting more looks because of that.
Yes, and retired with the young. I mean, that is the type of player he reminds me of. Whether he will develop into that, we don't know. But I think this is a great pick for them because the Dolphins needed a disruptor.
Yeah,
bad.
They do. That was part of the thought process of putting there. I went with Kool-Aid McKinstry at 22. I appreciate you paying attention to the live stream, Joey. You've done well today. But it just feels like James Bradberry has worn out his welcome in Philadelphia. I mean, Drew Lock even said after the Seahawks Monday night win over the Eagles, we just targeted James Bradberry. We pickpocketed him the entire game because we knew Slay was going to shut down whoever he was covering. So we just pickpocketed Bradberry, and it seems like every other team pivoted to that strategy after Drew Lock said that following Seattle's Monday night win where Geno Smith was injured. So I do have Kool-Aid McKinstry coming in. Philadelphia, they did lose Avonte Maddox. So basically, this gives Philadelphia would move Bradberry to nickel.
Bradberry is good for every team for about 2 years. He's great for about 2 years, and then, like you said, he just wears out his welcome. I have no doubt that he will be great for a couple of years, no matter where he lands next. But it just seems like he's worn out his welcome here too. So, I mean, a great player, but for some reason, he cannot fit for more than a year or two in any locker room. I don't know what the problem is there, but if you're looking for a stopgap, you sign him. You're going to get a good one for a couple of years.
And Kool-Aid McKinstry, I do have him winning that number 2 cornerback job. You also have Eli Ricks, and Philadelphia also has Keely Ringo at dime cornerback and Eli Ricks at quarterback. So Eagles do have solid cornerback depth, but Ringo and Ricks got exposed last year on some plays. I think it was due to a lack of experience. I think they'll be better this year. But can either guy take a leap in year 2? That's the big question if injuries occur. Minnesota uses this pick. Minnesota only considered Darnold and Zach Wilson for a 7th-round pick. The Jets want at least a 6th-round pick for Zach Wilson. If the Vikings are willing to give you a 7th for Wilson, you need to take it and cut your losses with Wilson. That's just my advice to the Jets. Because if any team's willing to give you a 7th for Zach Wilson, just cut your losses and take the draft pick. Because if you don't, you're gonna end up releasing Zach Wilson, and you're gonna get nothing for him. So that's just.
I agree with that. You know, Zach Wilson is probably the biggest disappointment from the NFL draft in many, many, many friggin' years.
I had Justin Fields graded higher than Zach Wilson, but that doesn't change the fact that Wilson's a letdown.
Even people in the locker room say, yeah, he was rich when he came in, and he acted like a spoiled rich kid. So that ain't going to fly in the NFL. It's going to get your head taken off. They're not going to hand you anything. So, I mean, it is. It's unfortunate, but if you can get something for him, get something for him.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You can have because I'm thinking if you're the Vikings, if Zach Wilson was your second choice, see if the Jets will take a 7th for Zach Wilson, because I'm not offering a 6th for him. Mac Jones got a 6th. Justin Fields got a 6th. Wilson's worth less than that. And I think the Vikings want to get Wilson, but they want to get him without giving up the draft pick, because their draft capital is kind of limited now after making that trade with the Texans. So, honestly, I think the thought process will be if they can't get one of the top 4 quarterbacks, they'll try to get Penix at 23, and then the backup plan will be to trade for Zach Wilson if they can't get Penix. So, Penix, 4,641 yards, 31 touchdowns, 92 rushing yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, 4,733 total yards, 35 total touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 68.8 completion percentage in 2022. He had 4,903 passing yards, 36 passing touchdowns, 11 receptions, 8 rushing yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, 4,906 total yards, 65.1 completion percentage, and an 83.4 quarterback rating in 2023. So, yeah. I'm still here, guys. It's just like I'm reloading TalkShoe. Yes, I'm reloading TalkShoe. Yeah, I'm still here, guys. I'm just reloading TalkShoe. Okay, it's preparing to re-record the stream. But Penix, I think Penix is there at 23. You have to pick him. If none of the top 4 quarterbacks are there at 11, you have to take the best blue chip player on your board at 11 and get Penix at 23. Now, if Penix gets picked before 23, you probably could. I think the Vikings would do a trade for Zach Wilson in day 2 of the draft by giving up a day 3 pick. But right now they have all the leverage. So if they want to develop Penix behind Darnold, they can do that. And that's why.
The big problem with Penix is that he is inaccurate.
He's accurate on the short and medium passes, but he's overthrown a lot of deep balls on tape. He has. I will not deny that. Deep ball accuracy is a big issue with him.
But that's going to be a problem because what's their best player?
Justin Jefferson.
Big play wide receiver. So he's going to have to work on all that. And if nothing else, Sam Darnold is for 1 or 2 starts. You know, and Penix needs more time.
Yeah.
You don't want to start him all year. Hell no. But for a few starts, that gives Penix a little more time. He's nice little stopgap.
Yep. So I do like what Minnesota's doing. 24, the Dallas Cowboys. You'd think I'd go J.C. Latham. Well, no. I'm going to Marius Mims because Mims played left tackle, left guard, and right tackle in high school. So I think Marius Mims would transition better to the left tackle spot than J.C. Latham, who played right tackle in high school. So I think Mims, 6'8", 340. I think Mims goes to Dallas here. He didn't allow a sack or quarterback hit across 402 pass blocking snaps in 2023, despite missing games at Georgia. I don't know why the recording's pausing on TalkShoe. We're still live on Restream, though. But you draft Mims. But you draft Mims, and you can move Tyler Smith back to left guard. You'd have Zach Martin at right guard. You have Terrence Steele at right tackle. You could also keep Smith at left tackle with Steele and use Mims in a swing tackle role until the Cowboys feel he's ready. That's another possibility I entertained. But Mims is more experienced at left tackle than Latham. That's ultimately what this came down to with both tackles on the board. So Marius Mims to Dallas at 24. All right. Green Bay, Cooper DeJean. He can play field, boundary, nickel, dime, corner, strong safety, free safety. Not only is he the youngest defensive back, he's also the most versatile. He's a quality replacement for the injury-prone Eric Stokes. I gave Cooper DeJean an A- in man, an A- in zone, and an A in press coverage, an A+ in hard hitting, a C in tackling, and a C- in run stuffing. Cooper DeJean might be the most consistent corner in the draft outside of Quinion Mitchell. After rewatching his game film against Iowa State this year and his tape versus Ohio State's receivers in 2022, he did suffer a season-ending injury, didn't participate in the combine. That's the only reason I have Cooper DeJean this low. An argument can be made for him to be the second cornerback drafted. I think Cooper DeJean's floor is 15 to the Colts, and his ceiling, I think Cooper DeJean's ceiling is 15 to the Colts, and I think his floor, the latest he'd fall, is Green Bay here at 25. He can play in cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, or cover 4. Had 57 solo tackles, 18 assisted tackles, 75 total tackles, 8 deflections, 5 interceptions, 3 tackles for a loss, 3 defensive touchdowns in 2022. only had 26 solo tackles, 15 assisted, 41 total tackles, 5 deflections from pass breakups, 2 interceptions, 2 tackles for a loss. He ran a 4.43 and a 4.45 at Iowa's Pro Day while running a posting a 38.5 vertical, 10.4 broad jump. So yes, the Packers, I have Cooper DeJean here, Joey. It makes sense because if you don't want to use that fifth-year tender on Eric Stokes, just draft Cooper DeJean and reload at corner. You can start DeJean out at nickel this year if Eric Stokes is healthy, and then if Eric Stokes manages to stay healthy, you can let him walk and give Cooper DeJean the number 2 cornerback role and save cap space in the process. So, yeah, I want Cooper DeJean for Green Bay here, Joey. As controversial as that's going to sound.
I think this is a steal. And I think this is a steal. I think one of our earliest mock drafts we did, you thought I took DeJean too high. But at the time, he wasn't quite as high. Nobody was quite as high on him. But I'm like, watch this guy. Now you get him at 25. And the only reason he's at 25 is because of injury. So, yeah, I think this is a steal for Green Bay. I love this pick.
Yep.
And real quick, an update. Cavs Magic 49-37 in a total of 29 minutes. Garrett Allen and Evan Mobley had 27 points combined, 7 rebounds in 29 minutes combined.
Donovan Mitchell passes it. Yeah, Mobley leads the Cavs with 16 points, Mitchell with 12. And you're seeing a lot of synergy from the Cavs here today. And that Jarrett Allen, 31, who just had the dunk, yeah, I believe that's Allen.
Yes, that is Jarrett Allen.
Okay. So the Magic are calling another timeout here. I don't know how many they have. We'll update you on the Magic timeout totals after 26. And that is going to be Chop Robinson out of Penn State. I think Tony Mario is Graham Barton here, but I went Chop Robinson. He's a good replacement for Shaq Barrett, who the Buccaneers are going to release. 6'3", 254, 12 solo tackles, 3 assisted tackles, 15 total tackles, 7.5 tackles for a loss, 5 quarterback hurries, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 deflection. He lined up at 43 right in, but also showed the versatility to play 34 right outside linebacker, ran a 4.48 at the 40. He relied on his speed to win pass rush reps rather than using ripper swim moves. He's going to have to work on using his ripper swim moves more frequently in the NFL, but the potential to be a Pro Bowl starter is there. I don't think he has blue chip potential. I think he's rawer than the top 3 edge rushers, but I think his athletic traits alone make him a late first-round pick. But I do like him more than Odafe Owa, who went to the Ravens at 31 a few years ago. So I think this is about the right value for Chop Robinson, and I do have his film cut up on our YouTube channel. Arizona.
Very good pick here. Very good pick here. I really like Chop Robinson. I've been talking about the entire draft process, so I think this is really nice. It's really nice value. I think he can go higher. And something weird about the Magic and Cavs, both teams are combined 7 for 28 from 3.
So both teams combined have hit only 1 out of every 4 3-point attempts, which is nuts.
That's not doing too well. Yet the Cavs still have 51 points and now lead 51-37.
Yep, they just got out of a commercial break. I'll update you guys on the timeouts, and then we're going to get to Arizona at 27, folks. Arizona, they're not showing how many timeouts each team has on the news ticker at the moment, so I will just read through the mock draft and I'll just read through the mock draft. Because the Cavs are making 51% of field goals, the Magic 35%. That's the difference right now. But I gave the Cardinals J.C. Latham, Joey. J.C. Latham, 6'6", 342. You can patiently put him in the lineup. And this is the thing. Arizona cut DJ Humphries to save cap space, but they're going to move Paris Johnson Jr. over to left tackle. Jonah Williams signed a 1-year deal at right tackle. You can develop Latham for a year while Jonah Williams is your stopgap at right tackle. Because Latham allowed 0 sacks, 12 pressures, 1 quarterback hit, 517 pass blocking snaps in 2022. He allowed 2 sacks, 14 pressures, 3 quarterback hits on 443 snaps in 2023. I do think he can pass block, run block, zone block, has the footwork to pass block and run block, but his pass blocking strength and run blocking strength could improve. Also, losing some weight, getting down from 342 to like 324 would make a huge difference in terms of Latham's foot speed improving as well. So, you know, if you draft Latham here at 27, you can develop him for a year while Jonah Williams plays out that contract, and then you could start Latham in 2025. I know it's not what Cardinals fans want here, but Magic are down to 4 timeouts. Cavs are down to 5. I know it's not ideal, Joey, but with Latham, you can develop him here. You don't have to rush him into the starting lineup. It's a good spot for him. And I think this is a place where Latham can succeed at right tackle. Bills, Brian Thomas Jr., they get that number 1 for Josh Allen after trading Diggs and losing Gabriel Davis. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr., 68 receptions, 1,177 receiving yards, 17 touchdowns. Brian Thomas Jr. ran a 4.43 at the combine. And my big question with Brian Thomas Jr. was the route running and the drops. Brian Thomas dominated LSU's pro day, showing the ability to run all 30 routes. He would be Josh Allen's number 1. You'd have Shakir as their number 2, and Curtis Samuel would be your slot. I do expect Buffalo to draft a second receiver to learn under Curtis Samuel to compete with Justin Shorter later in the draft, but they get their number 1, Brian Thomas Jr. at 28. Number 29, we have our first shock value pick on our second shock value pick. You thought Seattle at 16 was a shock value pick. Cam Hart, quarterback Notre Dame, comes off the board at 29. 6'2", 204-pound Cam Hart, 15 solo tackles, 6 assisted tackles, 21 total tackles, 4 deflections from pass breakups, 3 forced fumbles, 3 tackles for a loss. I gave an A+ in man coverage, a B in zone, a B- in press. He's the only corner that I gave an A+ grade to for man coverage, and he held his own against Marvin Harrison Jr. and Mbuka. He's that bite your kneecaps corner that Dan Campbell covets. And I don't trust Amik Robertson as the number 2 corner, Joey. I don't. I can live with Carlton Davis as the number 1 corner. I can't live with Amik Robertson as the number 2 corner. The former Raider was awful in coverage. And I think Cam Hart's an upgrade over him. And Cam Hart also ran a 4.49 at the 40 and the combine, dominated the Senior Bowl. I got a feeling that either Kamari Lassiter, Cam Hart, or Mike St. Ristel, the Michigan corner, gets pushed up to this spot at 29 here. Could also make a case for Kyrie Jackson, Jason Brownlee Jr., Chris Abrams-Train, Ennis Rakestraw, TJ Tampa. Cam Hart had the best man coverage size and athletic traits, which is what I think Dan Campbell's looking for when it comes to a bite your kneecaps type corner. Could also go with Marshawn Nealon to player Cole Baggett mock to the Lions. I'm not as high on Nealon as the consensus is. I know Nealon's picked up a ton of traction, but I think Cam Hart is an upgrade over Amik Robertson. You can keep Brian Branch at nickel. Melifonwu would be your strong safety. Kirby Joseph would be your free safety. So I have Cam Hart at 29. Second surprise pick outside of Graham Barton in the first round. I'm going to get to Baltimore at 30 unless you want to comment on the Cam Hart pick to the Lions, because it is a surprise pick, and you're not used to me pulling off these shock value picks in the first round. I mean, you're not, Joey. It's like I usually go for need and value. And I also think this is a guy Dan Campbell could fall in love with, like as a player leading up to the draft. Yeah. Okay, Baltimore Ravens. I do have the Ravens picking a receiver at 30, Xavier Worthy. So, yeah, they get the guy who broke John Ross's 40-yard dash to pair with Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers. And I do believe he can run any route on the route tree. Ran a 4.21, broke John Ross's 40 times. So Baltimore would have Bateman, Zay Flowers, and Worthy as their top 3 receivers. You'd also have Nelson Aguilar for depth. Lamar Jackson will have better weapons than last year along with the addition of Worthy. You have Derrick Henry at running back. Baltimore can use day 2 picks on offensive linemen or edge rushers depending on how the board falls to them. But I have Xavier Worthy out of Texas going to the Ravens. and is 53-41 Cavs at halftime. San Francisco, they get Adonai Mitchell. Deebo Samuel, the 49ers can't pay both Deebo Samuel and Ayuk. I could have gone with a right tackle at 31. I think it's a deep tackle draft. I think you get your receiver here at 31, and you make the guy a slot receiver. You ease him in, and then next year, next year, you trade Samuel or Ayuk, knowing you use the fifth-year tender on Ayuk, and you trade either Samuel or Ayuk, knowing you can't pay for both. But maybe you can, because Brock Purdy still has 2 years left on his rookie deal. And if you use a fifth-year tender on Ayuk, you'd have Deebo and Ayuk for the final 2 years of their contracts. And then you'd have Mitchell as a slot receiver for 2 years. And then you can ease him into a bigger role. But Adonai Mitchell, 55 receptions, 845 yards, 11 touchdowns. I have Adonai Mitchell going to San Francisco as a slot receiver. And then number 32, Kansas City Chiefs, Troy Franklin, Oregon. They get, this will allow Rashee Rice to be the number 2 guy. Marquez Brown will be the slot. And Troy Franklin will be the number 1 receiver for Mahomes with Kelsey at tight end. You'll have all 5 starters on the offensive line back, 2 of the 3 running backs for Mahomes to work with. Troy Franklin, 81 receptions, 1,383 yards, 14 touchdowns, 4.41 40-yard dash for Troy Franklin, and he becomes Mahomes' number 1 target. So that is my first round, Joey. Any thoughts on the back half before I start round 2? All right, I'll start round 2 since you're round 1, because we got a lot of rounds to cover.
Yeah, that's the main reason I haven't said much.
All right, so yeah, I get the hint. I get the body language to you. I get the hint. That means keep going and get through these other 6 rounds because time is money. All right, Panthers, Mike Sainristil, cornerback, Michigan. The Panthers, they traded Dante Jackson to the Steelers, and I do have a first-round grade on Mike Sainristil. He ran a 4.46 at the Combine. He ran a 4.36 at Michigan's Pro Day. He worked out in individual positional drills at wide receiver, corner, and safety. That's the biggest reason I have Sainristil at 33. Wes has a first-round grade on him, too. Sainristil, 5'9", 182, but 38 solo tackles, 20 assisted, 58 total tackles, 7 deflections, 2 sacks, 1 interception. I really wanted to put Sainristil at 29, but I don't think the Lions are going to take a 5'9" corner that early in the draft. And he went from nickel corner in 2022 to boundary corner in 2023. And, you know, the Panthers, they can put him. They have J.C. Horn at field corner. They signed Dane Jackson from Buffalo to be their boundary. And Mike Sainristil can be the nickel. I also feel like Sainristil's an upgrade over former Browns corner Troy Hill. So, I mean, I have Mike Sainristil here. I have Jordan Morgan going to the Patriots, 6'5", 312. Some believe Morgan may kick inside to guard due to the arm length, 32 7/8, but he has 10 3/4 hands. Morgan, 1 sack, 14 pressures, 2 quarterback hits before season-ending injury in 2022. Morgan allowed 2 sacks, 11 quarterback hurries, and 1 quarterback hit while staying fully healthy in 2023. Did well at the Senior Bowl, ran a 5.4 40-yard dash. He looked good at Arizona's Pro Day in the pass blocking, run blocking team drills in front of NFL scouts, while also leading the Wildcats with 27 reps on the bench press. Morgan is a constant blocker on running plays that'll maintain blocks for 5 seconds. He's a temporary to lingering blocker on passing plays, but he has excellent foot speed, and he was able to use his foot speed to keep Laiatu Latu from sacking Arizona's quarterback when Arizona played UCLA this season. I have Jordan Morgan going to the Patriots as the left tackle, Cole Strange at left guard, David Andrews at center, Saidi So at right guard, Michael Onwenu at center. If New England passes on a left tackle at 34, they get they'll probably go with Okorafor at left tackle, Strange at left guard, Andrews at center, So at right guard, and Onwenu at right tackle. That's what a lot of the team blogs are saying about the Patriots. Our lads has Okorafor as the backup right tackle, but I believe if the Patriots pass on a left tackle at 34, Okorafor would be the stopgap, and then they draft somebody like Kiran Amagaji out of Yale to compete with Okorafor, but he would probably just develop as a rookie and then come in and start in year 2, unless the Patriots draft a left tackle early in next year's draft in 2025. But yeah, the Cardinals, 35, Kamari Lassiter. They need a number 1 corner. I know they signed Sean Bunting Murphy in free agency, but Bunting Murphy's been a number 2 corner wherever he's gone. But if you draft Kamari Lassiter, he's your number 1 corner, and you have Bunting Murphy as your number 2 at boundary, and you have Garrett Williams in the nickel. So if you draft Lassiter, that essentially fixes your secondary. 21 solo tackles, 16 assisted, 37 solo tackles, 8 deflections, half a sack, 0 interceptions. He didn't do the bench press or 40-yard dash. He ran a 4.51 at Georgia's pro day, with NFL scouts being critical of George Lassiter at his pro day. I gave Lassiter an A- in man zone and press based on film. Commanders, I went Patrick Paul, left tackle, Houston. I think Patrick Paul is an upgrade over the guy out of Utah that the Commanders drafted in the 4th round last year. I do. I think Patrick Paul's an upgrade at left tackle over what the Commanders currently have. 0 sacks on 81 pass blocking snaps as a freshman in 2019. Suffered a season-ending foot/ankle injury in 2020. Got voted team captain in 2021 after that foot ankle injury kept him out 2 years. 595 pass blocking snaps, 1 sack allowed in 2022, had the 2nd highest pass blocking grade among offensive tackles in 2022, and improved on that with the best pass blocking grade in 2023. He's the only left tackle in this draft to have a pass blocking grade on Pro Football Focus of 90 or higher the last 2 years, and he's 6'7", 333. I know the pad level's a concern with Paul, but the fact that he's been that consistent in pass blocking, I think he's too good for Washington to pass on. They could also go They could also go with Troy Fautanu or Kingsley Suamadia, but I think Paul is the best fit for the Commanders. He's my highest graded tackle at this point, and I've seen all 10 of the tackles projected in the first 2 rounds, in the first round in certain mock drafts. Chargers, I'm going Kyrie Jackson here. Asante Samuel Jr. is your number 1 corner. Christian Fulton's your number 2 corner. Right now, Jasir Taylor, the Chargers 2022 6th round pick, is the nickel. An upgrade could be made there. I've got the Chargers getting Kyrie Jackson, the Oregon corner, 6'3", 203, 25 solo tackles, 9 assisted, 34 total tackles, 7 deflections from pass breakups, 5 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 2 sacks, taking over for Christian Gonzalez. I gave Jackson a B- in man coverage, a C in zone coverage, and an A+ in press coverage. So I really like Jackson. It's not just the press coverage that I love with Jackson. There's other traits about his game that stand out. I think Kyrie Jackson is a really good fit for the Chargers here. And I gave him an A+ in press coverage, an A grade in run stuffing, an A grade in A- in hard hitting, an A in tackling, and an A+ in blitzing. There is a lot I love about Kyrie Jackson. Even though the man in zone coverage isn't what you'd like, I love his press coverage. I love the run stuffing. I love the hard hitting. I love the tackling, and I love the blitzing enough to look past the man in zone, even if he's raw in those respects. He dominates everywhere else. That's why I'm higher on him. But he's so exceptional in press coverage and blitzing that he makes up for his man in zone coverage. And I for that reason, I have Kyrie Jackson here to the Chargers at 37. I know some mocks have him in the 3rd, 4th round, but I love Kyrie Jackson. And this is the thing. If you think his man in zone is raw, you could start him out at nickel, or you can play him on the outside and move Asante Samuel back to nickel. But either way, you fix your secondary with Kyrie Jackson here at 37. 38, Titans, Edgerrin Cooper. Titans have to draft a day 1 starter at 34, middle linebacker. Edgerrin Cooper, he can pass rush, stop the run, drop back into coverage. He's not a very good blocker and missed 3 different tackles on film against Auburn. Edgerrin Cooper, 39 solo tackles, 45 assisted, 84 total tackles, led the SEC with 17 tackles for a loss, 10 quarterback hurries, 8 sacks, 2 deflections from pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery, and 1 defensive touchdown on the fumble recovery versus Auburn. Titans got Kenneth Murray in free agency, but they don't have a linebacker next to Kenneth Murray. So Edgerrin Cooper gives the Titans a day 1 starter at middle linebacker. 39, Carolina, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. You have Deontay Johnson as your number one. You have Adam Thielen as your number 2 target. He was your number 1 last year. You have Jonathan Mingo, last year's slot receiver at the slot. Ladd McConkey's a better route runner than Mingo, but I don't know if he's as fast, as explosive in terms of game speed. Now, McConkey's 40 times better than Mingo's. I'm not arguing that, Joey. I do agree with that, but at the same time, McConkey can run every route on the route tree. He doesn't have the drops that Deontay Johnson has. There is potential for McConkey to be Bryce Young's number 1 target down the road. 31 receptions, 447 yards, 5 touchdowns as a freshman redshirt. 58 receptions, 762 yards, 7 touchdowns as a sophomore redshirt. 30 receptions, 478 yards, 2 touchdowns. His numbers were worse in 2023, but he did win the Warfel Award for community service as a junior redshirt. He dominated versus Ole Miss. I may do his film cut, probably won't since I don't have enough time. But yeah, he dominated on tape against Ole Miss. But he can run every route on the route tree. He ran a 4.39. I like Ladd McConkey at 39. Number 40, Braylon Trice. He's 6'4", 2. You want to say something about McConkey before 40? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I see him as more overrated than a lot of people do. I think he'd be a good third receiver, but I don't see him as a number 2 yet. I think he can develop as a number 2.
I have him starting out as a slot receiver, but he would be a guy who develops into a number 2 in year 2. And he wouldn't become a number 1 until year 3 of his rookie deal at the very earliest, Joey. With the receiver depth the Panthers have with Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen as stopgaps, Ladd McConkey, even if Ladd McConkey lives up to his potential, he's probably not a number 1 for Bryce Young until 2026. And if the Panthers draft a receiver in 2025, that receiver is going to be Bryce Young's number 1, not McConkey. So I'm not saying Joey's not saying Ladd McConkey can't become a number 1. Just looking at the projection, the outlook for McConkey, it's just unlikely to be in Carolina. That's all we're saying. He has the talent and potential to become a number 1, but Carolina might not wait for him to become a number 1 target since they have a 2025 first-round pick. They may draft a receiver with that pick. But I do think long-term, he's your best receiver for Bryce Young. And at the very worst, he'd beat out Jonathan Mingo for that slot receiver job. And if he doesn't beat out Mingo, you just wasted a second-round pick on a wide receiver. You drafted the wrong receiver, Carolina. Good going. 40, Commanders, Braylon Trice. Braylon Trice weighed 274 in the regular season. He lost 29 pounds prior to the combine to get down to 249. Really added a lot of muscle. Showed the versatility to play 43 right end, 43 left end, but he's also got the size to play 34 right outside linebacker as well as 34 left outside linebacker. Plug and play on the edge. 30 solo tackles, 19 assisted, 49 total tackles, 15 quarterback hurries, 11 tackles for a loss, 7 sacks, 2 deflections. Braylon Trice is a great pass rusher, but he looked suspect as a run stuffer versus Oregon. So, but this is the thing. The Commanders, they traded Montez Sweat and they traded Chase Young. And right now, their only good pass rushers is KJ Henry from last year. They didn't really add any edge rushers in free agency. So you kind of have to bite the bullet and draft Braylon Trice here and hope for the best if you're the Commanders, unfortunately. Packers get Tyler Nubin, 6'1", 199, can play strong safety and free safety, 34 solo tackles, 19 assisted, 53 total tackles, 5 interceptions, 4 deflections from pass breakups, 1 tackle for a loss, and 1 forced fumble as Minnesota's captain in 2023. I gave him an A- in man, an A in zone, and a B in press coverage. He can play in a cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, or cover 4 scheme. If you draft Tyler Nubin to be a day 1 starter, you'll have Xavier McKinney at strong safety. You'll also have Tyler Nubin at free safety. So I think that's a really good tandem to have if you're the Packers, Joey, especially with Jair Alexander, Eric Stokes, and Cooper DeJean. That's a secondary that can be a force for Green Bay. Because the thing with Green Bay is they are transitioning to a 43 defense. So the Eagles are moving from a 43 to a 34, and the Packers are moving from a 34 to a 43. So if the Lions win the NFC and the Packers are Eagles fail to win the NFC, I think it'll be due to the fact that their defenses are transitioning scheme-wise. But you'll have a really good secondary to make up for that transition if you draft Tyler Nubin and Cooper DeJean. You'll have a really good secondary to make up for that transition from, oh, we're moving from a 34 to a 43. And there would still be a combo of 4-2-5 nickel plays with you moving to a 43. So not only are you transitioning from 34/335, you're also transitioning to 43/425. So yeah, Texans, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. 16 solo tackles, 14 assisted, 30 tackles, 6 deflections from pass breakups, 1 interception, 1 tackle for a loss. I gave him an A in man, a B+ in zone, an A in press coverage. I think Brownlee can thrive in cover 0, cover 1, cover 2. You're going to have to develop his zone coverage to get him on par. Houston's lack of stability. Houston has a lack of stability at nickel corner like last year. So I think if you put him in this lineup, because right now you have Derek Stingley as your number 1 corner. You have Okudah replacing Steven Nelson. And that could end up being a disaster. Okudah could end up doing really good as a number 2 under DeMeco Ryans. He could also end up playing terrible. And with the Texans' pass defense regressing as a result. And right now, Desmond King's the nickel corner on a 1-year deal. So Jarvis Brownlee, he could compete with King for the nickel job as a rookie. And then year 2, he is your number 2 corner to Stingley after you develop his zone coverage. Because he's got the man and press to play right now. The zone coverage is what needs a little bit of work. And if you develop him for a year, he'll be ready to go as your number 2 corner in 2025. So a lot of these picks are long-term picks. Atlanta, Cameron Kitchens, Miami. He could play strong safety, free safety, and nickel. 40 solo, 19 assisted, 59 total tackles, 5 deflections from pass breakups, 5 interceptions, 2.5 tackles for a loss, 1 sack, 1 defensive touchdown. I gave Kitchens an A- in man and zone, a B in press coverage, a B- in run stuffing, a C+ in hard hitting, a C+ in blitzing, a C in tackling, and F in blocking. He can play cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. I like Cameron Kitchens because right now the Falcons have DeMarco Hellams as their starting strong safety. And I had a backup grade on Hellams. But the thing is, Richie Grant regressed to the point where Hellams took the starting strong safety job from Richie Grant. So if you have a backup safety now as your starting strong safety, you got to reload at safety and move on from Richie Grant, who's on the final year of his rookie deal. So, you have Terrell as your number 1. Clark Phillips is moving from nickel to boundary corner. Mike Hughes is going to be Atlanta's nickel corner. I do have Atlanta getting a corner later in the draft. This pick could be a corner at 43 as well, but I went Cameron Kitchens, Miami here.
And this is a good pick because, I try to stay away as much as I can, but I'll look at you just have to look at the Browns because they are about 5 deep at safety right now.
And that's the thing. Hellams and Grant could be good backups next year if you. But go ahead.
Yes, but I was going to say, they were deep, and it turned out that they needed to be deep. And it may have saved their defense, at least for the most part, up until the playoffs when the inexperience and everything else started showing. But it saved their defense up the regular season. Atlanta needs something like that because the safety play last year, it was decent, not great, not deep.
Jesse Bates had his moments. Richie Grant had 1 or 2 good games, but at the same time, he played really bad down the stretch and got benched for Hellams. And Hellams is a backup safety. So if Hellams is your starting strong safety, you got to upgrade there. But you can keep Hellams and Grant as backup safeties for depth, like the Browns did with Bell and Hickman, and it will actually work out for you if you're Atlanta. So, that's the thing.
We're finding out with a couple of these positions that there's no such thing as too many quality of them.
Yeah.
There were times last year when there were a few teams that were down on their position and they learned, hey, we either were fortunate we had the depth or we wish we had it. And I think a lot of teams realize they need depth at position they didn't think they needed that.
I think I've got the Raiders taking Bo Nix at 44. I think the Raiders could draft a quarterback, but only under one of three scenarios. Scenario A involves Michael Penix Jr. falling to 33 and the Raiders making a deal very similar to the one the Titans made last year where they gave up a second, multiple third-round picks, and moved up for Will Levis without mortgaging a first-round pick. I think that's the first scenario where the Raiders could pick a quarterback. The second scenario is Bo Nix falls to 44. And the third scenario is the Raiders bypass a quarterback in the first two rounds, and they take a quarterback who has more upside than Aiden O'Connell, but is also kind of raw, like a Rattler, Sam Hartman, Michael Pratt, or Travis, a guy who's raw but has potential to develop into a starter. I think all five of those QBs that I mentioned have higher ceilings than Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew, but Bo Nix fell to this pick, so we're going to go Bo Nix here at 44. Just makes a lot of sense logistically, and there's no pressure on Bo Nix. Even if he starts out at third string, I think his ceiling's higher than both Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew, who have the ceiling of high-end backups. But yeah, Bo Nix, the Raiders here. And Antonio Pierce has already come out and said, there's a good chance Aiden O'Connell's going to be the starter heading into training camp. It's going to take a hell of a training camp for one of these rookies to supplant Aiden O'Connell week one. But Bo Nix, he's a guy that you could start him out as a third stringer behind Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. You can let him compete with those guys in the preseason for the starting job. And he's in a unique situation where you can develop him accordingly and you don't have to rush him. But I think he'd be ready by the end of his rookie season at the very latest. But you can let him learn the playbook for a year. He'll be ready by 2025. Worst case scenario with Bo Nix is he redshirts this year behind O'Connell and Minshew, and he's ready by 2025. He's ready to start by then. But yeah, I have Bo Nix to the Raiders at 44. The value is just too good to ignore. Saints, Cooper Beebe. Right now, the starting left guard in the Saints is James Hurst with Andres Pete gone. So Cooper Beebe, 6'3", 322, really good value. I had Beebe ahead of Barton prior to Duke's Pro Day. And Beebe was my top guard for most of the draft process. So getting him here for New Orleans as a day one starter, you'd have Penning at left tackle, Beebe at left guard, Eric McCoy at center, Cesar Ruiz at right guard, and Tyler Guyton at right tackle. With that offensive line, there are zero excuses for Derek Carr. Heck, the backups might thrive in that. I think Jake Haener would thrive with an offensive line like this, potentially. I can't say the same about Nate Peterman, though. Even with an offensive line this good, I just don't have any confidence in Nate Peterman. But Nate Peterman might beat out Jake Haener for the backup job. We won't know until training camp, but I have Cooper Beebe at 45. Braden Fisk, Florida State. The Colts get my number 2 defensive tackle to push Grover Stewart and Taven Bryan for playing time. Because they have DeForest Buckner. They have one Pro Bowl defensive tackle, but I have Braden Fisk ahead of Byron Murphy in my rankings. Fisk wowed me on tape, whereas Murphy didn't. So I have Fisk ahead of Murphy. Murphy could end up going ahead of Newton and Fisk if the medicals with Fisk and Newton are as severe as the Owl claims they are. But Fisk, 6'4", 295, 17 solo tackles, 26 assisted tackles, 43 total tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. He ran a 4.78 and did 26 reps on the bench press. Braden Fisk, defensive tackle, Florida State, goes to the Colts here. The Giants, they get Malachi Corley as their number 1 target for J.J. McCarthy with the pick from Seattle. I mean, there's a reason I traded up for Corley in the group mock on Facebook. I mean, he had 73 receptions, 691 yards, 7 touchdowns with Bailey Zappi in 2021. He took things to a whole new level, 101 receptions, 1,293 yards, 11 touchdowns with Austin Reed in 2022. Corley had 94 receptions, 789 yards, and 11 touchdowns in 2023. He's a fast wide receiver with superb blocking, maybe the best blocking. Corley impressed me enough to earn a spot. Corley impressed enough to earn a spot at the Senior Bowl. He worked out at the Combine, told Steve Smith on his podcast he wants to improve the route tree, ran a 4.45, 27 reps on the bench press, and then showed the ability to run all 30 routes on the route tree at Western Kentucky's Pro Day. Cole Baggett, who's a student at Western Kentucky, basically said Corley ran every route on the route tree. Not only was he running every route successfully, he was cutting routes, he was breaking routes, He was showing top-end burst. Just the breaks on the routes looked superb. So all the route tree concerns that scouts have about Corley, I think they're being overblown. But I also think Corley's, since he's a group of 5 receiver, he's probably going to go in the second round. Even though there are like a handful of mock drafts that have him in the first round, I think he'll go in round 2 realistically. So the Giants, they get McCarthy at 6 and Corley at 47. I think that's the most logical route, but they could end up going with I think most Giants fans would prefer a top 3 receiver at 6 and Penix or Nix at 47. I don't think it'll end up working out like that, though, in real life. I think if they take a receiver at 6, they're pretty much stuck with the quarterbacks they have, Joey. So it's a big decision for the Giants at number 6. So that's the thing. I'm going to get to the Jaguars here at 48. You want to say something about the Giants before I get to Duval, your city at 48?
Yeah, I would say that it was a big decision there for them to take quarterback early because I think Corley could be a first-round pick, but like you said, they hold him back where he gets last. You know, that's a big thing, especially for wide receivers, because if you get more skill than anybody else in one of those smaller schools, you're going to put up monster numbers. So I think that's the big thing for Corley that's holding him back, but I think he will be an NFL receiver.
Yep. Number 48, Jaguars. I went wide receiver. I went Roman Wilson out of Michigan. I have Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Zay Jones as my top 3. Kirk has 2 years left. Davis has 3 years left on a contract he just signed. Zay Jones has 1 year left. Jacksonville might spend a day 2 pick on a receiver, hoping to reload at the position while saving cap space in the process since Josh Allen got extended because, look, if you draft a receiver in the second round and he ends up beating out Zay Jones for the slot receiver job, you can cut Zay Jones post-June 1st and save cap space in the process. Or you can try to move Zay Jones to a team for a 6th or 7th round pick if you can find a team that's willing to trade for Zay Jones. So I decided to give the Jaguars Roman Wilson, 5'10", 186. He dominated Michigan's pro day. He ran every route on the route tree, and he had a lot of chemistry with McCarthy because you watch Michigan's pro day, the 2 standouts were McCarthy and Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson may end up starting out as the number 4 receiver if Jacksonville ends up keeping all 3 of their starters, Kirk, Davis, and Zay Jones. I do think Wilson's good enough to supplant Zay Jones as the number 3, but it's going to be a competition. He's going to have to earn it. And if Zay Jones wins that competition, you're going to have Wilson as a number 4, learning from the veterans, and then coming in and taking over for Zay Jones as your slot receiver in 2025. You also have Duvernay as the number 5 receiver and Parker Washington as the number 6 receiver. And Duvernay's taking over for last year's kickoff returner due to his special teams play. So, yeah, I gave the Jaguars Roman Wilson. You want to say anything before I get to the Bengals pick about Roman Wilson here?
That's a good pick because I want people to know that I don't think they're going to they're not going to offer another contract to Zay Jones. I don't think so. I don't think he's lived up to that contract for one reason or another. Roman Wilson will be good with him. I think the only one that they're going to extend is Christian Kirk. But at the end of the day, that's not only 2 years away, but Kirk will be at an age where he's not going to get another $25 million contract or whatever. That contract number is going to go down.
Yep.
And then you're going to have Davis for the next year. So this makes a lot of sense for them.
Yep. And the Bengals. Oh, there are NFL. I'm sure there are fans that are pissed off that I gave the Bengals Brock Bowers and Byron Murphy. But Byron Murphy fell to the Bengals at 49. He is a perfect replacement for DJ Reader. Yes, you got Sheldon Rankins on a 2-year contract to replace DJ Reader. But you also have BJ Hill entering a contract year. So Murphy comes in and he can compete with BJ Hill for playing time. If he wins that competition, you can just let Hill walk. And if he doesn't, you can just let Murphy develop and learn the playbook, and he'll be ready for 2025. So this is a great situation for Byron Murphy to end up in. 6 foot, 297, 13 solo tackles, 16 assisted tackles, 29 tackles, 8 tackles for a loss, 7 quarterback hurries, 5 sacks, and 1 rushing touchdown as a fullback. I do have Byron Murphy going the Bengals. It's a perfect fit because all the plays I watched, Texas, Oklahoma, they were all 43 plays. I did not see a single play where Texas lined up in a 34 scheme. And Byron Murphy is 6'0", 297. So he's either going to be a 43 defensive end or a 43 defensive tackle or a 34 defensive end. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. So if Murphy goes to a 34 team, he's going to move to 34 defensive end. I think Murphy's a better fit in a 43 defense. And Cincinnati, you don't have to rush him. It's a perfect fit. And Bengals fans have to be stoked about getting Bowers at 18 and Byron Murphy at 49. Those are arguably the 2 biggest steals in this draft so far. So, yeah, those are the picks. Eagles, Chris Braswell, Alabama. The Eagles are moving to a 34 defense. You're going to have Jalen Carter at 34 right end, Jordan Davis at 34 nose tackle, Milton Williams at 34 left end, Sweat's your 34 right outside linebacker, Nakobe Dean's your 34 middle linebacker, Devin White 34 middle linebacker, Bryce Huff is listed as the 34 left outside linebacker, with Brandon Graham, who played in the 43 defense at Michigan, the Eagles his entire career, as the backup 34 left outside linebacker. Nolan Smith, last year's first round pick, the backup 34 right outside linebacker. Yes, this is a luxury pick, but outside of Nolan Smith is the only edge rusher Nolan Smith's the only edge rusher with experience in a 34 defense, Joey. Sweat, Huff, Brandon Graham, these are all 43 guys. So that's why I'm giving the Eagles a second edge rusher, Chris Braswell, at 50. And here's the thing. Here's why Philadelphia is such a great fit for Braswell. You can ease him in. You can develop him, make sure he lives up to his full potential, and you don't have to rush him into the lineup if you're the Philadelphia Eagles. So, I mean, that's the thing. I like Braswell here. 16 solo tackles, 26 assisted tackles, 10.5 tackles for a loss, 8 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. This is a great fit for Philadelphia with Chris Braswell because Braswell's it goes to a situation where you don't have to start him right away and you can actually develop him. And under Vic Fangio, he should be able to develop into a starter down the road in Philadelphia. And with all these bodies, if the guys if the veterans the Eagles have transitioned to the 34 defense and you add Braswell, it's going to be really hard to stop this defense. Because I think Fangio, even though he screwed up in Miami, he's due for a comeback here. I think he gets it in Philadelphia this year. So yeah, I think Braswell's an ideal successor to Brandon Graham. And I could see him starting over Bryce Huff. I really can. Pittsburgh, Kingsley Suamataia, right tackle, BYU. Kingsley Suamataia, he's got most of the traits you want. He allowed 0 sacks, 11 pressures, and 3 quarterback hits across 300 pass blocking snaps at right tackle in 2022. He allowed 2 sacks, 15 pressures, 6 quarterback hits along 381 pass blocking snaps in 2023. You're going to have Dan Moore Jr., Sumalo, Jackson Powers, Johnson, James Daniel, and Broderick Jones. But Suamataia, he's your swing tackle his rookie year. And if you decide to move on to Dan Moore Jr., and you decide to move Broderick Jones to left tackle in 2024 if Dan Moore Jr. gets injured, or in 2025 once the contract expires, then you move Suamataia. Because I have Suamataia as a swing tackle this year, but he becomes Pittsburgh's bookend to Broderick Jones, assuming the Steelers move on from Dan Moore Jr., which I believe they will do. So that was the thought process there. Rams, T'Vondre Sweat, Texas. Bobby Brown IV enters the final year of his rookie deal. T'Vondre Sweat's my top defensive tackle on the board, 6'4", 366. I know he had that off the field incident, but you got to do something to bolster this defensive line. Kobe Turner can move to 34 right end where Aaron Donald played. You still are going to have to get a 34 left end later once the value's there, but I like T'Vondre Sweat at 52. I think that's good value. And then the Eagles are going to move Cameron Jurgens to center. That's the guy Jason Kelce believes is best to succeed him. So right now the Eagles have Tyler Steen at right guard. I think Christian Haynes out of Connecticut's an upgrade over Tyler Steen. So I went Christian Haynes here. He lined up at left guard, center, right guard, and right tackle at the Senior Bowl. Ran a 5.03, did 25 reps on the bench press. Christian Haynes ends up going to Philadelphia at 53. Cleveland Browns. The Browns get a guy that Jeremiah loves at 54. Troy Fautanu, Washington. Fautanu has gained a lot of traction, so much so that I've seen multiple mock drafts putting Fautanu to the Jets at 10. But here's the thing. Out of the 10 offensive tackles with first or second round grades, Fautanu is the only tackle with more than 20 quarterback pressures allowed. He's the only one. Every other tackle projected to go in the first 2 rounds has under 20 quarterback pressures. Fautanu has 23 quarterback pressures, 2 sacks, 3 quarterback hits, 623 pass blocking snaps. The play of Fautanu is a big reason why Washington went to the title. I do. I have Fautanu dropping the Browns at 54, and he can develop behind Wills if he can't supplant him in training camp. And then you can try Fautanu in 2025. Or if you draft a left tackle in the first round, you can move him over to guard in 2026 once Bitonio or Teller's contract is up, giving him the second year to potentially develop with the Browns. Regardless of whether you think Fautanu is a tackle or guard, he's an ideal fit for the Browns with Cleveland's first pick. I know Fautanu is a first-round prospect, but I'm just not as high on him as the consensus. He's my number 10 offensive tackle, and it's not like I've heard a rumor that this team is locked in on Troy Fautanu in the first round. I have not heard that yet. If I do hear that, I'm open to moving him back into the first round before the draft on Thursday, Joey, but I haven't heard that yet. So I have Troy Fautanu dropping all the way to Cleveland at 54, despite the fact that some mock drafts have him going to the Jets at 10.
Played with, you can talk to any offensive lineman and say quarterbacks that move a good bit or are athletic, those are harder to block. So I do take that into account when looking at Fautanu, because you never know when, Michael Penix would take off. He's mainly a pocket quarterback, but at the same time, pocket quarterback.
A lot of people have Fautanu in the top 10 because they love the fact that Fautanu wants to knock somebody's freaking head off. But at the same time, he plays too aggressive and he hasn't channeled his game yet, which is why.
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons I like him more as guard. But there's no doubt he'd be a good tackle as well. But my thought is, as a guard, he would be able to use that aggression without having to worry about, okay, this guy's going around, I got this guy coming in, I got, a quarterback that for some reason just spun around me.
I have Fautanu listed as a left tackle in the mock draft, but I added to the write-up that he's got experience at left guard and left tackle, and people are saying he can play all 5 positions on the line just like Graham Barton. So I did add that to the write-up to inform our readers of what he can do.
Yeah. Sometimes more aggressive players like that, guys that strong, they need to be inside because their aggression will take over sometimes more than their fundamentals. And you love that in a guard when they just go over there and knock somebody out, but
I like Fautanu, but I'm not taking him in the first round. He gave up too many quarterback pressures to warrant a first-round grade, but because he has the athletic traits and the versatility that teams covet, he's gaining traction right now. I feel like it's all smoke, but it could also end up being true.
My thought is if you're drafting him to cover your quarterback's blind side, he's a second-rounder, but if you're drafting him to play either a right tackle or guard, he's a first-rounder. So I think it really depends on where you're drafting.
I agree with that. That's a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it, Joey. Next up at 25, the Dolphins. They get Jatavian Sanders. He's an upgrade over any tight end on the Dolphins roster. 54 receptions, 613 yards, 5 touchdowns in 2022, 45 receptions, 682 yards, 2 touchdowns in 2023. He can run every route on the route tree, and shit, if you can get a tight end that can run every route on the route tree like Jatavian Sanders, not only are you going to have to account for Hill and Waddle, you're going to have to account for Sanders as well. That is going to give defensive coordinators nightmares. So Jatavian Sanders to the Dolphins at 55. Cowboys, Zach Frazier, West Virginia. Tyler Baez is gone. He's on the Commanders with Dan Quinn. So Zach Frazier, he's going to take over at center. So now you have Mims at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Zach Frazier at center, Zach Martin at right guard, and Terrence Steele at right tackle. Just like that, Dallas reloads in the offensive line, and there are zero excuses for Dak Prescott entering a contract year. With the additions of Mims and Frazier, he should have just as much time in the pocket.
Chris, just a quick update on the Cavs and Magic. Cavs 68-58.
It's 70-58 now. I guess I'm a few seconds ahead of you. 52 seconds in the third quarter.
Okay. Okay, Jared Allen has 16 rebounds. He is on his way. Remember earlier when I mentioned that he'd have a 20 game or two in him in the playoffs? Well, he just might end up with his first one in the first game.
Yep. And Karis LeVert is at the free throw line here. He misses the shot. I think Banchero had the rebound there. And Markelle Fultz is dribbling it. Fultz passes it. I think is that Banchero or Suggs? Who's that little? I think that's Cole Anthony. Yeah, that is Anthony. But Anthony attempts a shot on number 20 on the Cavs, and it's blocked. I think that's a backup center. I don't think that's Allen. It could be Allen, though. I don't think 20 is Jared Allen.
What's that? What,
20?
No, Jared Allen's 31.
Yeah. Niang. So Niang blocked a shot for Cole Anthony. So the bench player on Cleveland blocks the shot from a bench player in Orlando. I'm not sure.
Interesting thing. The Cavs have played 4 small forwards today, and they have not played much of anybody else on their bench. They've just been playing swing men like nobody's business.
Yep.
When it comes off being off the bench.
But yeah, Zach Frazier to Dallas at 56. Tampa Bay. I'm going Javon Baker, Central Florida. Chris Godwin's in a contract year. I don't think Tampa Bay has the salary cap to keep Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin. I believe Tampa Bay drafts another wideout to compete with Trey Palmer. I thought Trey Palmer did a good job, but you draft a receiver in the second round to compete with Palmer, and that guy would take over for Godwin next year. And I love Javon Baker. 56 receptions, 796 yards, 5 touchdowns in 2022 in his first year at Central Florida. 52 receptions, 1,139 yards, 7 touchdowns. Baker ran 18 out of 30 routes on the route tree versus Oklahoma. Baker ran a 4.55 at the NFL Combine, but Baker just kept making one-handed catches at the Big 12 Pro Days, and he did the same thing at a top 30 visit, while also adding a new route to his route tree after the Big 12 Media Day at his top 30 visit. That means Baker can now run up to 20 routes. He is my favorite Central Florida receiver since Brandon Marshall. So I have the Buccaneers taking Javon Baker, but it's a stash and develop type thing. They don't have to rush him in. They can develop him for a year behind Evans and Godwin, and he probably takes over for Godwin in 2025, with the Buccaneers having a good number 2 to Mike Evans on a rookie deal, allowing them to be a little bit more aggressive in free agency. Green Bay Packers, Peyton Wilson. There's 3 middle linebackers that can pass rush the quarterback, stop the run, drop back into coverage. Edgerrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson, Jeremiah Trotter. I feel like Cooper will be the first guy off the board, but Peyton Wilson is the best production. Green Bay's moving to a 43 defense. So that means Rashawn Gary's going to be the 43 right end. Kenny Clark's going to be the 43 defensive tackle. Tadarius Slayton, 43 defensive tackle. Lucas Van Ness, 43 left end. Preston Smith, right outside linebacker. Quay Walker, middle linebacker. And Peyton Wilson would be the Sam linebacker when Green Bay does not deploy nickel packages. But yeah, Peyton Wilson, he can stop the run, rush the quarterback, drop into coverage, 69 solo tackles, 69 assisted, 138 total tackles, 17.5 tackles for a loss, 10 quarterback hurries, 6 deflections, 6 sacks, 3 interceptions, 1 forced fumble, 1 defensive touchdown, won the Butkus. He's going to be a day 1 starter next to Quay Walker with Devondre Campbell gone. And with Green Bay running a 43 defense, I believe Peyton Wilson, he comes off the board here. And yeah, I've got Peyton Wilson at 58 to Green Bay, and Green Bay's running a 43 defense. Okay, Ricky Pearsall, Florida. Ricky Pearsall, I saw him run 19 out of 30 routes and 65 receptions, 965 yards, 4 touchdowns, ran a 4.41. I see Van Jefferson with the route running of Wes Welker when watching Pearsall, but Pearsall is a much better route runner coming out of Florida than Van Jefferson was. And here's the thing with Pearsall. He can be the Texans' number 4 target right now, and you develop him. And when I say develop, I mean, okay, if Diggs and Collins are both in contract years and you can pay only one of those receivers and keep Pearsall on a rookie deal as your slot receiver to Tank Dell, and because Tank Dell's on a rookie deal for 3 more years, Nico Collins on a rookie deal for 1 year, Diggs is only under contract for 1 year, so you can extend Diggs or Collins, keep Tank Dell, and then Pearsall can be your number 3 receiver. I do believe Pearsall could develop into a number 1 in the rare event that Houston lets Diggs and Collins walk. But knowing how much cap space the Texans are going to have in 2025, I see them extending one of those 2 and letting the other walk. So I do have Ricky Pearsall with the Texans here at 58. It is sort of a 59. It is sort of a luxury pick, Joey. Ricky Pearsall to the Texans at 59. Bills, Cole Bishop, Utah. They get a free safety here. I gave him an A. If you saw Cole Bishop against Florida, you gave him an A in man, an A+ in zone, an A- in press. If you saw him against Oregon, you gave him a C- in man, a C- in zone, a C- in press. I believe Cole Bishop got an interception in Utah for Utah in Utah's first loss of the year to Utah State. Cole Bishop, he can play in a cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, or cover 4 scheme. Really effective safety for Buffalo to add here at 60. So that's why he ran a 4.47 at the combine, 60 total tackles, 35 solo, 25 assisted. Fourth quarter is underway. The Cavs are up by 20 now, 78-58. But yeah, Cole Bishop, you bring in Cole Bishop. He can compete with Mike Edwards, former Chief Mike Edwards, for the free safety job. Taylor Rapp will be the strong safety, and then your number 4 safety will be DeMar Hamlin. And you could potentially draft another safety later to compete with Hamlin. Lions at 61, Darius Robinson, Missouri. You get that third pass rusher for depth behind Aiden Hutchinson and Davenport. This is where Darius Robinson comes into play here, and he can develop for a year and then take over for Davenport. So I do have Darius Robinson to the Lions at 61. Did you want to comment on one of the picks for Houston, Buffalo, or Detroit before I get to the Ravens? Or did you want to provide an update on the NBA game?
Richie Pearsall, never really seen as much as him as other people. Not a bad receiver, just not a great one. Cole Bishop, I really like that pick.
Well, Keon Coleman had a horrible pro day, which is partially why Pearsall moved ahead of Coleman. Keon Coleman had a god-awful pro day, the point where it dropped into the 3rd round.
Darius Robinson is an amazing talent, and I'm surprised he dropped that far, but good for Detroit. Probably get a steal in that.
Yep. The Ravens get Brandon Dorless, Oregon. Brett Urban's the 34 left in right now, but Dorless is a guy who can replace Urban. You don't have to renew Urban, who's in his 30s. And you put Dorless with Matt Abuke, who's just got extended, and then you have Michael Pierce, Travis Jones at nose tackle. Dorless weighed 290 before losing 18 pounds prior to the combine. He can regain that weight very easily if you need him to play 5 technique, 14 solo tackles, 11 assisted, 25 total tackles, 9 deflections, 7 quarterback hurries, 6.5 tackles for a loss, and 5 sacks. Brandon Dorless really impressed me as a pass rusher to the point where I have him in the late 2nd round. His run stuffing and ability to drop back into coverage is, for a defensive end, is decent, but not jaw-dropping. So Dorless to the Ravens here at 62. And I've got two Missouri corners coming off the board in back-to-back picks for San Francisco and Kansas City to end the second round. The Niners, they get Chris Abrams-Drain. Charvarius Ward remains your number one. Ambry Thomas took the number 2 corner job from Lenore, who's now the nickel. With Lenore and with Ambry and Lenore in contract years, it makes sense to take another corner early. Chris Abrams-Drain would be a good replacement to Lenore at this point in the second round. He had 7 deflections in 2021 as the number 1 corner, and then he had 14 deflections in 2022, and then 13 deflections, led Missouri in deflections for the 3rd year in a row. Very consistent player. I know a lot of people have Ennis Rakestraw ahead of Abrams-Drain, but Abrams-Drain led Missouri in deflections all 3 seasons. I gave him an A in man, a C in zone, and an A in press, a B+ in returning on special teams, a B in run stuffing, a B- in tackling. I think Abrams-Drain can play in any scheme. At the same time, I think he'll have more success in a cover 0, cover 1, or cover 2 scheme like San Francisco runs where he's playing man. I like Abrams-Drain. Worst case scenario, he starts out as your backup and he becomes your nickel corner. Best case scenario, he's a day 1 starter at nickel or boundary. But I do think Abrams-Drain has a higher ceiling than both Ambry Thomas and Demondre Lenore. And he ran a 4.47 at the combine. And the Chiefs, they get Ennis Rakestraw Jr. to end the second round. And they get a corner to replace Snead to push Joshua Williams and Jalen Wilson for that boundary corner job next to McDuffie. I only have a few players still on the board with second round grades, but the Chiefs, they get a replacement to Algerius Snead here, and I feel like Ennis Rakestraw, if he's still on the board at 64, the Chiefs are going to take him. I gave him an A in man, an A in press. I feel like his zone coverage needs a lot of work, but Chiefs play a lot of man with their corners. They use their safeties in zone, and I like him as a – but he also has some medicals. A lot of people that are mocking Rakestraw ahead of Abrams-Drain don't realize he has some medicals. He tore his ACL in 2021, and he missed 3 games with groin injury in 2023. So even though Ennis Rakestraw is more physical than Abrams-Drain, his medicals are worse, and – with Rakestraw's traction, this pick at 64, it would allow the Chiefs to reload at corner with Williams and Watson competing for nickel corner while having strong cornerback depth for the next 2 years with 4 quality corners. So Ennis Rakestraw Jr. to the Chiefs is my pick at 64. That is the second round, Joey. What are your thoughts here on this draft so far?
All of it made sense. Some of the players I just thought was a little bit underwhelming, but at the same time, it made sense what they were doing.
Yep. Third round, there are 3 second-round talents still on the board. Those players are Jeremiah Trotter Jr. on Clemson, TJ Tampa on Iowa State, and Keon Coleman on Florida State. I already gave Carolina Mike Sain-Ristel and Ladd McConkey, so Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is getting picked here. Why? Well, Josie Jewell signed a 3-year contract in free agency. Shaq Thompson enters a contract year. He's 29. If the Panthers think Shaq Thompson has durability concerns, they're ready to move on from Shaq Thompson if he gets injured again. Now is the time to reload. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., son of Jeremiah Trotter Sr., good stash and developed player behind Shaq Thompson, an ideal player to get here in round 3 for the Panthers because we don't know what's going to happen. And Tony Mario, he always looks at players in contract years at this point in the draft as a 1-year development guy. Then you bring him in and make him a long-term starter. I'm doing the same thing here. And 88 tackles for Trotter Jr. last year. I think Jeremiah Trotter Jr. as a sub-linebacker on the inside this year, and then he develops into a starter next year. I really like the fit for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. here at 65. Yeah, there's a timeout in the cap.
Jeremiah Trotter, I think, would be an instant starter, but be able to, bring him along like this,
Yeah, because Joel signed a 3-year deal. Panthers can't buy out Joel until 2026. So that leaves Shaq Thompson as the odd man out. And I think if there's a linebacker at 65, whether it's a Trotter Jr. or Colson, I think you have to pick him, Joey, and just roll the dice on and be blunt with Shaq Thompson. Say, look, you can either take a 1 or 2 year team friendly extension, or we're letting you walk. I hate to do it to Shaq Thompson, but you can get younger at this position and you can get value if the right player falls to 65. So it's nothing personal. It's just a business decision. Arizona, they need a day one center. I went with Cedric Van Pran here. The Cardinals cannot go another season with Hajalt Froholt at center. They can't. So I just decided to give the Cardinals Cedric Van Pran. And the only two players with Commanders.
Why did they go with the first piece from you? That's center. It made no sense when they signed him. It made no sense when they started him. And it makes no sense now.
Yeah, it doesn't. They're keeping him at center and they're not upgrading. So I had to go Cedric Van Pran. I know it's a slight reach at 66 from a value standpoint, but the Cardinals have to get a center to replace Froholt. The only two players with round 2 grades on the board are TJ Tampa and Keon Coleman. I'm leaning towards Tampa. I mean, TJ Tampa was graded out as a top 3 corner in this draft, according to our Charlie, who picked for the Panthers in our group mock, had a first-round grade on Tampa. I gave Tampa a B in man, a B in zone, a B in press. Not dominant in any category, not a liability anywhere either. He does have the football IQ to play everywhere. He doesn't have elite game speed or the 40 time you want, but he's solid enough to get the job done. And, you know, the Commanders, they have Emmanuel Forbes. They have Michael Davis from the Chargers on a 1-year deal, taking over for Kendall Fuller as the boundary corner. You have Benjamin St-Juste in the final year of his rookie deal. You have Quan Martin, who's competing with Benjamin St-Juste for the nickel job. TJ Tampa is one of these guys. He might start out as the number 5 corner on the depth chart, but next year you're going to have Forbes in year 3. You're going to have Quan Martin as your number 2 or number 3 corner, and you're going to have Tampa as the other guy. So TJ Tampa could end up redshirting his rookie year, but he could very easily be the number 2 corner to Forbes heading into 2025 if you pick him at 67 here. Because Michael Davis and Benjamin St-Juste are in contract years. Yet both cornerbacks they look like stopgaps because Benjamin St-Juste is barely holding on to the nickel job against Quan Martin, the 2nd-round pick out of Illinois in 2023. I don't see the Commanders extending St-Juste or Davis. My guess is Tampa would redshirt and then he would play in year 2 after developing for a year. So, you know, Patriots, they got Keon Coleman at 68. Why Keon Coleman at 68? It's very simple. Keon Coleman had a really bad pro day. He did. I mean, he ran a 4.6 340 at the combine, but he actually did worse at his pro day, Joey. There were 2 players in Joel Klatt's top 50 that did not get picked in the first 2 rounds of my mock draft. One of those players is Keon Coleman, and the other is Junior Colston. And I have a 3rd-round grade on Colston. But here's the thing: Keon Coleman is the one guy in round 3 who can develop into a number 1 receiver. And I know he ran a 4.6 340 at the combine. He ran a 4.84 at Florida State's pro day. Because Keon Coleman could have said, I'm not going to make any attempt to improve my 4.63. That would have rubbed scouts the wrong way. He was in a lose-lose scenario, Joey, because Keon Coleman ran a 4.63 at the combine, and standing pat on that, not trying to improve that at his pro day would have shown he's stubborn, it would have shown a lack of work ethic. So he actually tries to improve his 40. He runs a 4.84. But here's the thing. Another receiver at Florida State had the exact same scenario occur, and that is Anquan Bolden, if you remember. Anquan Bolden had a bad combine, but he did worse in terms of the 40 time at his pro day, and that's really what killed Anquan Bolden's draft stock. But Anquan Bolden ended up being a steal in the draft. I saw Keon Coleman run 18 out of 30 routes on my route tree. He's my final receiver that can develop into a number one. I think he can be the alpha receiver for whatever quarterback you draft at 3, whether it be a Jaden Daniels or Drake May, Eve McCarthy. Kendrick Bourne would be the number 2. Demario Douglas would be the slot. KJ Osborne from the Vikings is your number 4. Taekwon Thornton's your number 5. Juju Smith-Schuster's your number 6. You also have Jalen Rigor and Kayshawn Bout for depth at number 7 and number 8 receiver spots. You have Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper for depth as a backup tight end. Austin Hooper was the Browns tight end when Elliott Wolf was with the Browns, I believe. I think that was the first year they got him in free agency. But, you know, Hunter Henry, Austin Hooper's your backup tight end. They're both really good value picks. But Keon Coleman, you have to pick him if he's there at 68, regardless of the 40 time. The value's just too good to neglect at that point. Even with the bad 40 time, you have to bite the bullet and pick him. You need weapons for your rookie quarterback if you're New England. The Chargers, they get Junior Colson. They need a linebacker to pair with Denzel Perriman. Jim Harbaugh, he can get his former Michigan linebacker. Last player in Joel Klatt's top 50 to come off the board at 69. It's Junior Colson. 44 solo tackles, 51 assisted, 95 total tackles, 2 deflections from pass breakups, 2 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback hurries in 2023. I've seen Junior Colson line up at 43 right outside linebacker, 34 right outside linebacker, 43 middle, 34 middle, 43 left outside linebacker, 34 left outside linebacker. More versatile than advertised. I believe his strengths and weaknesses are about even. He's a great value pick for the Chargers at 69. And I know Harbaugh wants to draft a former Michigan player. I think Colson's a guy I could see Harbaugh picking, given the Chargers need a middle linebacker. They could also go Corum, but I think Colson's better fit for what the Chargers want to do at 69. Number 70. The Giants get the first running back here, Braylon Allen. He's only 20. Perfect replacement for Saquon Barkley. And he's getting a 3rd-round rookie contract. So you're getting a running back who could be as good as Saquon Barkley for a fraction of what you're paying Barkley, for less than what the Colts paid Jonathan Taylor on his rookie deal. So Braylon Allen, 1,307 total yards as a freshman, 1,268 rushing yards. He had 1,346 as a sophomore, had 1,115 yards and 12 rushing touchdowns as a junior. There were questions about Braylon Allen's pass blocking. He fixed that. There's a very good reason why he's my top running back. Braylon Allen and the Giants at 70. Cardinals, Jonathan Brooks. They use this 3rd-round pick from the Titans to get a complimentary back to James Conner, and they get Jonathan Brooks out of Texas, who came in 187 carries, 1,139 rushing yards, 10 rushing touchdowns, 25 receptions, 286 receiving yards, 1 receiving touchdown, 212 touches, 1,425 total yards, 11 total touchdowns. Brooks can start out as a change of pace running back to Conner. He could become the full-time starter if Conner gets injured at any point. Very good stat running back to stash in dynasty leagues. The Jets, they get Cade Stover out of Ohio State at 72. I think Cade Stover would be a day 1 starter on the Jets. Really good 3rd-round value pick. And, you know, he caught a pass in quadruple coverage, takes pressure off of Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams. That'll make things problematic as long as Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. Cavs up by 10 with 5:28. The Lions get strong safety depth. They get Javon Bullard, who's versatile enough to play strong safety, free safety, nickel corner. I gave Javon Bullard a minus, A in man, an A in zone, an A minus in press, an A in tackling, an A minus in run stuffing. I gave him a D plus in blocking. The D plus in blocking is the biggest reason Bullard fell to the 3rd round. I don't know. I know CJ Cuevas believes Bullard's going to go in the 2nd round. Reminds him a lot of Brian Branch. I get that, but Branch was a better blocker than Bullard was. That's the big reason I have Bullard dropping all the way to 73. Branch could actually block. Bullard struggles as a blocker. I think I gave Branch like a C in blocking, but Bullard I gave a D plus in blocking. Bullard's a little bit more of a project when it comes to blocking. I do think he makes up for it with his traits everywhere else, but he's also a guy you're probably starting out behind Melifonwu as your backup, and then if Melifonwu gets injured, you can bring Bullard in and start him at safety. Falcons get a nickel corner. Falcons draft a corner here, and they get Max Melton. Max Melton out of Rutgers is the corner they picked because after losing Jeffrey Okuda, because right now the Falcons don't have a nickel corner. They have A.J. Terrell, and they have Clark Phillips III moving to boundary corner. They don't have a nickel. So Max Melton, he comes in. He is the nickel for Atlanta here at 74. 75, the Bears get Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher out of Utah. And Jonah Ellis will be the starting edge rusher for the Bears. So Jonah Ellis makes a lot of sense here to the Bears at 75. They get that the son of Luther Ellis. He can come in and compete. He can learn under DeMarcus Walker for a year, and then he can start across from Montez Sweat. So there's really good value there. The Broncos, they got to get a quarterback. They cannot go with Jarrett Stidham as the starter all year. Spencer Rattler's kind of raw, but this is the one situation, one team where Rattler could start as a rookie. And even though I have 4 quarterbacks with third-round grades, I really couldn't find a value spot for any of my other third-round quarterbacks because even though those other teams would like to add another backup quarterback, those teams outside of Denver have bigger needs at quarterback. So Denver's the one team that could get a developmental quarterback. Rattler makes a lot of sense for Denver here at 76. So Spencer Rattler, he heads to Denver at 76. The Raiders get Kalen Carson. I gave Kalen Carson an A- in man, an A+ in zone, an A+ in press. He didn't run the 40-yard dash at Wake Forest's pro day. I do think he's a steal in the draft. I do love Kalen Carson's film, but he didn't run a 40 at the combine, didn't run a 40 at his pro day. I think he's going to drop because of that, even though his tape is good. And yeah, Kalen Carson, that's frankly the only reason. Kalen Carson may be good enough to force field cornerback Nate Hobbs over the boundary, where Hobbs will be covering number 2 instead of number 1, while Jack Jones plays nickel on the inside. I do love Carson's value at 77. 78, the Commanders get a receiver to replace Chris Samuel. Jalen Polk, perfect fit, 6'1", 203, 69 receptions, 1,159 yards, 9 touchdowns in 2023, ran 18 out of 30 routes. Jalen Polk, day 1 starter at slot receiver for the Commanders. Falcons at 79. They go Johnny Wilson. Atlanta has Drake London as their number 1 receiver, but you have Darnell Mooney as your secondary receiver. Rondale Moore is your slot receiver. Darnell Mooney was 112 out of 128 receivers on Pro Football Focus, and Rondale Moore was slightly worse, ranking 116 out of 128 receivers. Look, Johnny Wilson will be the number 4 guy. He will start out on the bench in Atlanta, but he could potentially supplant Rondale Moore as the slot receiver. Mooney got a 3-year contract. Moore is in the final year of his rookie deal and has not been extended. I think Johnny Wilson sits on the bench this year and develops and potentially comes in as a slot receiver to Rondale Moore next year. Could push Mooney for number 2 reps potentially in a year from now, but he's raw and he's going to develop. He's going to develop and learn the playbook as a rookie. He'll be your number 4, though.
He has rare physical talent that they never taught him how to use in Florida State. Specifically when using the sideline, how to use the body, so on and so forth. He can make big catches, but some of the positions he didn't need to be in the first place is when he used his body correctly. So he has a lot to learn, but the sky's the limit for him. He just got to be put in position to learn.
Yeah, and Rondale Moore's the perfect slot receiver to learn under, to improve his route tree, improve his speed. He can start out as a number 4, play in the slot and 4 receiver sets like Hail Mary packages and stuff. Like when the Falcons call Hail Marys and they're losing at the end of the game, they have to bring in 4 receiver sets. You'll see Wilson in those 4 receiver sets, but those are the only looks he'll get as a rookie unless one of the top 3 receivers gets injured. That's just he's in the Johnny Wilson's kind of in the same spot Cedric Tillman was in with the Browns last year, where he has the potential to develop into a starter, but he's starting out as a number 4. That's kind of the situation Wilson got placed in here.
It's a lot of potential, but heck of a lot to learn because when it comes to coaching, the coaches didn't do either one of those guys any justice. So, sometimes guys just need to.
Yeah, and the Bengals get their Tyler Boyd replacement. Right now, the Bengals have Chase as their flanker, T. Higgins as their number 2, and Trenton Irwin, last year's number 4 receiver, as their slot. I see the Bengals drafting somebody to challenge Irwin, Charlie Jones, and Andre Iosivas for that slot job. I went with Jalen McMillan. Jalen McMillan dominated in 2022, 79 receptions, 1,098 yards, 9 touchdowns. He missed most of the season due to an injury. In 2023, only had 45 receptions, 559 yards, 5 touchdowns, but he can run 18 out of 30 routes. Worst case scenario, McMillan's your number 6 receiver if he fails to beat out any of the rookies on the depth chart, because we saw Charlie Jones play late in the year. We saw Iosivas have 2 touchdowns. We saw Irwin step up the last 2 years. But at the same time, he has the speed. He has the upside to take that slot job from Irwin. So with Jalen McMillan, you could be looking at a guy who replaces Irwin as the slot receiver right out of the gate. You could also be looking at a high-quality backup for depth. And the Bengals continuing to stack weapons together for Joe Burrow. Seahawks, they go with another guard. They get Zach Zinner out of Michigan to challenge Bradford and Ankrum for that backup. You get Ankrum here. You get Zach Zinner to challenge. You get him. You get Zach Zinner has a higher ceiling than Anthony Bradford or Tremaine Ankrum. So that's the thought process here. Seattle would have, so that's pretty much the thought process here. Laken Tomlinson, the backup left guard, Anthony Bradford Jr. or Tremaine Ankrum as the backup right guard. But yeah, I gave Seattle 2 guards. I'm probably going to get some criticism for that. And with the signings of Ankrum and Laken Tomlinson, I do believe the criticism is warranted. So I'm not going to complain if people criticize me for that, because I think the criticism is actually warranted in this case. But yeah, I got the Seahawks doubling up at guard. Colts, Tyron Hopper, Missouri. I do have a 3rd-round grade on him. I told you the Colts need another linebacker to push EJ Speed. I know Colts fans want a receiver here. You extended Zaire Franklin, but EJ Speed's in a contract year at right outside linebacker. You got to bring in somebody else to push him or develop under him for a year. I think Tyron Hopper out of Missouri is a great fit. He has the pass rushing, run stuffing coverage you want in a linebacker. I know he didn't get 100 tackles, but 6 tackles for loss, 6 quarterback hurries, 3 sacks, 3 deflections. Very consistent player across the board. I think Tyron Hopper's a good fit for the Colts at 82. And the Rams, they get Kiran Amagaji, the Yale left tackle, at 83. And you have Alaric Jackson. You have Joseph Noteboom, but Noteboom got benched for Alaric Jackson. I think Amagaji has a higher ceiling than both Noteboom and Jackson. And Amagaji at this point at 83 is a steal. He's the top FCS player in the draft. I like Kiran Amagaji to the Rams at 83. Pittsburgh, they get that left guard to challenge Sumalo. The last guard in this draft that could be a day 1 starter is Christian Mahogany, who showed the versatility to play left guard, center, and right guard at the Shrine Bowl. Didn't allow any sacks and didn't allow a sack in 2023, So I like Christian Mahogany here at Pittsburgh's pick. So I went Christian Mahogany here. And, you'd have Dan Moore Jr., Sumalo, Jackson Powers Johnson, James Daniel, Broderick Jones this year. But then Kingsley Suamadia, who I mocked in round 2, would be a swing tackle. And Mahogany would be a swing guard as rookies. But then next year, Mahogany and Suamadia would be starters. And you'd have 3 rookies, offensive linemen. All 3 of those rookie offensive linemen would be starters by 2025 at the latest. You can reload on the offensive line. And with offensive linemen all on rookie deals, with 3 of your 5 linemen on rookie deals, you can reload at the offensive line. Actually 4 if you count Broderick Jones. You can reload there And you can be more aggressive in free agency if Russell Wilson and Justin Fields don't work out. You can be more aggressive in free agency next year. I gave the Browns Jalen Ford. I have a third on Jalen Ford. He'd be a good depth player behind Hicks. I do believe Ford has a higher long-term ceiling than Hicks, but he's not ready to start. 47 solo tackles, 51 assisted, 101 total tackles, 10.5 tackles for a loss, 6 quarterback hurries, 2 deflections, 2 interceptions, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. He can stop the run, drop back into coverage. Getting pressure on the quarterback isn't a strength to his game, but he does better in this category than the remaining middle linebackers on the board. Plus, there's potential to develop his pass rushing if he sits behind Hicks, because Ford had 6 quarterback hurries, which is good for a middle linebacker. Even with Hicks starting, Ford develops under Hicks. He can become even better down the road. So I have Jalen Ford to Cleveland at 85, Joey. You can comment on that pick, or I can get to the Texans pick at 86.
A guy with first-round talent, but was fifth-round ignorant. Great athlete, great ability, really good instinct, but he's just not consistent. A year or two on the bench will help him immensely, especially with sitting behind a veteran like Brown has back there that can really help round out his game.
Yeah, and Jordan Hicks went to Texas, same alma mater as Jalen Ford, so they'll be able to bond over that too, which is a bonus. I mean, bond in the locker room, like tell stories, and Hicks will be the veteran, Ford will be the rookie, and when I say bond, I mean gel on a professional level. I don't mean anything intimate. I mean they'll be able to gel and click, build chemistry with each other on a professional level. That's what I'm trying to say. I probably should have rephrased that. I did rephrase that now, but yeah. I do like the fit there for Ford. And then the Texans get Cedric Gray, because right now the Texans don't have a good middle linebacker. So they get Cedric Gray from North Carolina here with the next pick. And I think Cedric Gray could be a day one starter for the Texans in the 3rd round. 82 solo tackles, 64 assisted, 146, 12 tackles for a loss, 6 deflections, 5 quarterback hurries, 3 forced fumbles. That was in 2022. He had 64 this year, 57 assisted, 121 total tackles, 11 tackles for a loss, 7 quarterback hurries, 5 sacks, 4 deflections, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception. Cedric Gray dominated versus South Carolina, showcasing the run stuffing and coverage you want. I know this because I uploaded the full game to Rumble. I didn't have enough space on my computer to keep the North Carolina, South Carolina full game on my computer, which is why I didn't do a YouTube film cut for Gray, but I watched him in that game, season opener. He really stood out defensively for North Carolina. I think Cedric Gray to the Texans at 86 is a good pick, potential day one starter. Cowboys get Leonard Taylor III at 87. You lost Jonathan Hankins, but you have Mozzie Smith and Osa Odighizuwa. You do need bodies for depth. I mean, Chauncey Golson was a defensive end. He's inside defensive tackle, but you lost Neville Gallimore. And basically, Leonard Taylor III is a Neville Gallimore replacement here. I mean, this is a guy who's versatile enough to play defensive tackle, 34 right end, 34 nose tackle, 34 left end. Really good value for Dallas at 80. Really good value for Dallas here at 87. Packers, they get Christian Jones, right tackle, Texas. Reality is Christian Jones, the Packers aren't going to want to extend both the Penn State left tackle Rasheed Walker and the Wake Forest right tackle Zach Tom. They're not going to want to extend both of those guys when their rookie deals are up in 2 years. So Christian Jones develops behind Tom for 2 years, and then he moves into right tackle, and the Packers reload at tackle. And if they don't want to pay Rasheed Walker, they could get someone else in free agency next year. But Walker gets another year to prove he can be the left tackle on a rookie deal. But Christian Jones, there's no left tackle to get, so I figured I'm going to get Christian Jones as a swing tackle here for the Packers. He really dominated Dallas Turner to the point where I have him in my top 100 now. Buccaneers, they get Tommy Eichenberg. They lost Devin White, but they have Levante David. You have KJ Britt in a contract here. You also have Servacha Dennis from Pitt as a backup. You could draft Eichenberg and groom him to be the successor to Levante David too. So if Eichenberg can't come in and beat out somebody like KJ Britt with Devin White gone, you can groom Eichenberg to be the successor to Levante David whenever he retires. Because right now, Eichenberg has potential to be a starter, but he was very slow and suspect in zone coverage versus Michigan. He's somewhat of a project. He was good against Penn State. His coverage was okay against Penn State. His coverage was suspect against Michigan. He has the run stuffing he wants. I do believe he can develop into a starter, but he's not ready to start right now. He's raw. Tampa Bay is a good situation with Britt and Levante David starting, and Dennis is the number 3 linebacker. You can develop Eichenberg at his own pace and ease him in. That's what Eichenberg needs. Tampa's a good spot here for Eichenberg at 89. And then they get a small school player, Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross. Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross reminds me so much of Christian Watson coming out of North Dakota State. It is downright scary. 59 receptions, 1,035 yards, 15 touchdowns, almost single-handedly led Holy Cross to a win over Boston College. So, yeah, I have Jalen Coker coming in, pushing Michael Wilson for the number 2 receiver job, with the loser of that competition moving to slot receiver. Packers get Blake Corum. He will start out as a 3rd-string running back. He'll replace A.J. Dillon next year. The value for Corum, I considered a quarterback, a backup, but I think Corum provides better value for Green Bay here than one of the quarterbacks, whether it be Sam Hartman, Michael Pratt, Jordan Travis. I think Corum provides better value here, and if you're the Packers, you hope one of those QBs falls to round 4. But yeah, Corum, a really good pick for Green Bay here. Buccaneers, they get Renardo Green. What's up?
Last year, really good running game. This year they could have had one of the top running games in the NFL. They chose not to. They let Aaron Jones walk. They're getting a guy who's been, I've heard on several occasions, several sources, as being light in his running style. What they already have there. That's the devastating running attack.
So you're not sold on Josh Jacobs, the former Raider, because the Packers brought in Josh Jacobs to replace Aaron Jones because he's younger on a 3-year deal. And they have Dillon, who got a 1-year extension, team-friendly, and Corum. So...
Well, I'm sold on Jones as a player. I really like him. But I don't think those Corum style of fade. I think they're different. And I think it really makes it devastating because it would be...
It'd be Jacobs and Corum in 2025. It'd be Jacobs and Dillon this year, but it'd be Jacobs and Corum in 2025. And then if you don't want to pay Jacobs after his 3-year deal, you'd have Corum with 1 year left on his rookie deal, and he'd be the feature back by that point at the very latest in 2027 at the very latest. If you choose to keep Josh Jacobs as your starting running back for all 3 years, Corum would be the main guy by 2027 at the very latest.
I would think that would be a really good pick for Green Bay if that happens.
Yep, and the Buccaneers, they get a corner. They get Renardo Green, Florida State corner. Renardo Green, he replaces Carlton Davis here. And, Renardo Green, you have Jamel Dean, last year's number 2 corner, moving to number 1 corner. You have Zion McCollum moving from nickel to number 2. And you have Tavier Thomas, who was a nickel on the Texans at one point, as your number 3 corner. I believe Renardo Green is a top 3 corner on this depth chart. I also think Renardo Green beats out Tavier Thomas for that nickel job right out of the gate. Even if McCollum and Dean remain number 1 and number 2 corners, I think Renardo Green, who had 32 solo tackles, 11 assisted, 43 total tackles, 13 deflections, 2.5 tackles for a loss. I think Renardo Green is a great fit for Tampa Bay here. I gave Renardo Green an A in man coverage, an A- zone, an A in press. I watched the ACC Championship. Renardo Green dominated Jamari Thrash, a guy who's getting a lot of day 2 hype in that game. So,
that's hype I really don't understand. Thrash.
yeah, but there's a lot of Senior Bowl guys. There's a lot. I know Nagy was hyping up Jamari Thrash, but I see more of a day 3 pick with Thrash. But Renardo Green held him in check. I really like Renardo Green. Ravens get a surprise pick at 93. They get my number 5 safety. I like Nick Ross out of Appalachian State. And here, I did get some info on Nick Ross at App State's Pro Day. He ran a 4.53, did a 33.5-inch vertical, 23 reps on the bench press. No safety at the combine had more than 22 reps on the bench press. So Nick Ross would have had the best bench press time had he gotten a combine invite. I gave Nick Ross an A- in man, an A in zone, and a C- in press coverage. But Nick Ross, 43 solo tackles, 62 assisted, 105 total tackles, 4 deflections from pass breakups, 3.5 tackles for a loss, 2 quarterback hurries, 1.5 sacks, 1 interception, 1 fumble recovery. Nick Ross is my gem of this draft. Nick Ross has a consensus undrafted grade, but here's the thing. I got a 3rd-round grade on Nick Ross, even though he's got a consensus undrafted grade. I got a 3rd-round grade on Ross. I got Ross ahead of Bullock, USC, Hicks, Washington State, and Braid, Maryland. I like Nick Ross. I would take Nick Ross over all of those safeties, and all those safeties are getting that day 2 consideration. But here's the thing. The Ravens do not have a backup strong safety or backup free safety. They only have Kyle Hamilton or Marcus Williams. No depth at safety on this active roster. They get Nick Ross in round 3 here, my number 5 safety. Niners, Blake Fisher, Notre Dame. They did give Colton McKivitz a 1-year extension, but I think Blake Fisher is the only 3rd-round tackle left on my board, and I think Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame could beat out McKivitz. And even if he doesn't, he'll start by 2025 at the very latest on a rookie deal. You already have 1 Notre Dame player, left guard Aaron Banks. He's in a contract year. He'll probably get extended because Aaron Banks is the one player on the offensive line outside of Trent Williams that's considered an asset right now. I mean, that's the thing with the Niners offensive line. I mean, you have Trent Williams, Silverback at left tackle. You have Aaron Banks at left guard in the final year of his rookie deal. You have the 49ers center. I forget his name. And then you have John Feliciano at right guard. I think it might be Joe Berger who's the Niners center. I don't know. I'll look at the depth chart really quickly. But, I figured Blake. Yeah, it's Jake Brendel. Jake Brendel's the 49ers center. But I remember Maurice Jones-Drew bitching about how ineffective the Niners' offensive line was at center, at right guard, at right tackle. Replace all 3 of those guys. Well, you just got your replacement to McKivitz here, Blake Fisher, potential day 1 starter at 94. Chiefs, they get Michael Hall Jr. You get depth behind Chris Jones and Derek Nottie. Michael Hall Jr., great value pick, 6'2", 280. You can develop him for a year under Chris Jones and Nottie. He'll be ready to take off by 2025 once he puts on more muscle and learns under the Chiefs. The Jaguars, they get a player to complement Roy Robertson Harris. They get Chris Jenkins. There's people that have Chris Jenkins in the 2nd round. I have a 3rd-round grade on him, but he did run a 4.91, did 29 reps on the bench press. He's the son of Chris Jenkins from the Jets, But Chris Jenkins ends up on the Jaguars in this mock draft here for depth. Bengals, they get Trey Benson at 97. I mean, look at the Bengals draft so far. They got Brock Bowers, Byron Murphy, Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round. Now they get Trey Benson. I know Joey is hating the fact that the Bengals are getting all this talent, but if the Bengals have a draft like this, they'll be ready to win Super Bowl 60 if they don't break out this year at the very latest with all the... But yeah, Bengals. But yeah, the Bengals, they got Bowers at 18, Byron Murphy in round 2, Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round with their first pick, and Trey Benson, Florida State. And Trey Benson, he would be competing with Zach Moss and Chase Brown for reps at running back. I do think, even though Trey Benson's not perfect in pass protection, I do think he's talented enough to beat both Moss and Brown out for a potential day one starter spot in Cincinnati. I mean, he had 156 carries, 905 yards, 14 rushing touchdowns, 20 receptions, 227 receiving yards, 1 receiving touchdown, 176 touches, 1,130 total yards, 15 touchdowns. And the Jaguars get 96 for losing Jawan Taylor to the Chiefs. The Bengals get 97 for losing Jesse Bates. The Steelers, James Williams, strong safety, Miami, Florida. Philadelphia got this comp pick for losing Javon Hargrave, but the Eagles traded this comp pick to Pittsburgh for Kenny Pickett. I really don't understand why. I would have offered my 4th round pick for Pickett instead, but the Steelers, I mean, not only did they get Justin Fields for only a 6th round pick, they got a 3rd round pick for Kenny Pickett. I think Fields is worth more draft capital than Kenny Pickett, if I'm being completely honest, Joey. So Omar Khan's doing a hell of a job fleecing some of these GMs, fleecing Ryan Poles, fleecing Howie Roseman. I mean, I don't think Pickett's worth a 3rd round pick. I would trade Pickett for a 4th, but I wouldn't give up a 3rd for Pickett. But that's what the Eagles wanted to do. And you got to get a safety to pair with Minka. James Williams, 6'4", 230. He can play strong safety, free safety, right outside linebacker, 43 right outside linebacker, 34 middle linebacker, 4'3 left outside linebacker. James Williams, a great value pick for Pittsburgh here at 98. With the pick the Steelers got in the Kenny Pickett trade. 73 total tackles, 5 deflections, 3 quarterback hurries, 2 forced fumbles. I gave Williams a B+ in man, an A- in zone, a B in press. He can do better in cover 2, cover 3, cover 4 schemes. Rams, Rook or Horho, 34 left end. So the Rams get Rook or Horho to replace, he's going to be replacing Aaron Donald. But yeah, he's going to be a day one starter for the Rams next to Kobe Turner, next to Bobby Brown. And then I went Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina for the Commanders. So Legette, he'll start out as a number 4. But here's the thing. If the Commanders decide we're not going to use a 5th-year tender on Jahan Dotson after next year, you have 2 receivers. You have Jalen Polk and you have Legette as insurance. So that's pretty good insurance to have if you don't want to put a 5th-year tender on Dotson. Especially if you want to keep paying McLaurin what you're currently paying him. But you have McLaurin, Dotson, Polk at slot, Zacchaeus would be your number 4, Legette would be your number 5, and Diami Brown would be your number 6. They still have the BYU receivers, teammates with Zach Wilson, but he would get cut at that point if Washington doubled up at receiver. All right, round 4. I'm gonna be quicker with these write-ups because most of the round 4 guys are not going to be day 1 starters. McKinley Jackson goes to Carolina. He is going to be a day 1 starter here because right now the Panthers have Shy Tuttle as their nose tackle. And as much as I like Shy Tuttle, 6'2", 331-pound McKinley Jackson's an upgrade over Shy Tuttle. So Carolina, congratulations. You get a day 1 starter in the 4th round.
Yeah, McKinley Jackson might be a starter on a lot of it. So I'm not sure why he would fall, but at least not fall that far. But that'd be a great pick right there.
Yeah. And yeah, 3rd round. Do you have any thoughts on the 3rd round before I get to Seattle?
take really good quality players.
I went more for value over need this year because there's just a lot of players in terms of value that can contribute. Seahawks, they get Dwayne Carter because the Seahawks have Draymond Jones at 34 right end, Jerron Reed at nose tackle, Leonard Williams at 34 left end, Jonathan Hankins is a backup nose tackle to Jerron Reed, and Mike Morris is the backup 34 left end to Leonard Williams. They get Dwayne Carter. And yeah, there's a defensive tackle run to start the fourth round, ladies and gentlemen. McKinley Jackson kicked off that run. Dwayne Carter is the next man up, and Seattle gets him with the pick they got from Washington in the Sam Howell trade. So Dwayne Carter, he ends up dropping to round 4, but he comes off very early in day 3. And he gets to be in a depth role where he can be.
I have felt this year through all the mock drafts I've seen, through the way people talk about it, that I think the reason everybody seems to perceive collectively that this NFL draft is weaker after round 2 or 3 is because the defensive tackle position, for some reason this year, is completely devalued. I mean, just the first 2 picks there in round 4, both of those guys, in my opinion, very easily should have gone in early to middle round 3. So I think they just decided.
A lot of NFL teams are happy with their current defensive tackle positions. That's the thing, Joey. A lot of teams are content with what they currently have as starters, but they're not content with their depth at the position. That's the thing. I'm not saying they should be content, but that's just a thought process.
What's driven down the value of this draft is that they're so content that they're not going to.
And the Patriots are going to continue the defensive line run. Mekhi Wingo, LSU, he's only 20 years old, but he goes to New England as a 34 defensive end for depth. You have Barmore at right end, Godchaux at nose tackle. Keon White took the 34 left end job from Dietrich Wise Jr. So Mekhi Wingo, he's going to back up Barmore. A really good value pick in round 4. Mekhi Wingo and Mason Smith, I have 3rd round grades on both LSU defensive tackles, but Wingo is a better fit for the Patriots and he's younger. He took a captain spot from Mason Smith, who got suspended in the opener against Florida State. So, you know, I like Mekhi Wingo here for New England.
That's the thing. That's another thing to watch. Mason Smith, because Smith has 1st round talent, but he has 7th round character. So,
yeah, and the Cardinals ended up with Mason Smith. They did. The Cardinals got Mason Smith as a rotational nose tackle to Khyiris Tonga. Yeah. Arizona, they've got Justin Jones at 34 right end, Tonga at nose tackle, Bilal Nichols at 34 left end, but Dante Stills is the backup 34 right end to Justin Jones. LJ Collier's the backup to Nichols. Now you get Mason Smith as a backup to Tonga. So now not only do you have quality starters, you have quality depth on the defensive line if you're Arizona. So the defensive tackle run to start round 4, I know it's out of the ordinary, Joey, but we had 4 third-round defensive tackles, so I figured we're opening up round 4 with a defensive line run to start things. So.
And it was sorely needed because the more I look at it, the more I think we were all misguided into believing that this NFL draft wasn't going to be as deep when the fact is that the defensive line, defensive tackle specifically, was just devalued when it never should have been. And there's a lot of talent.
There is, but I think part of the reason NFL GMs want to devalue the talent so they can pay the guys less money on the rookie deals. Because the rookies really won't have a choice at first in terms of the contract negotiations, but then once the rookies prove themselves, they'll get more money once they earn it. Chargers get a backup here. They get Walter Rouse, Oklahoma left tackle. I mean, the Chargers do not have a backup left tackle to Rashawn Slater if he suffers a biceps injury. So the Chargers have to get a backup left tackle. Walter Rouse, I think, has starter potential, but he lands on a team that needs a long-term backup left tackle, which means he's going to have to prove himself as a backup. And if he does, he'll get an opportunity to start elsewhere. But he goes to the Chargers. The Titans get Charles Turner Jr. He would be the backup to Lloyd Cushenberry in the 4th round. The New York Giants, they get somebody to push Micah McFadden for playing time. Omar Speights is the top middle linebacker on the board. And they got Bobby Okereke. He's going to remain a starter. But if the Giants draft Omar Speights here, I can't guarantee that Micah McFadden's going to remain the starter, Joey. So that's the thing. It's like Omar Speights could take that starting spot from McFadden here.
Why would he call that far? That's the thing. I think that's the deal. Spike is a guy I'm really high on. I think he has early third, potentially late second round talent. So, I mean, that's a huge deal.
Yeah. Vikings get Jermaine Burton here. Vikings have Jefferson as their number 1, Addison as their number 2, but they replaced KJ Osborne with Trent Sherfield. Minnesota has stability at tight end with Hawkinson, Oliver, and Munt. But the wide receiver depth in Minnesota behind Addison, Jefferson, and Sherfield is awful. You have N'Keal Harry, Jalen Naylor, and Brandon Powell. So if Trent Sherfield, Jordan Addison, or Justin Jefferson gets injured, you got to draft a receiver in round 4 if you're the Vikings, because if Jefferson tears his ACL and N'Keal Harry is fucking starting, we can't have that. That is not acceptable. So I went Jermaine Burton here. I think the Vikings look past Burton's character. I think Burton has 3rd-round talent, but 7th-round character. Dane Brugler reported that both Georgia and Alabama's coaches had him on the shit list for players with maturity and attitude issues. Went to 8 different schools in 8 years, if you count both high school and college. He can run 18 out of 30 routes on the route tree, but with role models like Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, I do think Burton turns it around in Minnesota, and I do think he has the talent to beat out Sherfield for the slot receiver job. But if these maturity concerns pop up, I mean, he could fall even further. I mean, when Tennessee beat Alabama, Burton punched a female student that stormed the field, but the charges were dropped. He was never punished for his behavior at Alabama, so he never served a suspension. The charges were dropped. So because the charges were dropped, I think people are going to say, look, Burton has a lot of maturity baggage, but it's not a deal breaker because the charges against him for assault were dropped. That's the big thing NFL teams are looking at. Whether you like it or not, that is... Yeah, but Burton's the best receiver on the board here as far as talent. It's the 4th round. You can gamble on Jermaine Burton here if you're the Vikings. You just have to bring somebody else in. You cannot have a scenario where Jefferson tears his ACL and then N'Keal Harry's starting. That cannot be allowed under any circumstance. You can draft anybody here, even a guy that I think is a reach in terms of value, and that's better than having N'Keal Harry start. I'm sorry. That's just where I'm at with this. Yeah. 109 Atlanta. You can draft a backup quarterback with potential to become a starter here, but I'd wait because Atlanta also is looking at a backup left guard with only 1 on the active roster. You also brought back Heineke. You traded Ritter for Rondale Moore. Even though I believe Sam Hartman, Pratt, Jordan Travis have upside to develop into starters, I can't see Atlanta taking one here with Cousins and Heineke on the roster when backup left guard's a bigger need. Javian Cohen out of Miami. I don't think he's an NFL starter, but I think he could be a very good backup to Matthew Bergeron, and he gives the Falcons some much-needed depth at left guard. And I love Cohen as a run blocker. I don't know if he is I don't think he's an NFL starter, but I think he's a high-end backup. Really good pick for Atlanta here. Chargers, they get another with the Bears' 4th-round pick, they get Drake Nugent out of Michigan. And Drake Nugent is an insurance policy, okay? I'm aware of the Chargers. The Chargers currently have Lindsley at center, but Lindsley could retire or get cut due to his heart condition. The Chargers signed Bradley Bozeman as an insurance policy in case Lindsley retires. But I think if Drake Nugent, the Michigan center, falls to day 3, I think Harbaugh picks him, and he is he might end up redshirting if Lindsley's cleared to play next year. But if Lindsley retires and Bozeman's your starting center and you don't have a backup center, I think the possibility of taking a center on day 3 becomes all the more likely if you're the Chargers. But he would be a backup in this scenario.
I love Greg Nugent. I agree that third, fourth round, I think he has to win. But with Greg Nugent, he's a guy who's he's tough, he's quiet.
I think Nugent could beat out Bozeman for the center job, but I think it's a long shot as well. Because I have a high-end backup, low-end starter grade on Nugent, whereas with Bozeman, I had a low-end starter grade on him coming out of Alabama. I'm just a little bit more comfortable with Bozeman at the moment.
Yeah, I still like Bozeman. So I'm not going to say that Nugent's going to beat him out immediately. No, because Nugent is in a lot of ways the same position Bozeman is. So, I mean, let's not say, there's a reason for it.
And here's the thing. The only reason the Chargers are drafting a center is you're preparing for the scenario where Corey Lindsley has to retire due to his heart condition. If he's cleared to play, you have Lindsley, you have Bozeman, and you have Nugent in a third-string center role like Luke Whippler with the Browns, where you can take all the time in the world to develop him, to maximize his abilities. And that's a great situation for Nugent to be in. So... Yeah.
It takes a long time to recover from, but if it's a genetic something like a full neck,
because not only are the Chargers expected to lose, not only is Lindsley expected to either be retired or get cut, they lost their backup center, Will Clapp. And while I like Bozeman as an upgrade over Clapp, I'm still not satisfied with Lindsley and Bozeman as my top 2 centers if Lindsley ends up retiring. I think you have to draft someone if the value's there. Drake Nugent, coached by Harbaugh at Michigan. It's a perfect fit for the Chargers here.
I don't think he gets cut because that would be technically if he got a push, that would be.
I think he'll either retire or he'll be placed on IR. I don't see him getting cut either, Joey. I think he'll retire or go on IR. Okay, update on the second NBA playoff game. The Suns and Timberwolves are tied at 25 with under a minute in the first quarter. So, yeah, I'm watching that.
By 15 or so. I mean, that was a great game. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to rush through as many of these picks as possible. I know it's 4:30. I know we're low on time, but I am going to try to get through every single pick. Sam Hartman. I have starter potential on Sam Hartman. He's coming to the Jets to be Zach Wilson's backup. Aaron Rodgers remains a starter, but Sam Hartman replaces Zach Wilson as the backup on the Jets. That is the first quarterback off the board in round 4. Hartman. And, if Hartman can't beat out Zach Wilson for the backup gig, what does that say? So,
that is the worst competition. You're Nate Peterman, and you got
you're acting like that's Nate Peterman versus Tim Boyle level bad. Sam Hartman out of Notre Dame.
it's not good. I've seen enough Sam Hartman to see where people think he's good. I've seen enough of Sam Hartman to know, wow, this dude has the accuracy of a fucking turtle. Man, turtle, what you gonna throw this football to? Ain't gonna work out too well, though. Just horrible. Accuracy, fundamental. That is a practice one project.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I spelled wrong here with Sam Hartman so that because I know I misspelled something, but now I forgot what I misspelled. I was gonna edit it and just
I will tell you what the Jets need to do. In the 7th round pick in Cleveland to get DJ Walker. He'd be better than both of them combined.
yeah.
DJ Walker ain't that good. It's like DJ Walker sucks, but he's better than them.
Well, you can have some fun and roast the Jets. This is why we have these picks here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you gotta roast the Jets back. It's like DJ Walker is a NFL quarterback. And I guarantee he can make an NFL roster just by signing with the Jets.
Yeah.
DJ is a good leader. He just sucks at playing the game. But he's a good leader.
I do think Hartman has enough of a ceiling to develop into a high-end starter, but he's never going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback. And I also feel like he's 2 years away from having a shot to become a high-end starter. Hartman, he's a 2-3 year project. So if you pick him, you got to be aware of that. You got to be cognizant of that, and you can't rush him in the lineup.
I think he's at least a year from the off practice ball. Maybe 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what did I misspell here? It's like, oh, I put a Q in passing yards. That's what I fixed it. Put a Q in passing yards. Passing, there's no Q in passing, kids. That is just massive level of failure. That's the type of failure that where you deserve to get roasted by everybody that Urinating Tree does clickbait sports with. You deserve to get roasted by a Scooter. You deserve to get roasted by 5 points. You even deserve to get roasted by Tom Grossi if you screw up that badly. But hey, at least I fixed what I screwed up. We're going to move on.
Hey, at least you only have to get roasted by me.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to get roasted by the other 5 too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so the Raiders, I went with Brandon Coleman here. The Raiders did sign Cody Whitehair at right guard, but Alec Barr's the right guard who was awful last year. Right now, the top 2 right guards in the Raiders are Jamon Meredith, who went undrafted, and Cody Whitehair, who lost the starting left guard job. So I brought in Brandon Coleman out of TCU. He has experience at left tackle, left guard, and right tackle. Ran a 4.99. I think Brandon Coleman could be a day 1 starter for the Raiders. I'm not sold on Whitehair. I think the fact that Whitehair lost his starting job with the Bears, that tells me he's basically a stopgap at this point in case you draft a rookie later who can't win the starting right guard job if you're the Raiders. Whitehair, that's all he is at this point. Because you got Parham at left guard and Whitehair at right guard, and worst case scenario, Coleman's a swing guard, but he also could potentially be a day 1 starter at right guard if he beats out so you could have Colt Miller at left tackle, Parham at left guard, Andre James at center, Whitehair or Brandon Coleman at right guard, and Fuaga at right tackle. That does fix the offensive line for whatever quarterback starts, whether it's Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, or Bo Nix. So that's a potential day 1 starter for the Raiders. The Ravens, they get Javon Sullivan. Sullivan, he had 18 tackles for a loss, 16 sacks, led Troy to back-to-back Sun Belt titles in 2022 and 2023. So, yeah, I mean, that's a really good pick, Javon Sullivan. Ravens get him, and the Ravens don't have to rush him because you have Owa, you have Kyle Van Noy. Owa and Van Noy are returning starters. You have Ojabo. You cut Tyus Bowser, but Javon Sullivan, you draft him. The reason you keep reloading at edge rusher if you're the Ravens is to try to find a sack artist. Owa just hasn't gotten the job done as a sack artist the last 3 years. It's probably a big reason why Joey's not ready to be sold on the Ravens as a Super Bowl team. There is the possibility Owa breaks out like Matabike did in his contract year, but at the same time, even if that happens, Owa will just take the money, go elsewhere, and then play like crap after he gets the money. So I don't think it's the main reason, but it's probably one of the top 5 reasons, I would say. But yeah, Solomon's a guy, he kind of reminds me of Matthew Judon coming out of Grand Valley State. Really good value pick for the Ravens here at 113 with the 4th rounder they got from the Jets. The Jaguars, they get an edge rusher here, Austin Booker. You extended Josh Allen. You have Trayvon Walker. You have Yasir Abdullah, your 5th round pick, as the backup to Josh Allen. And you have Travis Gibson, who got cut by the Bears, played with the Titans last year, really didn't do much. So, I mean, the Jaguars, they're going to get another edge rusher here to compete with Abdullah and Gibson for that situational pass rusher role. And they get Austin Booker out of Kansas here. Austin Booker does have a consensus 3rd round grade, 6'4", 240, 40 solo tackles, 16 assisted tackles, 56 total tackles, 12 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 deflection for Austin Booker here. And, you know, I like Austin Booker here in Jacksonville because this is a guy who, he does have a 3rd round grade, but he ran a 4.8 40. I think that dropped him to day 3. But I think at 114, this is a great player for Jacksonville to gamble on because you're not gambling on him becoming a starter. You're gambling on him becoming a situational pass rusher. And then if Trayvon Walker leaves in free agency and he impresses you as a situational pass rusher, you can promote him 2 years down the road once he's a little bit more experienced. But you're gambling on him to become a situational edge, not a starter.
I do think that the Jags have done a good job with the linebackers getting great players with. The big thing, and the way they've been drafting and everything, I do think that they re-sign Walker and Allen and try to.
Allen's already been extended. Allen got like a 3 or 4 year extension, or 5 year extension, I believe. I don't know the terms, but I know it was a.
I thought it was Allen. It was a 3-year with a 4th-year team option.
Yeah, that may have been it. He signed a 4-year deal. Oh, that's the Bills quarterback, Josh Allen, spot track. But yeah, Allen signed a 4-year deal. Actually, Josh Allen signed a 4-year contract with the Jaguars, but there's an opt-out after 2027. So, because Josh Allen turns 30 in 2027. Josh Allen's currently 27. He turns 30 in 2027. So all the dead cap in Josh Allen's 4-year extension is gone by 2027. So Balky managed to put all the dead cap in the first 2 years of the contract for Allen. So, and the Jaguars can cut him after 2025. They can, because all the dead cap from Allen's extension goes into the first 2 years of the contract, this year and next year. So they can move on from him in 2026 if they want to.
That's just I see a trend of is that, you know, because they used to back end all the contracts with the guaranteed money now.
Now we're seeing them front end so they can get out of the deals quicker if the player regresses once they get overpaid. That's the thing, Joey. Once the player gets paid $20 million a year, they're like, is this player going to get injured? Is he going to regress? We got to make sure we have opt-out clauses in place logistically as soon as possible. So we're just going to...
I forget which general manager called us because I called on to it first. I was calling for it 10 years ago, but they started front-loading the guarantees and doing the opt-out clauses, which is like, well, geez, general managers are only a decade behind the trend. Because, I mean, it took a decade worth of data. It took me like 3 years worth of data.
And look, I'm not saying the Jaguars need to draft an edge rusher, but if the opportunity presents itself, you do it. And when I say that, I mean, okay, you have Walker and Allen as your starters, but Yasir Abdullah, you got him in the 5th round. I had a backup grade on him. Travis Gibson, he's on his 3rd team in 3 years now. I had a backup grade on him. I could see him getting cut in training camp if you draft an edge rusher. Austin Booker, I have a 4th-round grade on Booker. Most have a 3rd-round grade on Booker. If Booker falls to you at 114 and you've taken care of your other main needs, you draft him here for value and stash him. That's all I'm saying. You only draft an edge rusher if the opportunity presents itself. Because the Jaguars really don't need an edge rusher if they don't want to draft one. Period.
Here's the thing. It's like we agreed when he was drafted that Walker was overdrafted. We all agreed on that.
Everybody and their mother agreed on that.
Great in coverage. Yeah, everybody agreed on that. But he needs, and the reason was he needed to improve his pass rush. He was great in coverage, but you can see it as a rookie. Hey, he was doing a lot of great things, but he didn't have the pass rush. This last year, he developed more of a pass rush. So, in 2 years, you said it, 3 years, I think it is. Allen is 30. Walker is still a young man, still growing, still developing. That pass rusher is not a huge deal right now. But, fast forward 3 years, you're going to have Walker probably on a new deal, and Allen's going to be 30. He's going to be.
But Allen will get to play through his contract. As long as Allen doesn't decline, he'll get to continue to play through his contract. If he's still producing what he's doing this year in his 30s, he'll continue to get paid. That's the thing, Joey.
If he's doing it into his 30s, we're not talking about a great player, an all-pro player. We're talking about Hall of Fame potential induction.
Yeah.
So if he's doing that, then there's a completely different discussion.
But you have to be prepared for the possibility of him declining when he's 30, if you're Jacksonville. And this is a good value pick here. That's why I went Booker. Anything you want to add before I get to 115?
I think we covered, actually, I think we covered a few topics on that one. So
All right. Cincinnati, Garrett Greenfield, South Dakota State. You like Mason McCormick. I like Garrett Greenfield a little bit more personally. But here's the thing. The Bengals signed Trent Brown, the Patriots left tackle, to be the right tackle to Orlando Brown. Trent Brown's a decent right tackle. Have zero issue with him at right tackle. But he is horrible at left tackle. Absolutely horrible. And I also believe Brown could possibly, if the Bengals do not make the Super Bowl this year, it'll be because of Trent Brown's shitty play at right tackle. That'll be what undoes the Bengals. But right now, the backup tackles to Trent Brown are Jackson Carman and Deontay Smith, both from the 2021 draft. Both haven't proved anything since being drafted. I'm not exactly sold on Brown starting after doing poorly with New England, but there's not an offensive tackle at this point in the draft that can come in and beat out Trent Brown for a day one starting job. There's guys who are projects who could develop into good starters in 2025, 2026, et cetera, if you develop them correctly. And one of those guys is Garrett Greenfield, another guy, Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh. But I went with Greenfield here. He played right tackle for 2 years. Then he moved to left tackle. He was named a captain in 2022, led South Dakota State to back-to-back FCS championships. I like Garrett Greenfield here in the 4th round. I think it's a really good value pick for the Bengals here. So, yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm not as low on Trent Brown as you are because Trent Brown was a top 20 NFL tackle last year. The problem was you're basically looking at 20 out of a few hundred, which is good, but you're also talking he was left tackle. If you're top 20 in left tackle, you're not doing as well as.
I'm not saying Trent Brown can't be the guy at right tackle. I'm just saying he's a stopgap. That's the reality. At his age right now, he's a stopgap.
He's 32, 33 now. He's a 1-year stopgap. But he's a stopgap that is good enough to get you through the season, but he's declining at a rate that after the season, do not look for him to help you.
Yeah.
So you need that person in your back pocket training.
And I like Garrett Greenfield, but he needs to get stronger. He has the footwork. He can pass block, run block, zone block. He needs to get stronger. His pass blocking strength and run blocking strength need to improve. NFL.com called him an average backup / special teamer, Lance Zierlein. I see more of an OT3 at swing tackle that could potentially supplant Trent Brown at right tackle if Brown gets injured and Greenfield gets a chance to start this year. But in order for that to happen, Greenfield would have to beat out Jackson Carman and Deontay Smith for a backup spot on this roster in training camp. Because right now, Jackson Carman's a swing tackle. He was your 2021 second-round pick. I like Jackson Carman too, but he hasn't really done much when given the opportunity to start for the Bengals. Maybe that changes this year with him and Smith in contract years, but you got to bring somebody to push those two guys, because right now, neither Carman or Smith has done enough to show they're an NFL starter or show enough to warrant a second contract.
Maybe bring in some competition to push the guys, because I don't think they've ever brought in anybody who can actually push Carman.
And that's where Greenfield comes into play, Joey. It's like we're going to bring in a tackle who won 2 straight FCS titles. He has everything except the strength from pass blocker, run blocker. We're going to bring him in to push Carman. That's essentially what his role is going to be. He's going to push Smith and Carman, 2 second and fourth round picks the Bengals made in 2021. That's basically, if he can't beat out Carman or Deontay Smith, congratulations, you just got another backup tackle. If he manages to beat one of those guys out for a second team spot, you may have a future starting right tackle depending on how he develops. But you're swinging for the fences at this point.
It really wouldn't make as much of, it wouldn't make as much of a difference. You're either going to get you're going to get an asset or you're going to cut a guy.
But either way, you're reloading with all those tackles in contract years. With 3 tackles in contract years outside of Orlando Brown, you're reloading worst case scenario by adding depth. Best case scenario, you get a future starter right tackle. But this is the point in the draft, day 3, where you can start swinging for the fences on these players. Jaguars, Javon Foster. They are stashing him for the future. The reality is the Jaguars will move on from either Cam Robinson or Walker Little after this season. Both Robinson and Little enter contract years, with Robinson in the final year of his extension following his rookie deal, and Little's in the final year of his rookie deal. So one of those guys gets paid, and Javon Foster, even if he's a third-string tackle his rookie year, he would be a backup left tackle by year 2 at the very latest, and basically Jacksonville's just drafting him as a backup left tackle. He's not starting. He might have the potential to develop into a starter, but in Jacksonville, Javon Foster's just going to be a backup left tackle. So you don't have to worry about him.
Be honest about the Jacksonville offensive line. Walker Little did an excellent job last year when he was in there. When he was in there, he was injured a lot. Again.
And then when he was healthy, he moved back to guard because the Jaguars decided to stick with Cam Robinson.
Yeah, and then Cam Robinson got hurt. Again, wasn't out that long, but again.
And look, if you draft Javon Foster, you can buy out Cam Robinson or Walker Little after June 1st. Probably Robinson, but here's why. There were at least 4 plays against Tennessee where Javon Foster kept a Tennessee edge rusher in check for 6 seconds in pass protection, pass blocking for Brady Cook, with Foster giving Cook 8 full seconds to throw a deep pass to running back Cody Schrader. Javon Foster is a much better prospect than Larry Borum, who ended up starting as a rookie for the Bears at left tackle, to the point where he's got enough potential to develop into a starter, but you don't need him to develop into a starter. You basically are just stashing him as a swing tackle with Anton Harrison and whoever you extend, whether it's Walker or Little. You're basically just stashing Foster as a swing tackle for the future and developing his run blocking strength this year.
Here's the kicker. The Jags wanted to transition Cam Robinson to right tackle. From everything I heard, of course, the Jags denied it because we all saw what happened with the Jordan Williams situation. If they wanted him to go to right tackle, then they wanted Little to be the left tackle. Nobody can stay healthy. The Jags were 1 step behind the Jets last year. The Jags, Jets, and Browns. They couldn't keep an offensive line healthy for life up. The Jets were extreme to that when I think they had like 14 different starting lineups at one point on the offensive line. It's like, said games played versus games available. And I said 16.
Look, you have to pick Javon Foster if he's there at 116, Joey, because if there's at least 4 plays where he's giving Brady Cook 6 seconds, just imagine what kind of impact he would have with Trevor Lawrence if you're in a situation for a game or two where Robinson and Little are both injured and you have to have a blind side for Lawrence. Foster can step in that situation, and he's a great insurance pick. But at the same time, if both Robinson and Little are healthy and you keep both of them on the roster, you can develop him. You can develop his run blocking strength the rookie year and then ease him in. So either way, it's a win-win if you're Jacksonville.
Healthy is like, I mean, how he has this many offensive tackles go down this much?
Yeah.
I don't know how Jacksonville made that.
And that's the thing with Javon Foster. If he does well as a starter on a rookie deal, he'll get an opportunity to start elsewhere if you extend Walker Little. So I do think there is opportunity for him to be a starter in 4 years down the road, but it just might not be right out of the gate. Now, Colts, they went with a wide receiver, Luke McCaffrey. So you have Michael Pittman as your number 1, Downs is your number 2 in 2 receiver sets, but slot receiver in 3 receiver sets with Pierce playing on the outside in those sets. Luke McCaffrey's the best receiver on my board. He would start out as the number 4 guy in Indy and would only play if Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, or Pierce is injured during the next 2 seasons. But Luke McCaffrey's good enough to replace Alec Pierce on the outside in 2026 once you develop him for a couple of years. He's the son of Ed McCaffrey, younger brother of Christian McCaffrey, 71 receptions, 992 yards, 12 touchdowns at Rice, ran 18 out of 30 routes. On the route tree, ran a 4.47 at the Combine, had a good week at the Senior Bowl. Seahawks, they needed...
Yeah, I heard that McCaffrey, there were scouts who were saying McCaffrey is solid, but spectacular. He is not going to turn any heads. He's not going to wow anybody.
But this is a good spot for him, the Colts at 117, because here he comes into a situation where he's number 4. He could potentially become a starter, but he has to earn it. And he only gets an opportunity to earn it if one of the top 3 guys goes down with an injury.
Yeah, I've heard that McCaffrey fell down forward because they said his ability to become a star is about as low as you'll get. But at the same time, you can draft him, and you might get a pretty decent player out of him.
But you're not...
That he was basically hyped up because of who his brother was.
You're not getting him as a starter. You're getting him as a number 4 receiver, which is something the Colts could use if one of their top 3 receivers gets injured. So it's a good fit at this point in the draft.
You know as well as I do, there's going to be somebody saying, Luke McCaffrey should have been a first or second round pick. There's going to be somebody out there that does that.
Yeah, and there's people, I think Battle took him in the 3rd round of our group mock. But yeah, the Seahawks at 118, JT Bertrand. This is a player who could be a day 1 starter because right now Seattle has Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson from the Bills as their inside linebackers, but you're getting a linebacker for depth behind Dodson in case his season with the Bills was a fluke last year. He did a nice job as a backup coming in for Milano. Did enough to earn a opportunity to start, but if Dodson ends up struggling as a starter, you're getting a guy, you're drafting a guy who could be a day 1 starter at some point halfway through the rookie season because outside of guard, the Seahawks' biggest need is 34 middle linebackers. So Bertrand, Notre Dame, I like the fit here. So that's that pick. Steelers, I went with I do feel like Pickens is a good number 1 receiver, but it feels like the Steelers downgraded at secondary receiver and slot receiver. Pittsburgh replaced Deontay Johnson with Van Jefferson, who also has a tedious history with drops, and Pittsburgh replaced Allen Robinson with Quez Watkins. Pittsburgh has Calvin Austin III as their number 4 receiver. Denzel Mims is the number 5 receiver, and I like Calvin Austin III more than Watkins or Van Jefferson, no offense. I like Denzel Mims, but he couldn't hold on to a starting spot with the Jets. So the Steelers have to draft somebody at this point in day 3 if they haven't picked a receiver. Jacob Cowing, he's only 5'8", 165, but I like Cowing. I think he could develop into a slot receiver for Pittsburgh.
they let go with clones of the guys they let go. They just keep the guys they had. If they were going to replace them with clones.
And Van Jefferson's a poor man's Deontay Johnson, and Quez Watkins is a poor man's Allen Robinson. So they essentially downgraded at both receiver spots. Yeah, they got better quarterback play, better decision makers. But it feels like the Steelers, because they got Wilson and Fields, it feels like the Steelers didn't downgrade offensively, but they didn't upgrade offensively either, Joey, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, they just did the same. It's the same type of team with the same everything. And they just the same. So
Yeah, and Jacob Cowing could be a good. I think Jacob Cowing could be a day one starter in Pittsburgh. 69 receptions, 1,354 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns in 2021. 85 receptions, 1,034 yards, 7 touchdowns in 2022. 90 receptions, 848 yards, 13 touchdowns. Odds are Cowing is a backup, but there's an outside chance he becomes Pittsburgh's slot receiver as a rookie because I just don't trust. I don't trust Van Jefferson or Quez Watkins. I know it sounds stupid, Joey, but I don't trust either guy. Watkins, he got injured during the final year of his rookie deal with the Eagles. It's a big reason. And Zacchaeus ended up taking that slot job from him. So it's a big reason why the Steelers, I'm not really confident in their receivers outside of Pickens. Eagles get Kalen Bullock out of USC for depth. You have Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown. You have C.J. Gardner-Johnson at strong safety, Blankenship at free safety. Sidney Brown's the third safety for depth. You get Kalen Bullock for depth here. The Broncos, they get Dallin Holker. Adam Troutman and Greg Dulcich, they get a third tight end to push those two. Holker is my clear-cut fourth best tight end. He's the final tight end in this draft that can run every route on the route tree. And he can run 64 receptions, 767 yards, 7 touchdowns. Dallin Holker, I told you back in September, Dallin Holker would be the George Kittle of this draft if he fell to day 3. You took him in the group mock on Facebook. So the Broncos, they get Dallin Holker to push Troutman and Greg Dulcich for playing time at tight end. And they have 3 really good tight ends in that tight end room for whoever their quarterback is, whether it's Jarrett Stidham or Spencer Rattler. Dallin Holker to Denver. You want to comment on this pick before I get to the Bears?
yeah, good pick. I took them. So must be a good pick.
Yeah. Bears, they had Brisker and Byard. Kevin Byard's replacing Eddie Jackson. They also signed Jonathan Owens as a backup strong safety. They need a backup to Byard. I like Tyke Smith as a backup to Byard. And not only is Byard a perfect player for Tyke Smith to learn under, if Tyke Smith can take the mentorship that he learns from Byard and apply it, he could potentially supplant Byard as the starting free safety down the road in 2 years. So Tyke Smith, Chicago, really good value pick for the Bears at 122.
I've been singing the praises of Smith for 2 years with Georgia, so I think this is a great value pick.
Yep. The Texans used this 4th-round pick originally owned by the Browns for depth at right tackle in case Titus Howard gets a 3rd season-ending injury in 4 years at right tackle. Charlie Heck sucks and cannot start under any circumstance. The fact that Heck is back as the backup right tackle is bad news. But Roger Rosengarten, Washington right tackle, a player you're a little higher on the board than I am, is still on the board at 123. So Roger Rosengarten, he's coming to Houston. He's replacing Charlie Heck as the backup right tackle. And, if Kenyon Green gets injured at left guard again, you can move Titus Howard over to left guard and start Rosengarten at right tackle. Rosengarten was awful in the championship, but he did well at the Senior Bowl and the Combine. So Rosengarten, the Texans at 123 with the last pick from the Deshaun Watson trade that the Texans got. So they get Rosengarten here. What do you think of that pick? Because I know you're high on Rosengarten.
I love that pick. Rosengarten is one of the most fluid offensive tackles in the draft. Fundamentally, he is one of the best offensive tackles in the draft. The problem is, you stated
if he didn't play like crap in that national title game, he'd be a day 2 pick. I don't think anybody's disagreeing or disputing that.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the skills. He just laid a freaking egg of gigantic proportions. When you do that on the biggest stage, what's the last thing anybody's going to remember? Will it be anything great performances? Will it be the great combine and birthday workouts and senior bowls? Absolutely not. It's going to be that national championship game. That's the last image you're going to have of him intact. And that's a horrific thing to go into the NFL draft saying, yeah, but look at that game. There is his floor right there. And that ain't good. I mean, nobody can argue it. Great players, great pick here, second round prospect is my thought process, but the one thing that everybody's going to remember, if he doesn't work out, you get that. And that sucks. You want to throw away another pick for that? No. So he's wrong.
But it's a great value in the 4th round, and he's an upgrade over Charlie Heck. Even if he never reached his ceiling in the NFL, he's an upgrade over Heck, who's awful at right tackle, Charlie Heck. So 124, 49ers. They got this pick from Dallas in the Trey Lance trade, and we have a quarterback run here in round 4. So Michael Pratt goes to San Francisco, and San Francisco gets Michael Pratt with the pick they got from Dallas in the Trey Lance trade, who could be the long-term backup to Brock Purdy. They did bring in Joshua Dobbs to replace Darnold. I don't think Dobbs is an upgrade over Darnold. But at the same time, Michael Pratt, you draft him, he competes with Dobbs to be the backup this year, and if he doesn't win that competition, he's a 3rd stringer for a year, learns under Dobbs, learns under Purdy, and then he's the backup in 2025 to Purdy, while Purdy's on the final year of that rookie deal. And if you don't want to pay Purdy, you have Michael Pratt as leverage for Brock Purdy. I don't think Pratt's an upgrade over Purdy, but I do think he has enough upside to develop into a starter if San Francisco was stubborn enough not to pay Purdy. I don't think John Lynch is that foolish. I think he knows what he has with Purdy, but I think Pratt could be a really good backup here and could potentially develop into a starter somewhere else if he plays under Purdy for 4 years. So I have Michael Pratt here at 124. Next quarterback on our quarterback run, it's Tampa Bay. They go Jordan Travis here. And yeah, Jordan Travis in round 4 is awesome. I know Kamon Lawrence took him in round 1 of our group mock, Joey. You were not a fan of that, but Jordan Travis in round 4 is awesome value for Tampa because you're paying him Dak Prescott. You're paying him what the Cowboys paid Dak Prescott on his rookie deal. That's what you're paying Jordan Travis. And you can develop him into a starter if Baker regresses, but you don't have to rush him either. He would just come in and compete with Trask and Wolford if you took him. And Baker would still be the starter this year. So Jordan Travis, round 4 to Tampa. And the QB run continues. Joe Milton becomes the backup to Jordan Love in Green Bay. Sean Clifford is not a serious option, as Clifford didn't even crack my quarterback rankings last year. I don't see Milton as an NFL starter, but he's got the best arm in this draft, and you can bring him in to compete with Clifford, and if he can beat out Clifford for the backup job, you might have something down the road, but most likely you're looking at an NFL backup with Joe Milton. Texans, they get another edge rusher, Mohamed Kamara out of Colorado State. 6'1", 248. He was once 273 before losing 25 pounds. 29 solo tackles, 27 assisted tackles, 56 total tackles, 17 tackles for a loss, 13 sacks, 10 quarterback hurries for Mohamed Kamara. The Houston Texans, they get Kamara as a depth player. I think Kamara has enough potential to develop into a starter, but the Houston Texans get him as a depth player here. I know Kamara's 24, but his technique is exceptional. He has the rip, swim move, spin move. He has the bend you want off the edge. I like Kamara here. And you have Greenard. You have Will Anderson. You have some guys. You have Greenard replacing. You have Daniel Hunter replacing Greenard. You have Will Anderson. And you have Barnett as a situational edge. But Kamara, he's going to compete with Dylan Horton. Worst case scenario, you have Kamara as a third string defensive end for depth, making the depth on Houston even better than it already is. Best case scenario, Kamara ends up beating out Horton, maybe even Barnett, and becomes your situational edge rusher right out of the gate as a rookie. So low risk, high reward pick, and Kamara is good enough to go at this point. So Mohamed Kamara, Colorado State for the Texans. Bills get Tyler Davis. I like that pick here. Bills, they do need defensive tackle depth. They don't have any depth behind Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones. They added Austin Johnson, who's more of a 34 defensive end, and they also added Deshaun Williams. Those are the only free agents Brandon Beane could afford, since the Bills are in such cap hell right now. But those are not quality defensive ends. They can get somebody better in the draft. They get Tyler Davis out of Clemson here. Vikings. They have Aaron Jones in a one-year deal and Tyler Chandler on a rookie deal for 2 more years. But they get South Dakota State running back Isaiah Davis at this spot. And when South Dakota State's quarterback scrambled, Isaiah Davis acted as a run blocker, and he's a damn good one. Isaiah Davis is the best run blocking back in the draft. 2 really good seasons at South Dakota State for Isaiah Davis. 1,451 rushing yards, 1,578 this year. Had 15 rushing touchdowns after taking over for Pierre Strong Jr. Had 19 total touchdowns this year, 18 on the ground, 1 receiving touchdown. And he ran a 4.58 at the combine, but he made up for his 40 with his run blocking on tape. So Isaiah Davis to the Vikings, and another pick Joey's going to hate, the Baltimore Ravens. They get insurance at left guard behind Andrew Voorhees, the guard they traded up for with the Browns. And they get Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State, 6'4", 309. He gives the Ravens insurance at left guard. If Andrew Voorhees is not fully recovered from his torn ACL, Mason McCormick gives the Ravens good insurance at that left guard spot. So Mason McCormick is the pick for the Ravens here at 130. And he's basically, he could be a day one starter if Andrew Voorhees isn't back from his injury. But at the same time, if Voorhees is healthy enough to play, I would think Voorhees would start. But it'd be a competition between Voorhees and McCormick for that left guard spot. Baltimore could potentially get a day one starter at this pick. Chiefs, they get left tackle depth here. They go Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh. He played right tackle and left tackle at Pitt. They get an offensive tackle to compete with Lucas Niang, the 2023 round pick out of TCU, to be the swing tackle. Matt Goncalves, 6'6", 327. He had a 95.3 pass block grade and 85.8 run block grade on Pro Football Focus before his season-ending injury. Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs here at 131. But yeah, Matt Goncalves, because you have Wanya Morris. He's going to be the left tackle next year for the Chiefs. You're going to have Jawan Taylor, but Matt Goncalves could develop as a swing tackle, could develop into a starting tackle down the road. But Goncalves is really good value here. I've seen him as high as 68 to the Patriots. I don't think he goes that high with the medicals, with the fact that he's not as good as Carter Warren was coming out of Pitt a year ago. But I think late 4th round, I could see him here. 132, Marshawn Kneeland, Western Michigan. I'm not high on Marshawn Kneeland. I see 4th round tape, but everywhere I go, Marshawn Kneeland is gaining traction. He's number 32 in Dane Brugler's final board. Dame Parsons talking about him as a first rounder. Ian Cummings is talking him as a first rounder. The Owl is talking about Kneeland as a first rounder. Cole Baggett has him in the first round. Bill Sparks has him in the first round. Everybody I've talked to has Kneeland in the first round. Field Yates has him in the first round, okay? That's 5 or 6 different people I've just named that have Kneeland in the first round. I think he has 4th round tape. He could come off the board earlier than this, but at the very latest, he has to come off the board here. San Francisco has Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa. You have Drake Jackson as a situational edge. You have Yetter Gross-Matos. But this is the one player who's still on the board here. Marshawn Kneeland makes too much sense. He has experience at both defensive end and defensive tackle. So the Niners get him with the comp pick at 132. Cha Smith-Wade, Washington State. Bills get him for depth. You have Benford, you have Douglas, you have Teron Johnson-Nickel. Basically, you're drafting Cha Smith-Wade as a number 5 cornerback for depth here in the 4th round. Not really going to say much. Kamal Hadden out of Tennessee didn't allow any touchdowns. Could push Michael Carter for nickel time. I gave him an A+ in man, an A in zone, an A- in press. I think Kamal Hadden, despite his medicals, is one of the bigger steals on tape. Didn't allow a touchdown, and he had more defensive touchdowns than touchdowns allowed in coverage. That says a lot about Kamal Hadden, Tennessee corner. And then Maris Liafu, the Notre Dame outside linebacker, wraps up the 4th round. Can be a left outside linebacker for depth. Because right now you have Devondre Campbell replacing Greenlaw. You have Fred Warner. Maris Liafu could be a day 1 starter for San Francisco in the 4th round at this point in the draft. So, Maris Liafu, any thoughts on that 4th round before I zoom into round 5? I am trying to speed this up, Joey. I know it's late. I'm trying my best to speed this up. I'm looking for value picks. I want to talk about some of these picks in depth, but at the same time, I am trying to speed this up as quickly as possible. I'm going to take that hesitation as just start round 5, asshole. That's my interpretation there. So I will. But feel outside of the South Dakota State guys, with Isaiah Davis, the Vikings, and McCormick, the Ravens, nothing stood out in round 4 for you. But round 5, we have a receiver, Xavier Weaver out of Colorado. He ran 18 out of 30 routes on the route tree. Walter Football has a 2nd, 3rd round grade on him. Oren told me about this guy. I watched the tape. I saw both Weaver and Rice can run 15 out of 30 routes. Weaver does more with his route tree than Rice, despite the fact that Brendan Rice is Jerry Rice's son. So I have Xavier Weaver going ahead of Brendan Rice. Mel Kiper Jr. believes he's a number 5 receiver with potential to develop into a number 3 in the slot. I think Xavier Weaver has more upside than Tim Patrick. And with Jerry Jeudy going to the Browns, Tim Patrick, who missed all of last year with an injury, is now your number 2 receiver. I think Xavier Weaver could come in and take the number 2 job from Tim Patrick right out of the gate as a rookie. He ran a 4.43 at Colorado's Pro Day. Charlie Campbell has a 2nd, 3rd round grade on Weaver. Walter Football listed Weaver as a riser after Colorado's Pro Day. Mel Kiper thinks he's a sleeper in the draft. And, I really like Xavier Weaver at this spot in the 5th round. I do. I think this is a very good spot for Xavier Weaver to come off the board at the start of round 5. So Xavier Weaver is the pick here for Denver. How do you feel about this pick, Xavier Weaver to start round 5? I mean, it's a nice pick because I don't trust Tim Patrick as the number 2 receiver, and Denver's got to draft a receiver by some point. Xavier Weaver's a good receiver to draft here. It's a really deep receiver class. You could get a day 1 starter with Weaver here. Patriots, I went Josh Newton. I went Josh Newton, TCU for New England here. You have Christian Gonzalez, Jonathan Jones, and Marcus Jones at nickel, but right now your number 4 corner is Shaun Wade. You really don't have any depth outside of the top 3 corners. Josh Newton, I gave Newton an A- in man, zone, and press. I was really impressed with him against Baylor. He had 2 really good seasons at TCU. He did get schooled by Xavier Weaver, but I think Josh Newton, depth at corner is something the Patriots need more than depth at receiver. I did consider Brendan Rice, but I ultimately went with Josh Newton. Cardinals, they get Ben Sano out of Kansas State. He's a number 2 tight end to Trey McBride. Very simple to the point. And because Ben Sano's only 21, his longevity is seen as higher than some of the other players in this draft. The Commanders, they get Audric Estime, and they get him to compete with Chris Rodriguez Jr. for a roster spot. You have Eckler. You have Estime's the only guy left who has the pass protection, vision, pass blocking that is going to translate. Kyron Williams checked off every box except the 40 time. And Kyron Williams fell to the 5th round to a bad 40. Estime's in the same spot, but the Commanders take Estime here in the 5th round. And the Chargers get Brendan Rice out of USC for depth. So the Chargers double up at receiver, and Brendan Rice is a guy who can push both Darius Davis and Quentin Johnston for playing time right out of the gate as a rookie. So Brendan Rice, really good fit for the Chargers in round 5 at 140. He did not impress me in the season opener against San Jose State. Could he develop into a future starter? Yeah, but he's not there yet. I do like his ability to high point the ball. Carolina gets Jamari Thrash. They get a second receiver for depth. Panthers get Jalen Wright to complement Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders. The fact that Chuba Hubbard took the running back job from Miles Sanders after being benched for Donta Foreman, that says a lot about how bad Carolina's running back room is. They got to draft a third running back. Jalen Wright might actually start on Carolina by the end of the year. Jonnu Smith is gone. The Falcons got to get a backup tight end to Jonnu Smith to replace Jonnu Smith. Jaheim Bell is a bargain in the 5th round. The Buffalo Bills, they get Kalen King out of Penn State. They double up in case the Bills decide to move from Kaiir Elam. There have been a lot of Kaiir Elam trade rumors. So I have Kalen King to the Bills at 144. Nehemiah Prickett, Auburn. He's going to be a number 4 corner on this depth chart in Denver, but really good depth pick. DJ James, he'll be a number 4 corner as well. You have Algerius Sneed, Awuzie, and McCreary as your top 3 corners, but you don't have any depth if injuries occur. DJ James gives you depth. It's a depth pick. I'm not gonna go into detail with depth picks, Joey, because we just don't have that kind of time. Dadrian Taylor Demerson of the Broncos at 147. He could be a day 1 starter in the 5th round. Justin Simmons, you let Justin Simmons walk. You do need a safety up. You do need a free safety upgrade. Adrian Taylor Demerson could be a day 1 starter for Denver at 147. You want to comment on this pick before I get to the Raiders? Because Taylor Demerson did have a good combine.
Not really. I do want to comment on Chuba Hubbard, though. He actually had a really good season last year. So I don't think you need to upgrade him, but I would. Since he's a guy I think will stick around for another 5 to 7 years in the NFL, I do think that you need to bring in competition. But I don't think you need to replace him.
Yeah.
So that's my thought on that pick.
What player are you what pick are you talking about as far as
The Carolina pick.
Yeah, Carolina, the running back or the receiver? Because yeah, Jalen Wright is basically pushing them for reps. He's not guaranteed shit. He'll probably be a 3rd string running back, but Chuba Hubbard, he's got 1 year left in his rookie deal. Miles Sanders came in as a free agent, lost the starting running back job to Hubbard, who lost the running back job to Donta Foreman in year 2 after McCaffrey tore his ACL during Hubbard's rookie year. So Hubbard's had multiple opportunities to start, screwed up his first 2 years, figured things out in year 3, and Jalen Wright is basically just depth at this point. He's probably going to be a 3rd string running back, but, if Hubbard and Miles Sanders both do horrible, there's an opportunity for Jalen Wright to be a day 1 starter. But he's most likely going to be a 3rd string running back at this point in the draft. But yeah. The Raiders, they get Gabe Hall. Right now, the Raiders have Malcolm Kuntz at 43 right end, Wilkins at defensive tackle. Apparently, Tyree Wilson, last year's 1st round pick, is listed as a starting defensive tackle, and Max Crosby. The Raiders did have John Jenkins and Adam Butler for depth at defensive tackle. Byron Murphy's last year's 3rd round pick is currently a 3rd string defensive tackle. I want Gabe Hall at a Baylor. I don't know if Gabe Hall could win a starting job at the Raiders, but this is the best value pick for the Raiders in the 5th round at this point. And you're potentially looking at someone who could start next to Christian Wilkins at defensive tackle if you'd rather keep Tyree Wilson at edge rusher where he played in college. Because right now the Raiders have Wilson listed as a defensive tackle. Because he's 6'3", 275. He played edge rusher at Texas Tech. I'm not sure I feel comfortable with moving an edge rusher that's 275 inside the defensive tackle. But, Gabe Hall, if he just wows people in training camp, he could start next to Wilkins, but you're most likely looking at a 2nd string or 3rd string defensive tackle in the 5th round. Bengals, They get someone for depth at center behind Ted Karras. They get Tanner Bortolini. Jason Bandel mocked him to the Bengals in the group mock at this exact spot as well. Saints have an undrafted free agent as their starting punter. I have them going Torrey Taylor. I have the Colts going Joshua Carty to replace the aging Matt Gay. I have a 4th-round grade on Carty, and Carty's one of 2 kickers that can make 60-yard field goals. Commanders, they also get a kicker. There's only 3 players on my board with 4th-round grades. Jaquan Jackson, Fabian Lovett, Harrison Mevis. I already gave Washington 2 receivers, and with Payne, Allen, Mathis, kicker makes the most sense for Washington. Brandon McManus is now on his 3rd team in the past 3 years after going from Denver to Jacksonville to Washington. Harrison Mevis just might be the answer with 32-year-old Brandon McManus. So I have Mevis going to Washington here at 152. Jaguars get Fabian Lovett at 153. I know you're a big Lovett fan, and in this situation, Fabian Lovett is a backup to Hamilton. Not a starter, he's a backup. So he gets to rotate in with Hamilton at nose tackle, so neither guy gets fatigued, and the conditioning will improve the defensive line for Jacksonville. That's the pick for Jacksonville if you want to comment on that. And then the Rams, they get Jaquan.
But I think they need to keep bringing in these tackles, until you get 2 or 3 to 6. So you can always keep them healthy. You can always keep them, ready to go. You can always keep them with a bit of hair in their lungs because they're big dudes. So I think it's a good pick.
All right, Jaquan Jackson, Tulane. Basically, this is a depth receiver. I mean, if Cup's injuries occur, right now DeMarcus Robinson's a slot receiver. I like Tutu Atwell and Skoranek on rookie deals. I don't like the idea of extending either guy. Jaquan Johnson, last player on my board with a 4th-round grade. So the Rams are taking him. They're stashing him for depth. They're not going to play him. They're stashing him. He can run, I'd say he can run 9 to 10 out of 20 route. Jaquan Jackson ran 12 out of 30 routes in the route tree, ran a 4.42 at the Combine, had some nice moments at the Senior Bowl. And then the Rams, they get Bo Limmer out of Arkansas here, and he's in a similar situation as Luke Whippler. You lost both Brian Allen and Cole Shelton. You're moving Avila to center, but you don't have a backup center to Avila if Avila gets injured. Bo Limmer, I really like the value here. And then the Browns, they get Keith Randolph Jr. out of Illinois, defensive tackle. It's just outside of Dalvin Tomlinson, I really don't see an impact player at defensive tackle. I'm not saying Shelby Harris. Shelby Harris did enough to earn the defensive tackle job for next year. But your backups are Quentin Jefferson from the Jets, Jordan Elliott as a backup defensive tackle. Quentin Jefferson replaces Jordan Elliott, and then Hurst. Maurice Hurst is the backup to Harris. Yeah, Elliott's no longer on the Browns. I meant to say Quentin Jefferson's replaced Elliott. That's what I meant to say, Joey. So Quentin Jefferson replaced Elliott, and Hurst replaces Hurst comes back as the backup, but Keith Randolph Jr., another body to push these starters, and he would likely be paired with Siaki Ika as the 6th, 3rd-string defensive tackle.
Expectations and what made a lot of huge plays. He's like 33, 34 years old.
And Harris had a higher PFF grade than Tomlinson. That's true. Shelby Harris's PFF grade was higher than Dalvin Tomlinson's. I'm not saying replace him. I'm saying get another defensive tackle for depth and stash him. Stash him.
By the end of the year, that old friend of his came back to him. Dusty Diggs, Ventura, Tech. Now, give him all the credit in the world. He busted his tail to get back to that playoff game. Okay? He should not have been able to get back to play there. But he did. get more guys, more development, get everything going there. Like Andrew already said, never see the draft as something that you use for immediate help. He sees it as a long-term investment. So, I mean, if this is a juncture, that is 150% for long-term investment. Let them develop.
Yeah, so it's a stash and develop pick for the Browns here. I know I made a typo somewhere else, but I'm not sure. Is it Shelby Harris, Zadarius Smith, Ogbonina Okoronkwo, Quentin Jefferson, replacing Jordan Elliott, Maurice Hurst is back as the backup. Alex Wright's back as the backup. You're basically drafting another body. So yeah, tackles for loss, QB hurry, sacks, deflection from pass breakups. So yeah, I swear I had a typo somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. And since I don't remember where it is and we're pressed on time here, I'm just going to go to the next pick. I can fix it later. The Vikings, they get Johnny Dixon. Johnny Dixon would potentially give you depth. You already have 4 quality corners. Byron Murphy, Mekhi Blackman, Caleb Evans, Andrew Booth. You have Bynum at strong safety, Harrison Smith at free safety, Metellus is a third safety, spot starter at nickel corner. You also have Lewis Sign, your first-round pick. You're pretty deep as far as the secondary goes. Johnny Dixon would be a number 5 corner. You could try to develop him into a nickel or a number 2 corner, but he would just be an insurance corner. I gave Kalen King a C+ in man zone and press. I gave Dixon a C grade in every category. And then I have Daquan Hardy going to Miami. He's another stash and develop corner. He's not going to be seeing the field anytime soon. The Chiefs, Dominic Pooney. Some people have Dominic Pooney going in the 3rd round. He had a really good Senior Bowl week. But Dominic Pooney, it's Dominic Pooney's situation is very fascinating because I could see Dominic Pooney potentially succeeding in the right situation. So, I'm got Dominic Pooney going to the Chiefs. I didn't mean for it to turn out like this. It just sort of turned out like this. So, for everybody who's bitching about the fact that the Chiefs got Dominic Pooney, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because this is a guy who can play all 5 positions on the offensive line. And yeah, you don't have to start him, but the Chiefs don't have any depth on the interior line. If Thuney, Creed Humphrey, or Trey Smith gets injured, you are screwed because Thuney is a guy who Joe Thuney's a guy who will Nick Allegretti was the backup to Thuney. You don't have any depth on the interior if injuries occur. That's one thing that could hurt the Chiefs. They got to use some of these day 3 picks to reload on the interior, and Dominic Pooney's a really good value pick at this point in the 5th round. So, yeah, I like Dominic Pooney here. He's a really solid player. High-end backup could develop into a starter for the Chiefs at 159. And then that's the Dallas Cowboys 5th round pick that the Chiefs own, by the way. And then the Bills get a second receiver for depth, Malik Washington out of Virginia. He is basically competing with Justin Shorter for the number 4 receiver job. And you have Curtis Samuel as your slot receiver. I don't think Malik Washington is going to beat out Curtis Samuel for the slot job as a rookie. But, Malik Washington can be a big play threat. He only runs 9 out of 30 routes in the route tree, but he can take the top off defenders. If you're looking for a receiver that can make a 40-yard reception like Deontay Hardy situationally, Malik Washington's a perfect fit for that type of receiver that the Bills want. And, I think he can have a similar impact as Deontay Hardy, and you can start him out in a depth role, and then maybe next year, once you move on from Curtis Samuel and you develop Washington's route tree a little bit more, he can come in and start at slot receiver. So you could be getting a second starter in the 5th round at 160 with Malik Washington. I know Washington's grade a little higher in most mocks, had a really good Shrine Bowl week. The Eagles go Bucky Irving. They don't have a backup to Saquon Barkley and Kenneth Gainwell, so Bucky Irving starts out at 3rd string running back, and he becomes the backup to Kenneth Gainwell in 2025. stash and develop pick for the Eagles. Cardinals, they use this Texans pick to get Austin McNamara from the Texans, as McNamara is the new starting, the Cardinals have a glaring need at punter. Austin McNamara would be an upgrade over the Cardinals' current punter. The Bills get Brennan Jackson. You have Epineza, you have Rosso. Casey Tuhill's the backup 43 right, and Von Miller's the backup 43 left end. I think Tuhill's a downgrade over Leonard Floyd. But Epineza and Rosso will do well as starters. So I'm not really too worried about the Bills' situation at defensive end as far as their starters go. I think Epineza and Rosso can get the job done. I like Von Miller as a situational pass rusher, but Brennan Jackson out of Washington State, you can bring him in to compete with Tuhill for a roster spot, because Tuhill only has a one-year deal. And worst case scenario, he's your third string defensive end, and you stash and develop him. Brennan Jackson was a guy who had a second-round grade in the preseason, but he falls to this point, and it's a perfect player for the Bills to draft on a rookie deal. If they want to reload an edge rusher, this is the guy to draft, Joey, because you can stash him and develop him. And if one of your edge rushers doesn't get 10 sacks, you can just keep developing Jackson while your current core guys play out their contracts, Joey. It's a great way for Brandon Beane to reload an edge rusher. The Lions get Isaiah Adams. They need left guard and depth behind Glasgow. You want to comment on this pick? The Bills pick at 163. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's what every great league does. They will have an abundance of guys that they use on a daily, and then they'll draft guys that they can stash. It was something that was done last year with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Browns didn't want to put him on the practice squad, so they carried a sweet quarterback unit if they didn't want to, because Dorian Thompson-Robinson would have been claimed by somebody else. They drafted him to stash him.
Yeah, and the Bills had 5 edge rushers. They had Shaq Lawson as a third string edge rusher last year. So the Bills, I feel like if they want to keep that 5 edge rusher tradition, they're going to draft somebody in day 3 that they can stash and develop. And Brennan Jackson's just a perfect fit. He's a perfect fit for the Bills' 43 defense, 4'6", 40, 21 reps in the bench press. He had 26 solo tackles, 31 assisted tackles, 57 total, 12.5 tackles for loss, 9 QB hits, 8.5 sacks, 3 deflections, 1 forced fumble, 3 fumble recoveries, and 3 defensive touchdowns, and 3 quarterback hurries. So, I mean, he's a great stash and develop player for the Bills here. So all 3 of those fumble recoveries were touchdowns. So he had 9 quarterback hits. No hurries, but 9 quarterback hits. Really good depth pick for Buffalo here. Isaiah Adams, Illinois left guard. He played left tackle. I believe he played right tackle at Illinois, but he's going to be a backup left guard to Glasgow. The Ravens get a second edge rusher. They get Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian here in the 5th round. Small school guy. The Giants get Elijah Jones here. The Giants need a number 2 corner next to Deontay Banks. Elijah Jones out of Boston College. I gave him a B in man, a B+ in zone, a C in press. He's the best. He was the best corner on my board when I did this mock draft. This is just he could be a day 1 starter, but he would be a day 1 starter for 1 year until the Giants could upgrade in the he would be a starter for 1 year until the Giants could upgrade in the 2025 draft at corner. So he could be a day 1 starter, but even if he is a day 1 starter, he'll do horribly, and the Giants will upgrade in 2025. But the Giants have to do something to upgrade their cornerback room next to Deontay Banks. Vikings, they have they let Greg Joseph sign with the Packers, so they get Will Reichard out of Alabama with the 5th round pick that the Vikings got from the Chiefs. Time to go through some comp picks. Gunnar Watson, Troy quarterback. He is my sleeper at quarterback in this draft. Saints got this comp pick from David Onyemata. They have Derek Carr, but they lost Winston. And New Orleans drafted Jake Haener out of Fresno State. And honestly, I think Gunnar Watson could beat out Nate Peterman for a 3rd string gig. This is mainly the Saints draft a quarterback. If he can't beat out Nate Peterman, you've wasted a 5th round pick. If he can, you could just cut Nate Peterman and save more cap space in the process. The Packers get Jaden Hicks. They get a backup strong safety for depth here. I'm not high on Jaden Hicks, but he would replace Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens, who signed with the Bears. Zion Tupuola-Fetui. He goes to the Saints as a replacement to Davenport. I know the Saints don't have a sack artist, but you have Granderson, who you extended. You have Cameron Jordan. You have guys on this roster. I think the Saints brought in Chase Young as a situational pass rusher. Zion Tupuola-Fetui can be your number 4 edge, and you can slowly develop him. Eagles get Taj Washington, somebody they're hoping can push Devontae Parker to be the slot receiver. Eagles also get Tyrese Knight out of UTEP for depth behind Nakobe Dean and Devin White. Nakobe Dean hasn't been able to stay healthy. I don't trust Zach Bond and Oren Burks, but they're both good stopgaps, and you can develop Tyrese Knight for a year. And then if you move on, then if Nakobe Dean's injury issues occur, then you can go into next year with Dean on the final year of his rookie deal and Tyrese Knight as the backup. Chiefs get Bo Braid. The Chiefs get more safety depth. You have Justin Reed and Brian Cook, but you have Deion Bush as your backup strong safety. Chamari Connors, your backup free safety. Bo Braid out of Maryland. I've seen him in day 2 in a couple of mocks. I don't like Bo Braid's film, but at this point, he is good value for Kansas City. 174, Devontae Walker. Devontae Walker had a ton of drops, but he has to come off the board by here. Walker only ran 6 out of 30 routes. Another Draft Utopia staff writer counted 5 out of 30 routes for Devontae Walker, but in round 5, you have to pick him. I mean, Devontae Walker has value in round 5. You're getting him as a backup receiver, and he can basically compete with Jalen Tolbert for the slot receiver at this point. Saints get Theo Johnson from to stash and develop at 175. And at 176, these 49ers get Jared Wiley as a backup to Kittle to end round 5. Any thoughts on round 5 before I start round 6? All right, I'll start round 6. Well, Darius Henderson goes to the Vikings for... They don't have any left tackle depth. If Darisaw or Brian O'Neill gets injured, you have undrafted free agents as your starting left tackles. I mean, it's a dire situation. That's a situation you want to avoid. I mean, yeah, Brendel from Oregon State's not a bad backup left tackle, but, you know, that's the thing. Christian Darisaw is going to be your starting left tackle for the foreseeable future. And you got Brian O'Neill on a extension, but, you know, Michigan left tackle Darius Henderson, good fit for the Vikings. Jalen Green, he had led the country in sacks. He goes to Pittsburgh as a backup edge rusher. One of the bigger snubs from the combine. I know you took Jalen Green in the group mock. Sort of hate the fact that I gave the Steelers another good edge rusher, but I could see them picking him. Satoa Lamoau goes to Seattle as a backup left tackle. The Patriots get Will Shipley for depth behind Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson. Trevor Keegan, he's a backup left guard to Zion Johnson, another Michigan guy for the Chargers. Dylan Johnson would be the 3rd string running back. He would compete with Hassan Haskins for the 3rd string running back job. Delmar Glaze, I think Joey's phone died. And at this point, there's really yes, so Jackson Sermon will be the pick. I'll announce that pick shortly here. Wes has chosen Jackson Sermon, middle linebacker, California. Delmar Glaze, Maryland. Kamani Vidal, Troy. I do appreciate Joey's contributions, but I'm going to quickly skim through this mock draft. Mostert, Achane, Ahmed, Jeffrey Wilson. I listed Keith Randolph Jr. twice? Are you freaking kidding me? I mocked Keith Randolph Jr. to the Browns. Okay, we got to go back in and edit something here. I'm sorry. We got to do this. We got to... How the hell did I miss this? I am pissed at myself for missing this. Yeah, I don't know how I fucked this up. Yeah. I thought all right, so we're going to go into, I did screw up here. I have Keith Randolph Jr. listed twice. How the fuck did I miss this? How? God damn it. Yes, I'm angry. I'm giving the Jets a kicker. I'm so pissed off, I'm giving the Jets a kicker. I don't care. I know the Jets don't need a kicker, but I'm so fucking pissed off at myself, I'm giving the Jets a kicker. I'm punishing the Jets as a Patriot fan. I am punishing the fucking Jets. So, yeah, deal with it. Deal with it. Tough shit. Deal with it. Yeah, so James Turner, Michigan. So, yeah, I accidentally listed Keith Randolph Jr. twice in the mock draft. And I just don't feel like changing any picks. So I'm giving the Jets a kicker. Yeah, you can call me a biased Patriots fan. You can call me an asshole. But here's the thing. I'm not changing my mock draft again. I worked hard on this. I'm not changing it again. I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, so basically, I don't want to change any more picks in my mock draft. So I'm sorry, Jets fans, if I'm taking my wrath out on you. I really am, but I don't want to change any picks in my mock draft. I worked hard on my 7-round mock draft. I didn't even see this error until today. Adisa Isaac comes to Arizona. Atlanta gets Caden Wallace as a backup right tackle to McGarry. Adisa Isaac, Arizona gets an edge rusher for depth. Curtis Jacobs goes to Houston for depth. Vaki, I don't blame Joey for tapping out. I appreciate his contributions, and I did not expect the show to be this long. And yeah, next Saturday is going to be this long too. It's going to be longer, actually, when you think about it, because we have day 3 of the NFL draft. We're at 7 hours, 19 minutes on Restream. Tanner, Frank Core, hi, hello, no, hello, you're the best. I appreciate it, Tanner. I appreciate you in the chat room. You got a draft question you'd like to ask, Tanner? I probably missed my window of opportunity to ask you a draft question, but yeah. I do have the Jets taking a kicker. I'm sorry, Jets fans, but I'm not redoing my 7-round mock draft that I busted my ass on. So my fuck up leads to the Jets getting a kicker in the 6th round. Sion Vaki ends up on the Texans. So Vaki impressed me enough to warrant an A- in man zone and press. I like Vaki more than Braid or Hicks. Jordan Whittington. Saints Texas receiver. Saints get him for depth. Matt Hayball goes to the Colts, the starting punter. Bub Means outside of Jake Bobo, there's really not much quality depth on Seattle. So they get him. Patriots get Braden McGregor as a fourth edge. The Bengals get MJ Devonshire out of Pittsburgh as a cornerback for depth. I love MJ Devonshire in man coverage. And you're getting him as a number 4 corner. It's not like he has to come in and be the day one guy. Steelers get Austin Reed at 195 as a third stringer. Rams get Nathaniel Watson as a backup middle linebacker. But Nathaniel Watson's one of these guys that, he could potentially be an upgrade over what you have. But that's the thing. 3 of the Rams' inside linebackers are UDFA. So Nathaniel Watson at this spot in round 6, he could potentially be a day 1 starter for the Rams at 196. So yeah, 196, we do have Nathaniel Watson. He's decent. So, I did originally mock Nathaniel Watson to New England in round 6. Carter Bradley goes to Atlanta as a third stringer. Long-term project guy at 197. I have a 6th on him. KT Leviston goes to the Dolphins at 198 for depth behind Armstead. Julian Pearl, Illinois. Jalen Carley's out of Missouri. Credit to Thomas Coburn, Missouri fan. I was debating between Jalen Carley's and Kitano Ladipo. Thomas Coburn watches Missouri and Oregon State film religiously. He told me to go with Carley, so I went with Carley's. That was the thought process. If you don't like the pick at 200, blame Thomas Coburn and Sports Central. Go ahead, troll him, roast him, do whatever you have to do. But Thomas is responsible for me mocking him. I made the responsibility. I made the decision to mock him, but Thomas influenced me to make that decision. So if you don't like the pick, the Lions get Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa. Really good depth player. Could see him thriving, stash and develop. Andrew Rame, you get him for depth behind Josh Myers. Marshawn Lloyd goes to Denver here. He could be a number 3 back. Layden Robinson gives the Bills guard depth. Steel Chambers to the Lions. Cedric Johnson, Ole Miss edge rusher. Another guy to potentially develop in Cleveland. Anis Smith, wide receiver. Tim Patrick, a former slot receiver. Mims, Khaled Duke out of Khaled Duke ends up going to the Raiders. 219 Jaquan Shepard. TBS. Yeah, I am going to TBS. The Minnesota game, it looks like a blowout here. TBS. I have a voice-generated remote. That's how I change the channel. Okay, so the Islanders and the Hurricanes are tied. Yeah, we're watching this instead. I'm sorry, NBA playoffs. This game is more competitive. If this game was a blowout, I would have gone back to the NBA, but the Islanders and Rangers are tied in the first game of the Stanley Cup playoffs, 1-1. And there's a small school guy I do want to tell Joey about. That's the only reason I'm still that's the only reason I'm waiting for Joey. I could yeah. So the Lions are taking Jackson Sermon in the group mock on Facebook. I'm updating that pick right now. Yes, so Brian Lewis is on the clock here. I'm going to message him. All right, so yeah, I'm looking at hey, we do have some sad news. According to Andrew Kermish, Howard Schwab died this morning. So that is the news. Yeah, so I'm looking at this. But yeah, I will, looking at this, I've got the, Colin Duke. I'm going to go Jaquan Shepard here for the Rams. They need cornerback depth. Eagles, Kyle Sheets, Slippery Rock. Look, I gave the Eagles Kyle Sheets because he dominated Slippery Rock. Small school receiver. Last time a Division II receiver got drafted, it was Tyreek Hill. Is Kyle Sheets as fast as Tyreek? No, but 76 receptions, 1,186 receiving yards, 17 touchdowns. He ran at least 7 routes. He could run up to 11. Kyle Sheets is a top 5 blocking receiver in this draft. So if you want a blocking receiver that plays with physicality, consistently knocking corners on their asses like a bounty hunter on running plays, which led to Slippery Rock getting touchdowns, you need to take a look at Kyle Sheets. I'm telling you, you got to look at this guy. Corey Curtis, the player Joey and I interviewed last year, he got a contract with Seattle. So he's now the Seahawks' third string quarterback. So that is official. So, yeah, I mean, I do like Kyle Sheets. I'll break him down, and I'll break down the passing of Howard Schwab, longtime game show host of Stump the Schwab, sports whiz, sports guru. Very sad day that Howard Schwab passed away. Hunter Norzad, you bring him in for depth behind Jake Brennel. I really like him. Jaguars, they get Kenny Logan Jr. Kenny Logan Jr., I mean, you have Savage. But yeah, Kenny Logan, 212. I mean, Kenny Logan, I like him as a backup safety in Jacksonville. Kenny Logan Jr., 64 solo tackles, 31 assisted tackles, 95 total tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 6 deflections, 1 interception, 1 forced fumble, and 1 defensive touchdown in his only interception of the year. Kenny Logan Jr. was probably the most consistent safety when it came to tackling this year. Yeah, and I do mean that. I mean, Kenny Logan Jr. was super consistent to the point where it's not even funny how consistent he was. He was the most consistent tackling safety in college football last year. So, yeah, because every safety, it's the same issue. Every safety, it feels like every safety now can cover but doesn't tackle consistently. Kenny Logan tackles consistently, but you are going to have to develop his coverage. He did have 5 missed tackles, but he was more of a tackling safety than a coverage safety. But yeah, you're getting him to push Daniel Thomas or to develop for a year, and then he becomes the guy. I'm still on talk shoe. But yeah, Kenny Logan Jr., Jaden Sheridan to the Rams.
Yeah.
So I'm going through this mock here. I'm at the comp picks in round 6. One player that from Division II that got picked in this mock is Kyle Sheets from Slippery Rock, my alma mater. I mean, this guy's consistently knocking corners on their asses on running plays like a bounty hunter. Kyle Sheets, he's 6'4", 220. He's a Division II player for my alma mater, Slippery Rock, but I gave him the Eagles. hoping he could be a Vince Papale type impact player for the Eagles. But yeah, he plays in the same conference as Corey Curtis, who actually got a contract yesterday with the Seahawks. So the Seahawks have Geno Smith as the starter, Sam Howell as the backup. And if a rare situation where both Geno and Howell get injured in the same game happened, then Corey Curtis, the player we interviewed last year out of Gannon, would come in like Willie Beeman in any given Sunday and play for the Seahawks in that rare scenario.
That actually sounds really cool. And let's face it, the Seahawks have a great situation at quarterback because I think Sam Howell did a pretty damn good job with what he was asked last year. It was a difficult situation, a difficult environment. And
I did not mock a quarterback to Seattle because there weren't enough picks, and I thought Seattle had too many other needs. And when I heard from a friend on Facebook that Corey Curtis signed a one-year deal with Seattle, I'm like, all right, if that's the case, I'm not mocking a quarterback to Seattle. We got Geno, you got Howell, and you got Curtis if you need him.
Yeah, and Corey Curtis is a guy I liked last year. I really like him this year. So, I mean, let's be honest about that. I mean, they got a really good situation.
Yeah. They can win with these quarterbacks. So, yeah, Kyle Sheets, though, he dominated Slippery Rock, so I gave the Eagles him because he plays in the same conference Corey Curtis played in. And the celebrity that died today was Howard Schwab, the longtime game show host of Stump the Schwab, show I used to watch back in the day. Schwabi died, yeah. Kerm texted me the news. Kerm texted our fantasy group the news this morning. I just got the update that he died while your phone was charging.
Yeah, that sucks. Thankfully, my phone's still a fast charging phone, but it's getting to the place where it's like a year old. So I don't expect that to continue.
Yep.
Once it hits that year mark, it's like, oh, straight down from there.
Yep. That's how it is with the phone chargers. They break after like a year or two now, too, but my Apple. But
yeah, this one already gotten to the place where it doesn't quite fit snug into the charger, so you have to make sure you're jamming it up in there because it's like, yeah, I still work, kind of, so it's not, the charger's already pretty much gone.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking you about phone chargers other than the portable ones because just in case.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, as far as some of the picks, I already read through them. Hunter Norzad went to the Niners as a backup center. The Jaguars got Kenny Logan Jr. in round 6 at 212. Kenny Logan Jr., thing I like about his game is he's probably the most consistent safety when it comes to tackling. His coverage needs work, but he's a really good tackling safety. If you want someone who consistently tackles, Kenny Logan Jr. is your man. I gave him the Jaguars. He could compete with Daniel Thomas for that number 4 safety roster spot at 212. Rams got Sheridan. The Bengals got Kyler Grable, who had a good combine as a backup left tackle. The Niners got Frank Gore Jr. at 215. The Cowboys get Tarheeb Still out of Maryland. The Rams get Justin Ego Bay out of Alabama as a 34 right end. And I forgot I gave the Rams Orhorho. But yeah, you've missed quite a bit of round 6, but it's all right. Most of the starters are gone at this point. We're at 217. You're not going to find a day 1 starter this late in the draft. The odds are very minimal. I think the Browns pick, there's only a 2% probability the Browns get a starter at 227 with the Titans pick. So, you're getting backups at this point. Cornelius Johnson out of Michigan fell to the Packers, and Rasheen Ali out of Marshall fell to the Buccaneers. The Marshall running back, he fell to the Buccaneers in round 6. All right.
Marshall's running back fell?
220. Yeah.
That's a nice pick.
I thought I mocked. I did my write-up for Dylan Lobb. I'm going to have to redo my write-up for Dylan Lobb. I'm so fucking pissed about that. It's like, I don't want to do another write-up for Dylan Lobb. I did a lengthy write-up on him already. I'm like the Leonardo DiCaprio of draft people. I don't want to do a second take. I want to do everything on the first take and then move on with my day. Are you kidding me? I already did a write-up for fucking Dylan Lobb.
I don't kid.
I am pissed about that. Dylan Lobb, I'll edit the write-up after the podcast, but I'm going to do a short write-up now. Dylan Lobb is a steal to start round 7. I'll list the height and stats later. I just don't have that type of time. I've been on TalkShoe and Restream since 10 a.m. So I'm just not going to do that. I'm not. It's the 7th round. We're almost done with the podcast. I'm just not going to do that right now. And the Commanders, they get Andrew Coker as a backup right tackle to Wiley. The Raiders got Malik Mustafa. I had a 6th-round grade on Mustafa. But, they get him in round 7. I gave Mustafa an A- in man, an A+ in zone, an A in press coverage. I was really impressed with Mustafa's film against Florida State. Bengals get another corner, Jerrion Jones, after getting Devonshire in round 6. The Chargers get Cody Schrader for depth behind Dobbins and Gus Edwards. Frank Crum ends up on Arizona. The Browns got Keaton Oladipo, Oregon State strong safety. The only reason I gave the Browns a 6th safety is because they did bring in Rodney McLeod to challenge Hickman for the backup free safety job. Oladipo can play corner safety or strong safety. He can play corner or either safety spot. And I have a 6th-round grade on Oladipo. So that's the only reason I have the Browns taking a safety. You don't take a safety here if you're the Browns unless it's a value pick. It's like a 7th-round pick and it's a 6th-round guy and your board falls to you. That's the only circumstance where this is acceptable. But I do like Oladipo in zone coverage. I gave him an A- in zone. He can be a cover 2, cover 3, cover 4 safety. The Ravens got Jalen Simpson. The Raiders got Devin Colt, the Washington tight end, as a backup to Michael Mayer. Jordan Jefferson, Justin Jefferson's younger brother, goes to the Vikings in round 7. Jalen Harrell goes to the Patriots. Jaden Krememi. Cowboys got Trey Taylor, the Air Force safety that won the Jim Thorpe Award, as a backup to Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. That's a nice value pick in round 7. And if Trey Taylor completes his military service, this could be a potential steal in the draft. Colts get Xavier Thomas. Seahawks get Nelson Caesar at edge rusher. Jaguars get Will Putnam out of Clemson as a guy who could be developed behind Fortner. McCade Mediter, the Oklahoma left guard. He's the 3rd-string left guard to Volson and Ford. Could develop into a future backup. Ray Davis goes to the Texans in round 7. Texans already have Mixon and Pierce. Ray Davis goes to the Texans. That's a really good value pick. That's one of the value picks that stands out. Smoke Harris out of Louisiana Tech goes to the Saints for depth, special teams player. Panthers get Ethan Driscoll. The Dolphins get Andrew Phillips, who Cole Baggett mocked in the 2nd round in round 7. The Titans get Devin Leary at 242. Carson Steele goes to the Browns as a potential Carson Steele would be competing with Hines and Foreman for the 3rd-string job. Chubb and Ford have their roster spots secured. Hines and Foreman signed 1-year deals with the Browns. If the Browns draft another running back, it'll probably be in round 7, and it'll probably be a guy that is competing with Hines and Foreman for a 3rd-string job. And if he doesn't win it, odds are he starts out in the practice squad. And that's probably what you're looking at if the Browns do draft a running back. Jason McClellan, Alabama, 3rd-string running back. Packers get Anthony Gold, another receiver. Kyle Hurgle goes to the Buccaneers. Marcellus Dial goes to the Texans. The Bills get Ryan Flournoy, 3rd receiver off the board in the draft for the Bills. Isaiah Williams goes to the Lions. Anim Dankwa, the Howard right tackle that Ken LeBlanc liked, ends up on the Ravens for depth. Niners get another corner, Dwight McGlothern. Yeah, so, Dwight McGlothern, really good value pick here for the 49ers. at this point. The 49ers do own. That sounds like a president video on YouTube.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
I didn't think it was that loud, but
Yeah, have you seen the new episode of Saints of the Saint? Saint Splooge. They did an episode where Kim Jong-un has a sleepover at Biden's house or Trump's house. Kim Jong-un, George Bush is grounded, so Kim Jong-un comes over for the sleepover. Oh God, it's a brand new one. You're gonna have to watch that after the show today.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get some things done while I'm on. So.
Yep. So basically, Dwight McGlothern to San Francisco. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just reloading the picks. The Titans, they get a Georgia receiver in round 7, Marcus Rosenby, Jack Saint. The Chargers get Josiah Ezereem out of Eastern Kentucky with the comp pick. Isaiah Johnson, the Syracuse corner Ken likes, goes to the Rams at 254. Sal Wormley, Penn State right guard, goes to Green Bay at 255. The Jets get Tatum Bethune at 256. And Mr. Irrelevant for the New York Jets, it's another corner. Willie Drew out of Virginia State is my Mr. Irrelevant this year. 4.47 at the 40-yard dash. Got a Senior Bowl invite. Willie Drew of Virginia State is my Mr. Irrelevant. And right now you have the Islanders and Hurricanes tied at 1. I believe the Timberwolves are in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my mock draft. I'm going to do the Dylan Lobb write-up. It's going to be the very first thing I do after I end the live stream. And then I'll rewatch this tonight. And then after I rewatch this, Joey, I have to organize the chapters. I have to organize the NBA chapter. I've got to organize the NHL chapter. And I'm going to organize the mock draft. But I only have to organize 3 chapters. But organizing all those chapters is going to be a pain in the ass. But, yeah, we will be back next week. 3 days of draft coverage starting Thursday. Round 1, round 2, and then rounds 2 and 3 are Friday, and then rounds 3 through 7 are Saturday. We might start rounds 2 and 3 at 6 p.m. I have Mary from the Mac and Cheese podcast. She had me on her show. She wants to come on our show to talk about the Packers draft, and I said, cool. And Mary had Urinating Tree on her podcast. Mary's also going to have Tom Grossi on her podcast this summer. So, yeah, you're going to be interviewing someone that's going to be interviewing Tom Grossi on day 2 of the draft, it looks like, if things check out logistically, potentially next Friday in 6 days. So that's going to be pretty cool. So, yeah. What video is this? Send me this president's video. I want to watch this after the show. I'm serious.
This is the President's WrestleMania. This is the tag team title tournament, the 2K24.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
the presidents play 2K24. President Gaming. Yeah. All right. I will definitely look that up, President Gaming. And I'm going to pardon myself from the podcast on TalkShoe and the live stream because it's been almost 8 hours. That was never my intention. It's just we had a lot of shit to do today. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, NFL mock draft. I tried to make it as quick as possible, but, you know, I'm going to end on TalkShoe. Probably not going to have every second on TalkShoe, whereas Restream, you're probably going to have every second. So we'll see you guys later. Enjoy your Saturday. I'm going to have some fun and finish my Dylan Lobb write-up.